Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 132. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I am Sean Whalen, Dr. Norge on the CGS forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. I call you Whatnot, and here you shall be Sir James of Cleveland. Cleveland. I like it. It sounds like a warrior's homeland, a good portent. So says the legend of the Sensei of the Whatnot and the Duke of You-Know.
How's it going, eh?
Wonder Woman number 24, babies.
Yep.
Sir Thomas of Cleveland.
Nice. Outstanding. Hold on.
Finally, we've got a Cleveland hero.
Yes. We have our own hero. Thank you.
Yes, and who better than Nemesis?
Yes.
We are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. We are continuing to support the Hero Initiative. Hero creates a financial safety net for yesterday's creators who are in need of emergency medical aid, financial support for the essentials of life, and an avenue back into paying work. It's a chance for all of us to give something back to the people who have given us so much enjoyment. For more information, visit www.heroinitiative.org or call 310-909-7809. And right on the front page of RagingBullets.com, there's a handy-dandy link. Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Jim, on this episode, we're going to be chatting about Ambush Bug Year None, and being solicited right now in the previews is number 5 of this 6-issue miniseries. And the cover on this one looks great. It's all the monitors surrounding Ambush Bug. So you know they're going to be doing a playoff of,
the
all
52
the stuff.
Earths and all that, and yeah.
Regularly $2.99, only $1.79 with DCBS's discount, which is great. Trinity number 23 to 26. We're going to be chatting Trinity again this issue, and this looks like the issues where things are really going to, as if they need to heat up anymore.
I know, dude. It's been kicking it lately.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds like there's going to be more. I don't even want to read the solicits because they're so spoiler filled. But really, listen to this episode if you want to know why we are so jazzed for Trinity. This is easily the best weekly yet. Yeah. And I think it's because of the previous offerings that they've, really kind of kicked this up a notch. I'm loving Trinity. Regularly $2.99, again, only $1.79 per issue for this. So it's really, for anybody getting a weekly book, if you're like, geez, how do I fit this into my budget? This is how.
Yeah, so, and I tell you, it's, they've learned what worked and what didn't work, and you can see it in this weekly series. It's wonderfully paced, cool characters, and just an absolutely fabulous story.
I'm hoping for the continued exploration of the weekly format.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things that I like. I think, they continue to learn from every experience. I hope they learn from Trinity and more from that. I'm loving Trinity. It's not like I'm finding fault with it. I'm just saying I think every experience leads to better storytelling and better. And I mean, we're reaping the benefits right now in how Trinity's paced. I love it. Whatever your shipping preferences, whatever your bag and boarding preferences, DCBS accommodates your collecting needs. Don't forget our In-Stock Trades book of the month for September is 7 Soldiers of Victory, Volume 3. Jim, we're finally going to get to the third volume.
Da-da-da.
It's going to be airing the first week in October, and we are going to be chatting about this ongoing saga crafted by Grant Morrison. So I'm excited for this one.
This epic tome, if you will.
Regularly $14.99. They're supporting us with a 47% off discount, only $7.94.
Which I greatly appreciate because I'm now picking up the trades, so I get them from In-Stock Trades, so thank you.
This one I wanted to go with, especially because we're talking about Revelations on this episode. We're going to talk about Final Crisis Revelations. The Question, the 5 Books of Blood. It collects the 5-issue Crime Bible miniseries, but they relabeled it The Question. So for anybody who's like, geez, I wanted to pick up that miniseries, this is a hardcover. I actually bought the hardcover for this. It's regularly $19.99. There's a 37% discount, so it's only $12.59. Now you bought.
Well, I picked up the individual stuff, and I don't know, that does look cool. So, and I enjoyed it. So I'm thinking that may be one of those where I already have the floppies. Let me pick up the hardcover too. I'll take a look when I do my order.
A monk of the dark faith is moving through the DC universe, seeding evil in his wake as he prepares for a final, potentially devastating act. And trailing him is the Question, who seeks to save the life of the author of a best-selling expose about the dark faith. So it's another one of those. It was great because it was finally nice to see Renee being spotlighted as the question, and it was a wonderful series for that. But it really does lead into a lot of the events we're seeing right now in Final Crisis, the events we're seeing in Revelations, with this whole religion of crime.
To enjoy Revelations, you don't need to have read it, because they do give you some of the important information that was in the story, but it's one of those things that by knowing it, it makes the current story that much better. There's a lot of just like, they're including the basic stuff so you're not lost when you're reading the story, but there's so much more on the underside of that, of just seeing the path that Renee went through in that series was kind of really cool for me.
InStockTrades.com is your source for your collected edition needs. Thanks for supporting us, DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. And I want to thank all of you who are continuing to support us with Podcast Alley, Pop Current, iTunes reviews, stopping on Facebook, letting people know, just through chat about our podcast. If it isn't for you guys, we really wouldn't have the listener base that we do, and we greatly appreciate that. We're on City of Heroes. We're all over the place that you can try to find us. It's hard each week to try and keep up with all the different areas we are in. And, of course, our forum. Yeah, we got a great forum community. Actually, that's the first place I go to every week. I go to the forum, and you'll see I've got thousands of posts because I enjoy chatting so much. Because people will throw in comments about things that we miss as we're going through it, or maybe history of characters. We've got a lot of longtime readers who maybe had a different focus than I did growing up, or a different focus than you did growing up, who have read books that we haven't as children, or maybe read them even recently, and they'll throw in those little tidbits to add and expand upon our conversation. So if you're not a member of the forum, you don't need to be to read the forum. So don't be afraid to go to our forum link and just check out what people are chatting about. So you can even do that anonymously, which is a lot of fun too, I'm sure. So, Jim, what is Top Bullets? Because we're talking about it this episode.
Well, Top Bullets is a great way for you all to get involved in the show. You send in your top 5, top 6, top 3 picks of that month that you're just digging, you want to geek out about, you want to rage on about. You send it to me, you say a little something about why you're enjoying the title, what it is about it that's, just getting you, and I will contabulate the totals and create one master list of top 5 from the listeners, read it off, Sean and I will talk about the list, then we'll give our own top 5. So, and something that's been cool we got this past, what we're going to have is outside the DCU. We have people who are sending in their DCU picks and then outside the DCU. So feel free to do that. And if you can't pick between 5 or 6, send in 6, send in 7. It's okay. Don't worry about, I just want to keep it narrowed to 5. Send more.
The whole point's a celebration of
comics. This is about talking about what you want to talk about, and just geek out about it. Now, all entries are sent to senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com.
What is that email address again, Jim?
senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com.
We have a show voicemail line now, Jim. Please feel free to send us your thoughts on DC Comics, news, characters, anything that goes through your mind during the course of the week. Found a interesting tidbit that you want to chat about, read a book that you're kind of excited about. Call 1-440-388-4434. That's 1-440-388-4434. Jim, what kind of a podcast are we?
Well, we are a spoiler podcast. We go in depth in plot lines, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Next week, Jim, we are going to be picking our first contest winner. And all previous entries will stay in the bin, so please keep adding your entries in. All they do is increase your chances of picking our book of the month. We are going to be picking people who have been adding website content, such as reviewing a comic, writing an article, create banners. We've got a wonderful new blog that's going on our website now. Please send any of your entries to ragingcontest@gmail.com. I'm really flexible on new ideas. We just want to get you involved in the show. So anything from audio comments to anything that you're really doing to add something to the show, we're putting contest entries in for. So we would love to have you join us for an episode and decide what our next Book of the Month Club is going to be. So it's going to be October's Book of the Month Club is going to be decided this month from one of our listeners.
Cool.
So then we'll pick that next week. That's ragingcontest@gmail.com for any of those entries. And Jim, this episode we're going to be joined by Chad Burdett as we discuss Ambush Bug Year None, number 1 and 2. And we're going to be talking about Final Crisis Revelations number 2. I have a whole bunch of speeding bullets that I want to chat about, some books that this week that I read that I'm really excited about. Some of them are spinning out of some of the voicemails that we got last week.
Cool.
There's people saying, hey, can we talk about this? Or, hey, I have some thoughts about that. So we're going to be chatting about those as well. And you can check the show notes to see what those books are. And what else are we talking about? Trinity!
Trinity!
Yay! Trinity. We're finally going to get back to Trinity. So we have a lot this episode.
Yeah.
And we have a few voicemails that we'll get to as well, and hopefully some listener emails and stuff. So we got
this should be a nice brief episode.
Yeah, we got a packed show as usual. So there we go.
Watch out, Batman. This could be tricky.
Jim, I wanted to kick off the show. It was really funny. We got a couple comments in the forum about the fact that the last 2 episodes have been more older material oriented, which we every so often do whenever we do like trades and things like that. And I was laughing at it because I'm like, oh, if you thought last week was old material, wait until you see how much new material's on this week's. Because we got a speeding bullets segment that we're going to be chatting about now. Besides the fact that we're doing top bullets, and then we're going on to Revelations, and we're going to be chatting Trinity. So this is going to be pretty packed with just chatting about stuff that's come out recently. One of the books that I wanted to do speeding bullets style, just because we haven't had a chance to go through as many of these Final Crisis tie-ins as I've wanted to. The second issue came out, and we talked briefly about the first issue, and I wanted to talk about the second issue of Rogue's Revenge. This is one I have been enjoying immensely. You and I were both reading and enjoying Bart's book when it came to a close. But then, as we talked about, we had Bart's death and all that, and that was one of those things. And it is funny how much Bart's death and how that was handled, both in this and in Countdown, and how, that has been playing through my head as I've been reading this series. I like that Johns is using the anger emotion with the rogues, because it fits that whole
Oh, yeah. And it's funny, because when the first issue came out, I was like, okay, they're trying to justify what they did, and I was kind of a little bit on the edge. Like, I was enjoying it because it was a good story, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is a cool story, so I'm liking it, but I was like, are they just trying to make an excuse for why the rogues killed him, saying, he should have survived it. Normally the Flash does get out of it because of speed, but the speed was taken away. But as we're seeing more, it's their where I'm learning their personality. I'm learning who the rogues are. And especially for me, this issue was one of those things where I was like, oh, I really like these guys. These are another villain unit that I was like, okay, they definitely have a code. They have their own, yeah, they are evil, yeah, they are bad guys, and we see how nasty they get in this issue, but there is a code to them. And I was like, okay, I'm understanding this. I'm liking this.
Because for me, the whole inertia's fault excuse is a bit weak.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not knocking this miniseries. What I like about it is exactly what you're saying. It's about defining who the rogues are post that event.
Yeah.
And who they are together, who they are as a group. How do they become a rogue? I like that they're using the Trickster's replacement.
Yeah.
As a demonstrating, because the Mirror Master is not the original Mirror Master. It's and those little elements, and that they have a tailor who creates outfits for them. And I like how there's an explanation, too, about wacky hero outfits.
Yeah.
Wacky villain outfits. The whole Silver Age, they had, crazy outfits and things like that. But this is about functionality, not for them to be aesthetically pleasing. And I love how they have so much respect for their tailor. And when all of a sudden these new rogues under Libra come after their guy, they take them to task. I loved Heatwave versus the new Heatwave and how that looked. I was like, because he's sitting there, and I loved his concept of, this is the difference. That guy that you beat up over there, he made this suit for me, and it can take it. Can yours?
Oh, yeah.
And here's the difference. You don't appreciate the flame. I love his passion for it, because it's been in the Johns run. Heatwave was shown so much as having this sickness to the heat.
Well, he's a pyromaniac.
Yeah.
In the last issue, they talked about how his family was on fire and he didn't do anything to help them, and they asked why. He's like, he couldn't take his eyes off the flame. He was mesmerized by the flame. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. And we're seeing even more of that for that. And then just with the two Captain Cold battles, I was like, outstanding. That was absolutely just a wonderful knowing, not only because a lot of times you figure, okay, a guy who just has a weapon, yeah, that's all he has. She's a one-trick pony. No, when you are a master of that one weapon and you know exactly what it can do,
Oh, yeah.
we just saw the difference between an amateur and a professional.
Right.
And I was just like, oh, that's cool. And,
Oh, the bit where he froze, he did that little like force field, that frozen force field, and it literally froze the guy to the point where he was frozen, and he breaks off his arm. Like just to basically send a message at this point. I liked, they were being messed with where they brought in, Captain Cold's sister and his dad and all that, and I loved how they showed his passionate past with Dad, where Dad, you know that villains have some moment that defines them, some moment that sends them down the path that they go down, and for him, it was obviously Mom being gone and Dad abusing them. And the moments where he's with his dad and he's like, I'm going to kill, first of all, we're going to come and we're going to kill you. Then I'm going to kill him.
yeah.
His own dad. How do you mess with that? I mean,
Right there, that should have told those guys, okay, run. Just get the heck out of there because you have nothing. Your only thing you have on him is, we have your dad. Well, after I kill you, I'm going to kill him. So, shoot, we have no leverage now. I was like, oh, one of the things I really digged was the new trickster.
Oh, yeah.
Because they acknowledge, and he tells them, like, hey, it's kind of like, we're not going to kill you because we're going to give you a chance, but you got to prove whether you're a rogue.
Right.
James is dead, so there is an opening, but you're not a rogue yet. We got to see what you got. And it was just like, oh, yeah, there's a chance depending on how you act. You got to do it right. You got to live by the code. You got to be a rogue. And I was just like, I like this, And
I do like that they're like a twisted family. They've got that aspect to them too. It's funny, the DC Villains books, this and Secret Six and all that, I'm loving this because it's so twistedly different than their, the main hero stories. It's fantastic. This is a great exploration of these characters. I'm rooting for these guys. I don't know what that says about me, but I'm rooting for them to, beyond this series, be a force in Final Crisis. And I do love Libra's explanation why he's going after them, that the Flashes have had a history in the Crises of, averting or, being a major part of preventing these things. And in a situation where evil wins, do you want to take down the people that can time travel? Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Because the Flash can go between dimensions, between universes. They can time travel. They can do all that, so it makes sense. I love that he's got Zoom, trying to get inertia going for to have like a new form of a Kid Flash, which leads me to some hope that we haven't seen the last of Bart.
Oh, I definitely don't think we've seen the last of Bart. I don't know if he was going for inertia to be the Kid Zoom, even. Maybe to be his protege, not just another Flash. I don't know. The one thing I did find interesting was, because we know Piper has access to the anti-life equation through his, flute. I'm wondering if that's one of the big reasons Lieber's going after them. Because anti-life equation versus anti-life equation, who would win? Because I'm like,
and the question is Morrison going to use that? It's kind of tricky because that happened in Countdown. So I'm questioning anything now that.
I don't know. It's because you think about it. If Piper went to the Rogues and said, "The world's going to end, we can stop it," I think the Rogues would band together, say, "Okay, we can't. Yeah. There's nowhere we can run to save ourselves. We have to stop this event." I think the Rogues would band together and would play hero just in order so they could, play hero, but for greedy purposes, so they could survive, not for the greater good.
Right.
But it's. Yeah, I really hope they bring that into this.
Well, here's the question, though. The Rogues, in this case, if the anti-life equation hit, wouldn't they be... There's got to be a resistance of some... Because they've got the 2 books coming out, Resist and Submit.
Right.
So there's got to be, I would assume by the nature of Resist, there would be a resistance of some sort that somehow survived the anti-life equation. So it's going to be interesting to see who's a part of that resistance, who's going to be... I would imagine it would be a surprising cast.
Yeah. And just like I wonder if, to throw out Piper again, if he could send out a tune that would clear people's minds. Mm-hmm. So you think about it, the rogues get possessed and Piper frees them.
Yeah.
So it's this book, it's a cool story, but there are going to be, it's like with any of the Final Crisis tie-ins, there are significant ramifications in the overall Final Crisis storyline. Now, you don't need to read these to understand the Final Crisis, but if you are, it's that whole extra, now you know the rest of the story. And, I don't know. I'm with the second issue. I was looking forward to it, and I enjoyed the first issue. This second issue, I was like, oh my God, this is outstanding. I'm loving this.
I especially love that Libra is pulling out all stops. He's going after family. He's going after Weather. He's got Weather Wizard's kid.
Yeah, and he went after the weakness. He's like, because he knows he needs the rogues on his side, and if they won't come willingly, he'll make them come over.
This is one I'm actually sad. This is 3 issues.
I know this. I wanted this one more.
Yeah, because it's really just a good series, and so I want to make sure we chat about it. We'll do the same thing. We'll casually chat about the 3rd issue because I want to do this a little bit more often. We started Speeding Bullets a while back, and we got off track with it because we had so many things to cover in the episodes, but I want to start getting this back into the show, at least every other episode, if we don't do it every episode. Just stuff that we've read during, the week or the past couple weeks that we enjoyed, because I think these are just kind of quick chances to shout out more books that we haven't had a chance to chat about. And I got a few more that I want to chat about. Through listener voicemail, Ziggo mentioned Booster Gold. And he said, "What you guys haven't really chatted about Booster Gold lately, and how you guys feeling about that?" And I couldn't agree with him more. 11 and 12, it's a 2-part story. Chuck Dixon penned, featuring Booster and the team going back in time to try and resolve a temporal crime. This takes them back to a classic era of Gotham where Batman and Robin are still teaming with the Barbara Gordon Batgirl.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, the artwork is top-notch, and there are some really hell-yeah moments here. I was so with Booster when he was driving the Adam West-style Batmobile and talking about how he studied it. This is history to him and something he looks up to and respects. Alfred defending the Batcave and showing he's a major partner to the Batman family, and the ripple effects that even tiny choices can make, and tinily ones.
Tinily choices. Tiny choices. In my wine. Okay, sorry.
And they said they wanted more singing. They solved the problem, but it takes Batman completely out of the equation, which, they go back to fix that problem, but did they cause issues now between Batgirl and the police? And, is it really resolved? I love the feeling that time is full of tiny little strands, and if you cut one, or bend one, or change one, it forces time down a completely different path with drastic consequences. And I adore the bits where Jim Gordon almost seems shocked but relieved at Batgirl's identity, like he knew deep down it was Barbara but is so glad it isn't when he's shocked by the fact that it's Booster's sister instead. Chuck is a master of writing the Batman family in any era. This is a solid 2-parter that left room for future storytelling. I love when a good fill-in story sets up future issues. Booster is a fantastic read. What eras in the past would you like, or what eras, period, would you like to see Booster explore, Jim? Past, present, future? Is there anything that you're like, geez, I'd really like to see Booster go here? Or you just like kind of the surprise of where they're going to go? Or?
I do like the surprise, so I'm not going to, I think that'd be kind of cool. Part of me would like to see Booster go back to JLI when he was a member, but not be able to, he'd have to either assume a different costume, be somebody else, so Booster wouldn't know it's him. Kind of like see him interacting with himself back in the past.
Kind of like what we saw in 11 and 12, sort of.
Yeah.
Because he did have to go in and interact with himself when he was in that situation as well. I liked that. But I know what you're saying, more interacting with a younger version of himself from way back and that type of thing.
Dealing with the arrogant, cocky Booster who's out for the the NASCAR Booster, dealing with that guy, and just have him go, man, I can't tell him, but I want to, and I want to smack him in the head and say, dude, straighten up, or something like that. I think would be kind of funny. I want to see him interact with Superman some more. Because that's another cool one where there's so much stuff that it could be, because Superman has defended Booster a lot in the past, because Clark looks for the good in people. I would like to see the explanation as to why Clark like how we had Bruce acknowledge the pictures of Booster trying to save Barbara from Joker. Have a similar circumstance where Superman, where he helps him, and he's like, you can never tell anyone of this day. He's like, don't worry, I won't. You have my word. I'm Superman. But throughout, then throughout every single thing Clark Kent has been through, he's known Booster Gold was really this good guy and saw the true potential of what Booster's going to be.
You're talking about in the past.
I'm talking like he visits Clark Kent right as he's first putting on the costume.
Wow. Okay.
So the entire time that Clark has been Superman, he's known that Booster Gold is going to be this great Time Lord, protector of the time barrier and stuff like that. I would love to see that story because Clark is just that positive optimist looking and good in people. Well, it'd be neat if he had it all along and never told anyone because he couldn't, because he's Superman and he gave his word.
I like that Booster, for myself, I like that Booster has explored major events like 0 Hour, but then this like Batman event was, just kind of one random, not really, just a random Batman happening versus it being like Nightfall or Cataclysm or, some big, like recognizable Batman event. It was just kind of Batman and Robin fighting crime with Batgirl present, and it led to this whole little twist. I liked the mixture, so I kind of want them to keep doing that. Go ahead and explore, like major DC happenings and show us that, but also do these moments that are just kind of created specifically for Booster Gold. It's kind of a nice mixture. I did like your idea though of they should do that sparingly though. Because I like the concept that
nobody knows he's this great hero. Yeah, and the only reason why I throw out Superman is just because
know that he would stick to his word.
And it'd be a cool story to see the young Superman.
And I like your idea there, and I like Batman today acknowledging him.
Right.
That he doesn't know what Booster's doing, but whatever he's doing, keep doing it. I liked that concept between the two of them, especially because they were on JLI together.
Yeah.
Through so much of that in the younger days where Booster was. So, I mean, it's an interesting sense of progression to see him with Batman in particular for that. Another book I wanted to talk about, Jim, was Catwoman number 82. The last issue of Catwoman. I've been a big fan of this series, I'm so sad to see it go because to me it's a prelude of sorts to the detective run we're seeing right now. A great issue focusing on Selina's current status quo, entirely focused on her and Batman, which is great for fans of Batman and Catwoman's relationship in general. This is really, if you're enjoying Detective Comics, you could pick up issue number 82, and there's enough in here that it's a great issue to grab as, like I said, a prequel. To the detective run. Will Pfeiffer and the whole creative team give this book an excellent send-off. I'm going to truly miss it. It's been a wonderful 82 issues. I'm kind of being a little spoiler-free on this one because I'm not sure everyone's been picking this one up. I'm going to say, though, if you're a fan of the Batman Catwoman chase scenes and things like that, it's interesting how this one all develops and why, and we get to see into Selina's head. It's a nice transition point from where she's been in her solo series to where she is now. Leaves me with a lot of question marks on where they're going with her. And I really liked... they explore emotionally what has happened with her and her daughter and her relationship with Bruce and what she's been doing in Gotham in the past few issues of her run, which everything's kind of laid out in this issue, so you don't really have to have read the whole series in order to enjoy it. It was a very well-crafted ending. I was a little choked up at the end of it because as a fan, this was 82 issues of a really well-done series that I think didn't get as much notice as it should have. And Will Pfeiffer, I really enjoy Will Pfeiffer's writing, so it was really nice to see him have like this kind of big bang ending issue. I was glad to see. I think he can be proud of this. Yeah,
this was a definitely cool ending, and I was going to play a little joke and throw out a fake spoiler, but you know what? I'm not going to, because I got to agree with you. It was a really cool issue, and I'm going to make this completely spoiler free and just because it was a good ending, and it's one of those things where I'm like, you know what, I'm not even gonna do a stupid joke on it. I'm being serious here. Pick it up, give it a nice read through. I
think Batman fans, if you are a Batman fan, it's Batman's throughout the entire book. So it's really one of those, I'm thinking people that maybe don't pick up the main Bat titles and don't grab this. That's why I don't really need anything I want to say about it. I don't really need to spoil anything, so I'm just kind of leaving that out at the moment just because I'd like to see people pick it up. It's a fun read. It really is. Now how far back, did you go any further back since we last talked about this book?
Why, no, of course not.
How much do you have of this one?
Let's see here. I've started going back. I'm farther back than 1 year later.
Okay, which is where you were last time when we chatted.
Right. So and what I'm doing is, as I do an order, I'll look and see, maybe pick up some of this. Or, if I'm looking for something else, I'll order a couple Catwoman.
Just get a couple issues.
Yeah, I get a couple issues at a time. If I'm at a comic shop, a local shop that I haven't been into a while, I'll go in there, I'll look and say, what Catwoman's? Oh, okay. I'll grab a couple Catwoman stuff like that.
So you're kind of casually filling in.
I'm not being psycho about it like Starman, where I have only one more issue to go.
Is that where you're at with Starman? One issue?
Yeah. Issue 54 is the only one I need, and I will have the full Starman, the Shade miniseries. So, yeah.
But you liked this enough that it was worth going back.
Yeah, and I can honestly see myself. I can see myself having the full Catwoman run in floppies. Just even though it's a done series, it's just one of those things. Like, you know what? I think I'd like to have this whole thing, and have it be part of my collection because it was a really cool story. I liked it, and so.
Wonder Woman number 24 with Bernard Chang as the guest artist. A very cool two-parter featuring the Queen of Fables and Sir Thomas of Cleveland, a.k.a. Nemesis, meeting with Mom for the first time since Diana began the courtship rites. I wanted to follow up on this because a listener voicemail shouted out last week and commented on the quality of the writing and the art, but also said that the end was somewhat confusing. And I kind of got that vibe, but took it completely that I was being disoriented alongside Diana. Like the Queen of Fables was disorienting me. So she faced various versions of herself, some continuity and some media from the Queen of Fables. So she got to see some of the bits that we've seen in comics. But then also we got to see the Kathy Lee Crosby Wonder Woman.
That.
I liked that. I took it as she was in some way using the stories of Diana against her, but I'm looking very forward to the next issue to learn more. So I took it as that was supposed to be that way.
Yeah, you didn't know. You have no idea what's real, what's in Diana's mind, what's an actual entity. What can the Queen of Fables create? Because what are her powers? What can she do? And I like that unknown quality.
But it was clear that she's pulling from stories.
Yeah, she's pulling from everywhere. It's not just Diana.
Real history.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I like that. I like that they're, especially with the whole movie, Wonder Woman the movie thing. Obviously that this gives Gail a chance to pull from the various media that we've seen with Wonder Woman and little nods to that. I'm a fan of that. But I got what he was saying about it being a little confusing at the end, but for me it was a disorientation that we were following along with Diana, which I'm a big fan of. I want to be there with the hero. That put me there. Yeah. So that worked for me.
And you gotta love her advisors. Come on, man.
Yeah.
The super gorillas are awesome. And it's that nice, just that splash of comedy thrown in there. It's not over the top. It's not something that takes you completely out of the action, but it's there. And it's just a nice little funny moments that just get you, yeah, cool. Big monkeys, all right. They rule. And it's, right in there. Boom.
I really enjoyed the Nemesis and Hippolyta bits. The more Gale delves into the Amazon tradition, the more I really enjoy this book. It's kind of like when Bruce Wayne gives us a tour of the Batcave within the storytelling, or we see some flashbacks to his childhood, when Superman lets us look into his past with the Legion, or his life on the Kent farm. These are moments that define her unique nature, and I eat them up. Alkion on the ridge overlooking as Tom and Diana were traveling back to the States was great foreshadowing. Her mother hoping for many children, perhaps to rebuild the Amazon race, but this would go against the cause that the Circle started to rebel against anyway. So Alkion there, I'm like, whoa, this is going to get good. Again, this is why a writer needs a run. Plant seeds along the way. Tease us. Keep us coming back for more. Throw in bits that we've seen previously. Further the storytelling. I'm loving Wonder Woman in a way that I haven't in a long time. This is a top-of-the-stack, exciting read for me that Wonder Woman is one of those books, I grab it first.
Yeah.
And it literally jumps ahead of everything else when it comes out because I'm very interested to see I'm interested in the new exploration of this. So it's a fun read for me, and the fill-in art was fantastic on this. It really looked good. I've been enjoying the artwork all along with Aaron Lopresti, and now seeing Bernard Chang and the fill-in art is a very good choice, and I liked the visual quality of this as well.
Definitely nice. It was good work, and it was what I shared with my family, about how, Cleveland now has a representative in the superhero community, and it was included in my mom writes every day to my brother Dave, who's currently stationed in Iraq, writes him a letter every day, and Wonder Woman and the whole thing about Sir Thomas of Cleveland was included with this past letter, so it's kind of a, sharing with the whole family that, Cleveland, we're on the map.
Brave and the Bold number 16 I wanted to talk about with Superman and Catwoman. Great one-shot by Mark Waid and Scott Collins. Batman is out of town, so Superman agrees to fill in for him. Always cool to see the big blue through the eyes of Batman's supporting cast. He carries himself quite differently, and they immediately respect him for that. Both he and Catwoman find that they need each other, which leads us to an uncomfortable team-up in that he can't trust her. And they rush to the top of an auction to take care of a secret that could affect Batman forever, and yet each has individual motivations, which is what works so well. Fun, adventure-filled. Don't miss this issue. It's a single, self-contained issue. Easy pickups if you're a fan of Superman or Catwoman, or that's immediately intriguing. You can pick up Brave and the Bold number 16 just by itself and read it and have a good time.
Definite fun read through.
Yeah, it's a good read. Nightwing number 148. This is the RIP issue. Tomasi, Rags, Michael Bear, et al. They do it again. Dick was in bad shape last issue, and what I love about Nightwing is that he perseveres and somehow narrowly escapes the situation because he has a positive attitude. He was the light in the darkness for Bruce, and that is his strength. He doesn't give up. He looks for openings. He, saves the girl with some great stunt sequences and manages to make it back to the Batcave so Alfred can rescue him. Tomasi lets us know within the story that this takes place post his Arkham incarceration. That's all I need. Quick little panel, tell me where it fits in, and back to the story, which I appreciated that.
Oh, big time, because that was the thing when the RIP story arc started. I'm like, okay, is this post Arkham? When do we find out about that? Mm-hmm. And we're going to find out. We're going to get the answers. We're going to know exactly what happens. I'm like, okay, cool.
Well, we all knew he was getting out of Arkham.
Yeah, we knew that.
But I was assuming it's going to be in the main Batman title because it's part of that story. But I really appreciated the quick little thing because it was a question mark I had.
Yeah.
And I would have been shocked if Tomasi didn't tell us.
Right.
Because it just doesn't fit.
And, of course, just any of the Bat family, with any of the Bat titles, you need a strong, Bat supporting cast.
Yeah.
Alfred, which we get in this.
Oh, yeah.
Repeatedly, over and over again, we get that strong cast. And I was just, I'm watching, I'm reading this, and I'm like, yes, Alfred, that's cool. Alfred, and it's, oh.
Well, and the Alfred bits, to me, that was the important story here was Batman's missing, and there were interesting bits with Alfred that made me wonder. Nightwing wonders why he knows so much about surgery. Alfred has always been a solid medic, but in this case, I don't feel that was a red herring. There are secrets to be found, and I'm wondering what we're going to learn about Alfred, Thomas, and Martha Wayne as RIP continues. What are we going to learn here? Are these going to be little changes, big shocks, little shocks? What's real, what's not? The key to this book is that I like Dick Grayson, which is important. Dick Grayson should always be the cool older brother type of character that we want to emulate. That's what he was to me growing up. So to see him like this, I'm like, yeah, Dick Grayson. Of course, he's younger than me now in the books, but I still feel like that when I read this book, and I like that. Tomasi gets him, and I hope he has a good long run. Because this is, to me, if you walked away from Nightwing for whatever reason, you weren't finding the book you were looking for, please pick up Peter Tomasi's run on this book, because Nightwing now is a very special, unique title that I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, and I've said this before, and I'll continue saying it. I understand why everybody complains so much with the Nightwing 1 year later. And even after the 1 year later, people were still, it's not Nightwing, it's not Nightwing. And I was like, man, I'm reading, I'm enjoying it. I now understand. I see this is the kind of character you guys wanted. The guy to carry, you were like, this is what he should be like. Okay, now I get why there's so many people who weren't happy with the previous stuff.
Have you read Green Arrow Black Canary number 12?
No, I don't think so.
It's one of those, I don't have this in my notes. I'm shooting it off the top of my head. It's the conclusion of the major story arc that's been going on, so I won't reveal how it concludes. I just want to say how much I really enjoyed the first 12 issues of this series. It's been consistently in my top bullets for a reason. I'm really, really loving the whole marriage, the Green Arrow family, that type of thing. And this comes to a conclusion in a way that I found very interesting, and in a way that leaves open for future storytelling, out of the arc. it just was really, really well handled. And we'll probably talk further about it after you've read it. Maybe next week we'll chat a little bit more in a Speeding Bullets or the week after or something like that, just to talk about this book a bit more. But it's one nice 12-issue run. And I would say after this, for people, if you haven't been jumping on Green Arrow Black Canary, issue 13 is going to be the start of a new arc, I'm assuming. So it's a good time probably to jump on Green Arrow Black Canary, because I've been really, really liking this book a lot. So it's another fun read. Another Adam Strange, did you get to read the special?
No, I didn't get
behind on that?
I am so far behind right now. I'm just trying to get caught up on titles and whatnot.
What about Ran Thanagar 3? Have you been reading any of that?
No,
you're really behind.
I'm really.
Okay.
I had a lot of stuff with work going on that I haven't been able to do a lot of free time with reading. So.
Oh, see, I've been this. I got lucky with the 2 days this week. I started on City of Heroes last weekend, and I got to play and I was like, great. I got to put in a good couple hours. I got to advance a couple of my characters, where I got to play with them. I logged onto the super group, got to play and have some fun with that. Then I went on to Guardian. I got to play with some of my characters on Guardian. So I had a good old time. Nobody was on. But, I had a good old time with some character advancement. But I was excited because I'm like, then I followed that up with, I get this phone call on Monday. My school district had a power outage. So, and I had all my power here, so I'm, naturally my first thought is, cool, City of Heroes. So I was going to do that because I had the bug. So I went to go and play City of Heroes, and wouldn't you know it, an hour after I got my phone call, my internet, phone, everything went out. It was out for the 2 days I was off work, it all went out. So what's a guy to do?
Read some comics.
There you go. It's not a sad story. I had a good old time. I will say this. Just a shout out to any of our listeners that were affected by any of the hurricane related things, in Texas, straight on through, or if your families were, my heart goes out to you. We did have people locally here who had power out for days, lost their homes. We had some deaths here locally, so I'm not making light of any of that. It was really one of those things as I was thinking about it. I posted something in the forum. I posted a little thread just kind of shouting out everybody, and I kind of want to do that right now because I was minorly inconvenienced for a couple of days, and I was thinking to myself how much we all rely on power and electricity and things like that, and I had no connection to the outside world other than I would throw on my cell phone. But for people that lose their homes and things like that, I literally got to see, as I was driving out to my school district, homes that were completely demolished. You know what I mean? Their home has to be completely rebuilt. It's not an issue of they lost a porch or something like that could be restructured. Their home was completely demolished, and that means the stuff inside their home too they lost. And all I was thinking as I was driving to work, my jaw kind of dropped, and it really kind of put things into perspective to me, just what people in other places must be going through, where the devastation's far worse than here. Here it was very mild compared to that, but it looked terrible here. So if this is mild, I was like, oh my gosh, what must it look like in some of those places? So if you're anywhere where you got hit severely or your family did, I just wanted to say my heart kind of goes out to you, because it was one of those things where, I don't know, just felt like an appropriate time to shout that out.
Okay.
Just real quick about Ran Thanagar and Adam Strange, because there's actually a reason I wanted to bring those up. It's interesting, we talked about the Hawkman special, and it's interesting that this theme of what is real and what's not is continuing. And I'm not going to spoil that book for you, Jim, but I'm going to say that he has a very similar encounter with Sinar, and where Sinar gives him a look at his past, his present, and a potential future. And so it's interesting to see, and I'm not going to tell you what happens in those events, but some of those events have me worried for Adam now, the same way that I was worried about Hawkman. But I'm actually encouraged by that, too, because now I'm starting to think, well, some of this is stuff they can change. Because I'm like, they can't mess with both of these guys like this, can they? So it's interesting to see. But Ran Thanagar number 3 was excellent, and this is a series that just continues to get better. I can't wait to see what Starlin's going to do next. So it's another one. If you're not reading Ran Thanagar Holy War, we're only, I think issue 4 is coming out next week, or may have come out in this week's. I just got my comics today, so I didn't get to see if it was in that batch. It's either this week it came out or it's next week, and if you haven't picked it up, check out our website and you can see where it is. You can really pick up the first 4 issues, I'm sure, pretty easily. It's a fun, cosmic story. Very well written, gorgeous art, and I can't recommend Ran Thanagar enough. And the two specials. You got to pick up the two specials because it's one of those that they go as much with it as the Sinestro Corps specials like Cyborg Superman. And those kind of went with that whole Sinestro Corps story, how they added some value to it. So I would recommend the same thing. You know what, Jim? Why don't we go ahead and get into our Top Bullets segment?
Holy hole in a donut!
Hey, Sean and Jim, this is Rick Croxton, the Pulp Reader from the forums, and I got a DC question for you. Back in the 1980s, DC had done several maxi series like the Camelot 3000, Sun Devils, and Watchmen, all in a self-contained universe. There was a series that came out that featured an actor who reprises his roles from the movies he did. And I believe it lasted like 12 issues. It came out in the 1980s, but I can't remember what the name of the series was. I think it may have started with like an S. But other than that, I could see the picture of the covers, but I don't know what his name was. If anyone can tell me the name of this series, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's funny, as Jim and I were listening to that back, you asked me the $1 million question. Do you know it?
Well, because I know it.
Do you know what it is?
Of course.
Oh, you're so full of it.
Come on, what do you think? You're like, do you? Wow, really?
I thought like this is one of those where like you read it on a website. Well, I mean, you do read things on websites now, and you come in with some doozies, and I'm like, how do you know that? I have no clue. So
Yeah,
I'm actually anxious, too, to see if in the forums anybody, or if you want to do a follow-up voicemail, whatever, if somebody knows what that is, I'm curious. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Jim, it's been a long time in coming, actually.
I know, this is 2 months worth, July and August. So thank you to everyone who continued to keep sending on. And, even though we hadn't done it, it's like, here's this month. So keep on just, sending them out when you guys, and you don't have to wait until like the end of the month. If you already have your top 5, like, hey, this is, boom, send it out. If you later on go, I wish I had taught, you read something at the end of the month, go, man, I wish I would have included this. Send me a revised thing saying, hey, this also was really outstanding. I got to just do a quick shout out on it. So, that's cool too. It's, the Top Bullets thing is very flexible. We bend and flow, and we kind of get in the groove of what everyone's talking about. So, don't feel rigid or structured, or don't feel like, I gotta, create some type of masterpiece when you're sending me a couple things. Just say what you're talking about, man. Say what you're gushing about, what you're raging about. It's, this is your section to, say what you're thinking, what you want to do, and whatnot. So let's have some fun with it.
That's cool. I really wanted to, we talked about this, I'm like, should we skip July's books, or should we, and I'm like, we kicked back up, we started doing June's books, and I'm like, I want to make sure we do this every month, because I think it's an important thing to do. So even though we got bumped, really the 2 episodes that did us in were the Batman one and the Gypsy Cafe one, which were wonderful. I'm glad we got to do them. I don't mean them in a negative way at all, but it kind of threw us off, because then you and I got to go to, we had conventions that we did prior to that, and then we had the CGS show, and we got really thrown off.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure we at least did. So what I did for July, and do we have a listeners one for July, or are they all kind of together?
What I did was I merged everything together.
So you contabulated them.
Yeah, I contabulated them.
Okay, why don't we talk about yours and my July ones? Then we'll do the listener ones and go into August.
Okay, because I kind of did a contabulated one for mine as well.
Okay, then why don't I just do my July ones? We'll do the listener ones, and then we'll go do your, because I actually did a July one.
Oh, okay. Because I kind of figured, I'll just do the same thing where I'll, run it all together.
That's fine.
Okay.
So we'll do it that way. I'll just go through them real quick. I did an outside of DCU top 5 and an inside of DCU top 5 for July. Figuring that I started to do my normal list, and I literally did that. But I'm like, just for time wise, I'll chop it down to 5. My top bullets number 5 for DC Universe for July was, I had a tie here, and I couldn't break the tie. Ambush Bug Year None number 1, and Green Arrow Black Canary number 10. There were 2 books. I was looking at them, I'm like, well, which one do I like more? And I'm like, I was so into having Ambush Bug back, and later on in the show you're going to hear us talk about why Ambush Bug is so unique and quirky, and it was a crazy segment to record. It was a book, and a Green Arrow Black Canary, as I just said in the Speeding Bullets, I'm loving that series so much that I just couldn't make a decision on that one. Boost number 4 was Booster Gold 1 Million. which to me was just a very pivotal issue in Booster Gold. I'm really enjoying this series more and more as it goes on. I don't know why I haven't talked about it as much on the show, because I've been liking it all the way through. But this is a great one that flashed, to the far future, and we got to see some resolution of the storyline. We got to see Booster's sister. The whole thing was just a wonderful closing and wrapping up to Jeff Johns' run on this book, which I really, really liked. I'm glad this book is back. Dan Jurgens is going to be taking over as the writer, who's been with the series since the beginning, actually created the character. I'm excited to see more from this book. I really liked the Chuck Dixon follow-up to this. I liked at the end of the series that once again we got those wonderful teasers that Jeff Johns does to what's coming up in the book. There was some great emotion there. I was hoping that the surprise reappearance was going to be Ted. I was hoping for that. I'm glad it was his sister, though. That worked too. There's that little part of me though that was hoping, and that's only because they made it so cool when he was back. So I'm hoping we're not done with him yet. Maybe we'll see him at some point. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Number 3 for me was Wonder Woman number 22. This storyline was so cool to see her go with into this fantasy world, and the artwork with Aaron Lopresti really just worked so well there. Magic, sorcery, and all of that. Diana works really well in that type of world where we see her, with fur on and getting into battle, and I like that about her. But then she looks as every bit as regal when you put her in a in a different in a more formal setting like that. She's one of those characters that's really a lot more flexible than I ever realized. Growing up as a kid, I had this one view of Wonder Woman, and now I can view her completely differently as a character that really she can go into space, and we've seen so much done with her that she's really a flexible character. I loved this, though. I think this really showcased Aaron Lopresti's art. Her battles and the respect, and I like the inner dialogue as we got to get kind of inside her head as she was the corruption that she was going through of her when her hand changed, and then she started fighting the corruption within her. And we even see now in the current book that there's some after effects to this in her head. She's still having some trouble dealing with the trauma she went through in this story. It was great. Number 2 for me was Final Crisis number 2. I really, really have been enjoying Final Crisis. We did a whole episode segment devoted to Final Crisis number 2, so I'm just going to refer you back to that, just kind of hear our thoughts on it. But this event has been nothing but exciting for me. My number 1 was Final Crisis Requiem. That was released in July, and it made me actually really, really care about the Martian Manhunter in a way that I don't always. I think he's handled very well in some stories, other stories he's not. This is one from start to finish. I'm glad they did it after the fact, because I liked the way his death was handled, but I liked the way this book from start to finish portrayed the whole situation. And we got to see the heroes. We got to see him connect with the heroes. It was everything that I'd want to be kind of a honorarium to a Silver Age hero. It's one of those where I'm always cautious to say I don't want to see him back, after they do a story.
Yeah, if it's a good story that brings him back,
yeah,
okay,
so
cool.
I'm fine with that. But this is one of those that left me with the feeling that I don't want to see him back because it was so good how it presented that.
Yeah,
and I'm putting a little disclaimer on that, though, saying that really, in all honesty, at this point in time, give me a good writer who's going to do a good story. You can bring back anybody, I don't care. But this is one of those stories that made me feel that way. My outside of the DCU for July 2008, number 3 was Casey Blue. Number 3. Have you been reading that one at all?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool title.
It's another one. That was Wildstorm,
yeah.
which I really, really am enjoying that book. Number 4 was Northlanders number 8. Brian Wood just rocks. Number 3 is Madame Xanadu number 2, which has been a series that the artwork on this has just been, it's one of those Vertigo titles that visually draws me in. I expected more. I love Matt Wagner's writing, so I expected that was going to be the immediate draw for me, and it is. I'm loving the writing, but I find that I look at the visual nature of the book first, then go back and read the dialogue, which for me, I very rarely do that. I usually read the story first, then I go back and enjoy the visual experience. That's kind of my way of handling it. This one, I actually look at it first, then go back and read it. So it's an interesting process for me. I'm enjoying both. I mean, it's very well put together, but it's a beautiful, beautiful looking book. Tiny Titans number 6. It's really for me. It's this school year, I'm instructional tech at my building, and I've got a lot of stuff going on. So I've had a very hectic, very rough beginning of the school year. It's one of the reasons why my time has been very limited. So, and you and I were actually talking earlier this week about how we've both been getting kind of stressed. And I was trying to figure, I'm like, is it the show that's stressing me out or what? And I just kind of realized, like, no, I'm actually really excited. Like this right now,
it's fun.
It's so nice to be able to kick back and relax for a few minutes and just talk comics with you. This is fun for me. So I'm glad that wasn't it, because I need this type of thing. But it's literally why, like, I haven't been on Facebook or MySpace or things like that. I'll pop in and check those things this week at some point. But normally I'm much better with checking those things show-related. City of Heroes has been sparing. The only reason why I'm even bothering to tell that story is Tiny Titans is my happy book. I literally, and I got to be honest with you, I do reread this book a lot. Sometimes I'll reread it like heavy, where I'll go in and I'll like try to catch every little joke and stuff like that. Other times I'll just kind of page through it and laugh at it, and just have a good time. It's fun. It's enjoyable. It's very different than anything else that's in my reading library, which is why I like it so much, because it's very fresh. It's very fun. I would say anybody that is on any level a Titans fan, and I've said this, I'm like a broken record with it, but if you aren't reading this book, all ages is for everybody, and this is one of those for everybody books. I love this book. I love Art and Franco. I know you're laughing.
I'm laughing just because I know what I wrote on my notes when I'm talking about my top bullets.
Okay, so number one for me this month, Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam number one. This is one of those books. Oh, I was talking with Jamie D from Comic Geek Speak about this. We were over at dinner during the CGS Super Show. And I just said, Jamie, this is the kind of book that for me as a teacher, I love. And it's one of the things I'm loving about this new Johnny DC line, and the fact they're creating some of these original books, because I'm hoping they're going to stick. Like Tiny Titans, I want it to go forever. This, I want it to go forever. Because it really gets to the core. I enjoyed so much what Jeff Smith did with that hardcover, taking a look at the Shazam series. Did you read this yet, the Jeff Smith one?
The Jeff Smith one?
Yeah.
No.
Prelude to this?
No.
All right. I'll have to let you... actually, remind me. I'll give you the issues. Because I've got the hardcover and I've got the original issues too, so I'll just give them to you. I'd like you to read that. Did you read this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I loved it.
Yeah. And I mean, this one went so well. The amount of dialogue in this one I was really impressed with. It fits this book. I'm not saying that every all-ages book should have this, but it reminded me of Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck. It's one of those examples that I use from somebody who says that you can't learn a lot from comic books as far as for reading. This has a lot of dialogue in a good way. It's well-balanced, well-paced, beautiful artwork. It's got a great sequential storytelling to it. I want this in a trade immediately the second they have enough issues for it. I want this in my classroom. This, Tiny Titans. You want to make a comic fan who's a teacher happy? Trade these books for me, please. I will buy 2 copies of each for my room. Because this is stuff that I know, bar none, my kids are passing around in the classroom Patrick the Wolf Boy, which is done by Art and Franco. They're passing around Bone. They're passing around that Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck. A lot of Marvel stuff. Legion of Superheroes from the cartoon. I've got that in there. I want more of this stuff. Give it to me in trades, please. The singles are for me. So I really wanted to spotlight that issue. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to do a July list, because it came out that month. And this is a book that I don't be shied away by the Johnny DC label, and say, oh, it's the kid's book. No, there's a lot of depth to that story. And I'm excited for the next issue. It's Black Adam, baby.
I know.
And that's next week, I think. It's not this week, it's next week.
Yes, I believe so.
I looked on the site, so I know it's... I don't think it was in this week's list, so I think it's next week's book. But if it didn't come out this week, definitely check it out next week. Number 2 is out, so this is a great time to jump on this book. You only got a couple issues to grab. Issue 1 was worth it. So, all right, Jim, why don't we take a look at the contabulated listener list?
Okay.
And then I can go into ours.
Well, before we get started, let me do. We got a couple honorable mentions.
Okay.
That got some votes, but didn't have enough to make that top 5 list. And they are Green Lantern Corps, which usually makes our top 5, but this time there's some stiff competition that that it took it out, and also all new Adam got some love, and I was really glad to see that people were saying that it's now over, but it had a true it had a good ending. There was definite a nice solid thing. There was a definition of that Ryan isn't going anywhere in the universe. He's still going to be around. Ray's going to be around. We don't know what exactly each of their roles are going to be, but they're there, and it wasn't a ending of okay, you're done now, goodbye. No. Ryan is still the Atom, but also Ray is the Atom. There's two Atoms out there. We got multiple Flashes.
Well, it looks like Ray's Ray Palmer, though.
Right,
They aren't billing him as the Atom.
Right.
Like the times that we've seen Ray Palmer now, it's been Ray Palmer scientist.
Yeah.
So he's acting in that capacity, which I like. I really like him being as like this scientific advisor. We see him in Trinity.
Right.
In that role, and I really like that. But then it's kind of like the younger Ryan now he's in the field, but because he's a scientist as well, he's offering his scientific expertise in the field in a way that I really like the interaction between them. It's worked really well in Trinity. One thing I wanted to add to what you were saying is they've been really supporting All New Adam with trades. In the sense that we've been seeing the trades continue to be solicited for this book. So if you missed this one, it was really Jim and I, month after month, were raving this series. It's a wonderful series. And even when, Gail Simone left, it continued to be a great book. And I was glad to see that they kept the quality up of the writing. It was Rick Remender.
Yeah, and they continued on with some really cool stuff with Ryan. And he... As I said, for me, he is the Atom.
Yeah.
But now I am really curious about Ray Palmer stuff so much that I picked up that trade sort of the Atom. Because I want to know more.
Did you get to read that yet?
I haven't had a chance to.
No, time-wise.
Come on. Yeah. But, okay, on to the list. Now, number 5 is the Superman titles. Now, I was going to split these things up, but so many people, when they voted, they said the Superman titles. And everyone's really starting to see these merging together. Superman, Action Comics, and even Supergirl is getting thrown in the mix. And I'm loving that because, one, I am a fan of families. I'm a fan of team books. So when we see these multiple individual titles affecting, interacting, and locking in, I'm digging it.
Did you get to read the Empress issue of Supergirl yet? That's the last one before the new creative team?
Yeah.
So I'm actually kind of excited now because when Sterling Gates and Jamal Igle kicked it, I enjoyed that issue. But I'm excited now for the new creative team to come on, especially after we were at the CGS Super Show. Jamal Igle was there with some wonderful artwork from Supergirl. And you haven't seen anything
I know.
yet. This book looks like a book that belongs up there with the other two Superman books. I'm excited for it to be a family of titles, and I'm glad to see that they're going to be cooperating and doing big storylines. I'm ready for that. I'm Superman happy at the moment.
Oh God, yeah. And it was funny with everyone's comments. There was so much Jeff Johns love going on in the top bullets emails that I was like, okay, which one do I go with? Who's And I picked David Faust, Simulated Stereo, and it was like, Jeff Johns looks like he's trying to write the definitive Brainiac story. As far as I am concerned, he's succeeded in everything I want in a Superman story. Impending doom, moments of the fortress, touching moments in Smallville with Ma and Pa, humorous and heartfelt moments with Lois, reinforcement in the bond of Kal-El and Kara. Brainiac has always been my favorite Superman villain. Kara's revelations that we've never seen the real Brainiac is pretty massive as the climax of this issue. And I was like, yeah, I was like, there's so much going on with the Super family. And a couple of people were saying how they can't wait for the numbering to come out and how we're seeing this meshing of Superman, Action Comics, and Supergirl. And I was just like, yes, I'm digging that as well.
The Atlas story, too.
Yeah.
Not to be overshadowed. The Brainiac story, because it's Brainiac. And it's, you're always when you take a well-known villain, and you redefine them in such a way where you capture everything that was cool about that villain before and nail it, but yet in some way make the villain that much more imposing without losing the elements that made that villain unique to begin with, you're going to hit a home run with that. And he did. I mean, the artwork's gorgeous. It's really creepy. It's a wonderful reimagining of Brainiac in such a way. Like I said, it feels like Brainiac. It doesn't feel like somebody you don't know who they are, which that's sometimes where a revamp goes horribly wrong. They lose the core of the villain. In the case of this Atlas run, though, to watch this this powerful entity that's attacking Superman in a way that Doomsday did. How caught up are you on that? Are you up to the current issue?
No, I'm one issue behind on that.
Okay, because that Atlas storyline is absolutely wonderful to see Lois's and Jimmy's reaction to the whole thing, and just watch how LexCorp is getting involved and analyzing, and we've seen these cameras around that are following Superman, and see how that's being used. He's got Big Brother watching him. In many ways, that's it's Lana's way of using that technology in a way where it helps the company make money, which makes her look good. But again, it also gives her a chance to watch Superman and somehow be able to help him out when necessary, nod to their relationship.
Yeah.
And I really, really like her a great deal in this series as well. Some of the low moments with Lois in the current issue, the one that was just out, and I'm not going to spoil it, but there were some really wonderful moments with Lois and Superman which show how you can make a marriage work in comics. And I really respect how they handled that. So to me, that was
yeah. Oh, yeah. Number 4, again, another kind of merging because of multiple months, but it was JSA and JSA Annual. And it was just,
I don't know how you can separate those.
It's, a couple, and it was funny because a couple of people, would send in 1 month, send in the annual, then the next month they send in the JSA. I was like, okay, we got to merge these two together because it's just a natural flow through. And those, you think about just what actually happened and how the one's building on the current, and then we currently see this is an epic event. This whole thing with Magog and whatnot, and, it's, wow.
I'm currently interested in seeing what side the heroes are going to take. Because there's going to be some divisions there. At least a two-front division. Some are going to side with Gog, some are going to side with their team members, on the other side. And I don't think it's going to be as plain as the people that helped Gog are going to side. Because we've already seen Hawkman kind of siding with him because of the warrior-like way. And his ways of ending war. So I'm going to be curious to see how this all philosophically and what it's going to take to bring them together, because that's very intriguing to me. But I'm going to be curious to see the reasons why people side one way or the other, because that's coming.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I mean,
oh yeah, there's definitely going to be battle lines drawn. There's going to be
missed opportunities.
Yeah, it's and that's why I think this is a story that is going to affect the JSA for years to come. This is a JSA epic event. This isn't just a story arc. We're going to be years from now having ramifications from this story that we're going to see, and I think this is one of those wow moments coming up that it's a defining thing, and it's part of that whole. I know there's something just massive coming that I know is going to be, a couple years from now, we're going to be sitting back going, remember that annual? Remember that annual? Remember, when first they showed up, when, Damage first got healed, or when when Dr. Midnight could see. You remember when all that happened? So it's, yeah.
Here's the question, though. Do you think if they band together and they turn on Gog, that all those things are going to be undone?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's... you
hardest
got
on Damage.
The hero's got to make the choice,
right.
And so it's gonna be a toughie.
Here's my question. It came up in the forum. It's actually a very interesting discussion. Do you think the Kingdom Come Superman is sticking around? I mean, speculation at this point, but I'm curious. Do you have you felt like he was coming back as a permanent mainstay, or this was a temporary thing, and we were at some point going to see him leave? Where are you at on that?
I'm still thinking that he's going to be offered the blue ring by Ganthet.
Okay, so you see him as being...
I see him sticking around, but I don't see him sticking around in JSA. I see him when Dark... When the Darkest Night happened, and all that, Blackest Night, happens. I see him getting offered the blue ring for, Ganthet and what's her name. Yeah, so...
I guess, it's funny. I guess I've always looked at him as a short term, and I mean, short term can be, he's around for a couple of years.
And who knows how long?
Who knows how long for a couple of years? That's still short term.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know on him. It's interesting. I run hot and cold on it. I guess I've always been assuming that, they're going to bring him in for an arc, but then I had no idea that this is going to turn into such an epic that it really is. See, it's funny nowadays. I think there was an interesting debate over whether this storyline's been too long, and there's no right or wrong answer to that. That's your own personal taste. So if you think this is too long for you, that's your dime. That's kind of my take on it. But, and my feeling is, I grew up reading writers who were doing epic stories that were told, through, they had like a beginning opening arc, and then that led into a bigger arc. And, we took this Gog arc where Gog was doing all these benevolent things, and now it's leading into Magog. And you know that this is where really, all hell's going to break loose, and we're going to really see some twists and turns. We got to see this little Earth 2 visit. I'm enjoying this ride so much that if they compress this all together in like a 6-issue thing, I would have been really disappointed. Because to me, it's the build of how many ways this storyline has really deeply touched so many members of the Justice Society. That's where it's working for me. So, to me, it's kind of like, more please.
Yeah,
I'm like the little kid with the bowl. More please.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because as I said, I see this as an epic event in the JSA, and that's something you can't just tell in a 4-issue arc or a 6-issue arc. You need it spread out. You think about the Sinestro Corps War was a 9-issue arc told over 2 different titles. This is one title, really. So I see, it's that same type of epic event that's going to affect these characters. So that's why if every story arc was this long, I could say, okay, yeah, maybe story's a bit long, but the fact that this is something so monumental and something it's going to shake and rattle the very bones and probably the fabric of the JSA, because you think about it, JSA is a family.
Right.
They're a family of superheroes. It's the old teaching the young. Well, we're going to have that tested. The family is going to get tested in this. It's because we know the sides are going to be drawn, and what side do you want to do? What if to keep his healed face, he's got to do something against his family. He's got to turn against his family. Will he do it? Will he not do it? Will he? It's that whole what is going to happen, and I don't know, and I'm just eagerly anticipating it. And for me, each issue gives me enough of a bang and enough of a cool story that I'm like, come on, end it already, because I'm not bored with it. If I was like sitting there and I was bored with it, then I'd say, yeah, okay, maybe you're dragging it on a little bit, but I'm not. I'm loving every time I read it, going, yeah, oh, cool. Hey, I wonder if this is going to. Hey, I wonder if this might happen. Ooh, it's that whole ooh factor, that keeps me going.
I like the events in the monthly books.
Yeah.
It's like this JSA one. You're really getting the whole event within the monthly, with the exception of the annual and a couple specials that are going to be coming out. This is all contained in the main title, very similar to what the Green Lantern books did. What we're seeing in Superman. Superman's got this big new Krypton thing coming up, and yeah, there's going to be a few little side specials and things out of that, but the main gist of the story, the main story is going on in their books. And I love that. I mean, Batman, we got it with R.I.P. We got Wonder Woman coming up with the Rise of the Olympian.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's these 2 issues right now, this 24 and then 25. Yeah, the genocide thing that's coming out is a huge storyline. I'm excited for that. So it's nice to see the events flowing in a way that logically makes sense from where the current monthly arcs are going. A nice organic flow to it versus like a miniseries that starts and ends. This just flows nicely in there. So I'm glad to see that the writers are really doing that. And having a good time with it, because that's what I want. I want my monthly books to feel like they're events, and this is great. So
okay, number 3 is Trinity. I know. I was very pleased to see that Trinity was up in the top 5 there. And David Alusi had some really cool stuff to say about it. He's like, I like this book more with every issue that comes out, and it's often the first thing I read off my pile. Busiek, Niciez, and Bagley, along with all the talented co-feature artists, are crafting an interesting, fast-paced story that not only examines the characters of each member of the Trinity, but shows us in great detail why they're so important in the DCU. More happens in this issue of the weekly book than in many monthly books. I'm constantly blown away. And I tell you, I gotta just say ditto. That right there is some of the echoes some of my sentiments on Trinity, that it's this great in-depth study of the Trinity, but also how they're seen, how they're perceived, how they interact with the DCU, why the Trinity itself is an entity, what's so important between their individual relationships, and just on and on. It's just like, oh, yes, I'm loving this title.
Yeah, we're going to chat a little bit about Trinity, so that's why I'm not really biting my tongue as much as I'm like, we'll save it for when we're actually talking about the material.
Okay, number 2 are the Bat titles. Now, this is going to get interesting because the bad titles, really, I'm only talking about Detective, Robin, Nightwing, and even Batgirl. And here's why. Because the number one is Batman R.I.P. by itself. This was a weird thing. I was got
to say the bad titles. Are you including Batman and the Outsiders in there too?
Actually, oh yeah, Batman and the Outsiders got included. Okay. A lot of people were voting for Batman R.I.P. and then the next thing they'd say is the bad titles. And I was just like, wow, it wasn't just one person doing it. There was a couple people doing it. Like,
Batman and the Outsiders.
So I decided to separate them instead of putting them all together. As one giant bat titles like I did with the Superman, because there was some definite just, strong feelings on both of these things, and I was really digging, like Darth Dad, Jason Page, he was talking about how Tomasi, Dini, Nicias continue to make these must-read books, talking about the other bat titles. Plus, Beechin reminds me why I love reading a monthly Batgirl book. And it was just like, there's just... people were looking at these things separate as RAP, and it was just like, I was like, you know what? I can see that. I can see why RAP is this. Yes, everything is connected. Yes, we're seeing these things, but RAP is this like kind of separate story, and we're seeing the ramifications in the other title. And I was like, oh, that's really cool.
Did you say we had some outside of the DC universe?
We do have some outside DC universe stuff. A couple of titles. Wildcats got a lot of love. People were really digging, what they're doing with the kind of the relaunch of the Wildstorm universes. But I tell you, we had such a passionate plea from David Lucy that I have to share it with everybody. It's about Young Liars. This is one of my favorite reads every month. Danny is not a good person, but man, does he pay for it. And if you're not reading, if you read it, you'll know why he paid for it. Poor guy. I do feel bad for him. And if there were 5 books every month dedicated to Sadie, I would buy all 5 of them. Plus, spin-offs, minis, specials. Come on, DC. Sadie could totally be the next Batman. Please? Please, everyone buy this book. It at least deserves a tryout read. If it ever gets canceled, I'm going to cry blood. Now,
and wait, this month, the trade for Young Liars is very cheap. So definitely, we mentioned it last week on the show. You can get it at DCB Service. It was $5.99, I think, or $4.99 or something like that. It was in that ballpark range.
Give it a read, guys.
Yeah, it was I want to say it was $5, maybe 6 tops. I don't know, but it was insanely cheap.
We got somebody willing to cry blood for this title, and you know what? I got to go along with them on that. This is just one of the. I talk about my palate cleansers, where it's just something outside of the superhero genre. This is the type of book I'm talking about. I love just to it comes out, I read it. It's something I can't go to trades on yet because I keep when it comes out, I gotta read it. I gotta find out what they do to the guy this time. What about her? What's going on with her? Where are It's one of those things that just keeps me going and going, I need more of the Young Liars. So I got to completely agree. Give it a try. Give it a read-through. Pick up the trade. Maybe try, a couple current issues. See what's going on. It's a fun, cool, a little bit quirky, a little bit different story, but it's worth it.
And those of you that need a twisted incentive to try it out, Jim will cry blood if you buy it.
Okay. That'll be a tough one. I'm sure we can find a where's what not now of me crying blood somehow. Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's about it.
Oh, that's it for the outside? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was and great. I'm glad to see more listeners are doing some of the outside of the DC Universe stuff. So please don't feel that you're like, if you want to do a separate top 5 for outside of the DC Universe stuff, please do that, because I've started doing it just to talk about those books. Jim, my top bullets for August 2008, I stopped myself at 25. I did. I literally was going to keep going. And I'm like, okay, I got to stop somewhere. I'll stop here.
Now, I have a contabulated total. Do you want me to run through mine first?
What's your contabulated total? How many do you have?
Well, I have kind of 7-ish titles, but it's something different. There's some little bit. I have a top 5, but I don't have a top 5.
Well, why don't we do this, just because of the fact that we're going over both. Why don't I quickly just go through my 25 to 5?
Okay.
And then, we can talk in depth kind of about our top 5 as we get there. Just because I really wanted to just shout out some just wonderful reads. And I want to preface by saying, though, I had a hard time stopping at 25. That tells you what kind of a month this was. And I still feel like even at this point that I left out some books that should be in this list and would probably shuffle things around. That's why I wanted to do a top 30. But, all right, number 25 was Teen Titans Year 1, number 6, which, have you been reading that series?
Yeah.
So it's a final
it's a cool thing,
yeah. Final issue of that series. I've really liked the exploration of who the Titans were. You know, in their first year, it's a nice look at Robin, Wally, Donna, you know, just their whole initial interaction with their mentors and things like that. Really well done. And the art style, and that's very unique. It's very fun. I don't want to say cartoony. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a mix between, you know, current comic art and a little bit of a cartoon feel to it, but I like that. It's got a nice little flavor to it. Number 24 is Batman Gotham After Midnight, number 4. I'm loving seeing Kelly Jones, Steve Niles doing the writing. It's just a nice marriage of creepiness that just fits this whole story. Number 23 is Flash number 243. Really loving seeing the end of the Freddie Williams, Tom Pyre run on this book. I really loved how the family was handled in this book. You know, in this ending issue, to me, it was my worries. I traveled with them. It's funny, when this run first started, I enjoyed it right from the start, but it was a slow build up to where I was at with it at the end. I really cared about the kids at the end. And that's what worked about this run, was that by the end of it, I was so invested in these kids that I really was like sitting there like, I better not turn the doggone page and see. But I was glad to see the resolution and how it handled it. I was glad to see Wally kind of jump forward and that he was such a pivotal player in the whole thing and how he discovered it and how it goes back to Flash lore. The whole resolution went right back to Flash lore. I loved it. It was a great ending, great dialogue, beautiful artwork. And I was glad to see a nice progression. If you want to see artwork progression in this, to see where Freddie Williams was in the beginning of when his run started, straight on through till the end, it's kind of like at the end, I almost could feel him ready to high five in that last issue. So I enjoyed this one. I'm going to kind of save some of my comments because I know we're going to work out getting Freddie on sometime soon. So I'd like to talk with him some more about Flash on there. So I'll kind of stop there right now. 22 is Ambush Bug Year None number 2. Just hear us at the end of the episode. Number 21, I already talked about Booster Gold number 12. Number 20 was Rain in Hell number 2. Legion of Superheroes number 45. I am loving Shooter and Manipul, what they're doing on Legion. The twists and turns between the interpersonal relationships of the team. It's like got soap opera drama with high action.
Add to the political intrigue.
It's got a little bit of everything.
Oh, the way a lot of that got resolved, I was just like, yes, I love it.
Number 18, Simon Dark, number 11, which is another. Are you keeping up with that book?
Oh, yeah, I'm keeping up with that, and it's a different story. It's a little bit, it's out there, but it's not.
He's a part of the Bat universe, but it's, I remember when Nightwing was kind of doing the Bloodhaven thing, and you knew Bloodhaven was a part of Gotham, but it wasn't. It's kind of like Simon Dark. It's a part of Gotham, and you have no problem believing that it's Batman could pop up at any point in time, but yet it's a location in Gotham that's a little off of Batman's radar, and I like it. It just kind of fits. It's like a small little area that it just totally fits. It's got a nice, like a lot of what I was saying about Gotham After Midnight. It's a little bit of a creepy factor, and I like that. Number 17, Tangent Superman's Reign, number 6. We're at the halfway point of that series. Really enjoying that so far. I'd like having a nice 12-issue Elseworlds title. Jamal Igle art has been really great on this one. I like there is a backup story that is kind of filling you in on the whole series. I've really enjoyed that. What's really working for me here, though, is seeing this world again through the eyes of the DC Universe characters. And that's one where, if you have any interest in checking out this at all, you don't have to have read the previous series to enjoy this. I think you get something more knowing who the characters were, but we get to know them through our heroes. So if you jump on this series for the first time and you're like, well, I never read any of the Tangent stuff, so I'm not really invested in these characters, our JLA is a part of this one. They come over to the Tangent world through a really cool way that the storyline worked, and you get to see the Tangent characters through their eyes. So journey with our heroes to see the Tangent heroes if you've never read Tangent before. Number 16 was the Hawkman special. And I think we told everyone exactly why that was so cool. You became a Hawkamaniac reading it.
Yes.
Number 15, Detective Comics 847. I love Selena Kyle and Bruce Wayne together. And this is just another great example of why the two characters work so well. But another thing that I love here so much is they're nailing Hush. Really nailing this character. I love seeing the Scarecrow in this book and how their relationship's working out. But I love that even though they've got like almost this mentor-student relationship, there's some things that Hush holds back, which fits his character. There's things he has not revealed to Jonathan Crane because it doesn't benefit him to do so. You know, and I like when you've got like a character that has that. Number 14 is Justice League of America number 24. I gotta say, you know, I've been enjoying Justice League. I enjoyed the Meltzer run. I've enjoyed when McDuffie took over. It's really kicking up for me now. This whole Vixen exploration with Animal Man that's been going on, that storyline heating up, the stuff we're seeing with Red Tornado. It's really a book that's growing on me more and more with each issue, and it's working its way back up my ladder. This has been a fun read. It's a great team. It's great to see the big players on this team, but I like the interplay, too, of, you know, your Black Canaries and your Vixens and your Firestorm being in there now. I've liked the stuff they've been doing with Red Arrow in this book, and it's a really fun read for me right now, so I'm enjoying Justice League of America. Number 13 is Robin 177. This is the first issue of Freddie Williams back on the book with the artwork. And it was funny, on this issue, I really felt like Freddie was making a statement in the artwork that he was back. This was the Red Robin issue, which was so darn cool because I was like, wait a minute. I was assuming when I saw the cover it's Jason Todd, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's not.
I know. That was outstanding, man.
Who is it, though, and why? Yeah. And that's the part where, to me, I'm like, whoa, this is so interesting at the moment. I'm really, really enjoying where this storyline's going. I'm loving the relationship that's being, in this series, that's been developing between Robin and Stephanie Brown, and that Zoanne hasn't been left out of the mix, and that's, even though Stephanie's back, you can't just fall back into a relationship that, after everything that's happened between the two of them. And Robin's got these issues going on with Batman, you know, being gone right now. That's really shaking things up a bit, too. The artwork on this one, it was really clear that Freddie, like I said, he was put his foot down. He was making a statement with this book. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed this one. Number 12 for me, Action Comics 868. I just going to say ditto to our comments when we were talking about the Superman books before. Number 11, JSA number 18. No big shock there. Number 10, this month it was really hard for me. A book that's normally my top 5, and this is no insult to this book. You know, if this is all where just your JSA was, Green Arrow Black Canary number 11 is it's in my top 10. But it was a wonderful read. I'm loving this book. So it's funny. This was a very hard list. That gets me to my number 9. Teen Titans number 62, Wonder Dog.
Yeah, good Poochie Poochie, good Poochie Poochie, and that's all I'm gonna say about it because I'm not spoiling anything.
Not spoiling anything. This
right.
is top bullets. What do you mean you're not spoiling anything?
Not on that one little part of it.
One little part. It's the whole book.
I know.
He ate Wendy and Marvin.
Oh, come on. I was going to leave it for baseball.
How can we not talk about that?
Oh, my God.
This is a spoiler-filled podcast. I'm not avoiding talking about the fact that Wonder Dog made lunch of Wendy and Marvin.
Oh, my God.
I didn't see that. Wait, this wonderful, cute photo of them on the front cover. I'm like, oh, yeah.
And Wendy kind of like...
I was so excited. I'm like, all right, they're going to do a Wendy Marvin. Because I've liked Wendy and Marvin in the book. They've been doing a great job with Wendy and Marvin. I'm like, they're the tech people and all that stuff. They are... The only way they're back next issue is in pieces.
Yeah. I loved how this issues they're going on. They're questioning whether they should be part of it. What are we doing here? We're just glorified nursemaid, yada. And they didn't feel like they were part of the team. By the end there, Wendy's like, yeah, we're part of this team. We are part of the Titans. Yeah, this is awesome. Marvin, huh? I was just like, it's sick, it's twisted, and I shouldn't be laughing about it, but I was just like, oh my God, this is a swerve. This is just the, what? Oh my God, they Wonder Dog just ate them. What the heck?
Wait, the only way they're going to be part of the team next issue is if there's droppings and somebody steps in it. Yeah. I loved the issue, and I'm really loving the twisted nature of this run. It's really, really a lot of fun. I like the fact that this team feels like they're in genuine peril. You know, the villains that are in there, Sean McKeever's doing a great job of crafting villains that make this team, and that's been the great thing about the really best Titans runs are the ones that show us a team that fights back even in the worst peril. And we have seen them in some very interesting situations like that. I can't wait for the Terror Titans mini to see that offshoot and how it's going to obviously spiral back into the main title. This has been a cool read. I'm Titans happy at the moment. It's a fun book. Number 8 for me is Trinity, 10 to 13. It's definitely a top 8 worthy book. It's any other month a top 5 worthy title. It's another one of those. I'm just so happy that I'm enjoying the weekly. The whole team's nailing it. The artworks throughout the book. The various art teams that are working on this book are just hitting a home run with it. I can't stop. I've read each issue multiple times, or at least twice. Because what I'll do is I'll read it when it comes out, but then I'll read them in banks of like a few issues together to kind of really delve into the story. And I'm really enjoying that aspect of it, reading like 3 issues or 4 issues together to just kind of...
I'm looking forward to the trade on this one. This is going to be, as soon as the trades are solicited, I'm picking them up. Only reason I may even slightly hesitate is thinking maybe they're going to do a hardcover trade later on that I'll pick up. But honestly, I see myself picking up the trades. Then if the hardcover is offered, going, okay, I'll pick up the hardcover now. Because I am just so loving Trinity that it's unbelievable. This is what I want in a weekly series. This is just like, oh.
It should be a template for what they do next. It really should. You said you had top 7-ish, right? So why don't we go ahead and... I've been gabbing enough. Go to some of yours and we can trade off.
One of the things I did, and I think I'm probably going to make this a permanent switcheroo with me when it comes to top bullets, is I am only going to limit my top bullets to monthly titles. Now, part of the reason I did this was because I found this time my top 5 was all limited series. And I usually put kind of like a focus on a lot of limited series because there's something different. There's a pop to it. So just for me, this is just something I'm doing. Maybe, who knows, down the line I'll change it up again.
So you're not going to talk about limited series then?
Well, I'll talk about them, and when you bring them up, because you're going to bring them up invariably, like I just did with Trinity. Like, for example, Trinity was my number 1. And then the remaining top 4, the remaining items 4, were all from a different limited series. They weren't from, there was no monthly in my top 5. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, and then I'm like, from now on, I'll always be talking about, probably Trinity until it ends, because I'm loving it so much. I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just do this a little bit? Because, just, I don't know, just something I'm doing. You don't have to do it when you do it, or when listeners send in top bullets.
I do a top 25 anyway, so
right,
believe me, I'm getting plenty of monthlies in there.
I know, so
and my top 5, actually, just an interesting case in point, 3 of my top 5 are regular monthly titles. 2 of them are either one-shots or limiteds. So that's not a problem I'm having. So
I figured, let's just do it this way. Now, another thing I did is I am now beginning my Hall of Fame.
Are you?
Yes.
Just because you haven't done it in a while, right. Is that what this is all about?
Yes. But it's also...
I complained about that.
Yes, you did. So what the Hall of Fame is any title that is put into the Hall of Fame...
Do you want to tell people what the Watish is, maybe if they're a newer listener?
Oh, yes.
Because it's been a long time.
Yes, it has been a while. Now, what the is, it's a hand gesture, kind of. It's kind of like
it's not
a gang sign, if you want to call it that.
It is a full-blown hand gesture because he keeps doing it every time he does it.
And every time I type it,
podcast, that's why I want it back.
Yes. What I do is you hold out your thumb and first finger kind of out extended like they're L's. Then you cross your arms so the tips of your thumbs are connecting, and if you travel down the fingers, you'll see a W, and that is the. Now,
have you done this in front of the mirror?
What?
The Watish?
Yeah. Of course. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it's very zen. It's like a way of life
Yeah.
for you, isn't it?
Yes, and I tell you, and I did think
Which
of
fits the whole sensei motif.
and I did think of other hand gestures I could do. You know, there's the one-handed W. You know, that's the
That's the poor man's watish.
right. So I was originally it was going to be, you know, a double-fisted kind of like I'm sort of flipping you off, but with W's. You know, and I decided nah, and I'm like
But that fits that actually
Yeah.
ruins the whole positive theme. of the whole
Exactly.
thing. I
Exactly.
understand.
So that's why I go with what I got. Now, what the Hall of Fame is any title that's in there now has a permanent spot in my top 5. I'm not going to mention them every month just because these are titles that I always gush about, I always rage on about, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not just going to have these are titles that you can generally assume in your mind that these are top bullets. Now, maybe occasionally if there's something amazing, I will throw them out there again, and that's why I got to give just my first.
So wait, when you say they're in your Hall of Fame, are you going to read off your Hall of Fame list then when you do your top?
Periodically, I'll remind people. Like if when I induct a new member, I'll probably read the previous ones just so everybody knows what's going on. Why am I not talking about these titles? Well, this is why they're in the Hall of Fame.
This seems to me like an easy way of getting out of trying to take your top titles and mix them up.
No, this is a way for me, one, to talk about more titles. It allows other titles to come into the top 5 that wouldn't go in the top 5 that are amazing titles that I want to talk about, but because these Hall of Famers are out there. Bernie Kosar is a good quarterback, but you compare him to Joe Montana, he ain't nothing. You got your Hall of Famers that are just on a level above what you got going. So
This is insane.
yes, it is. But it's the sensei. Now, my first inductee.
How long did it take you to think of all this?
Oh, a little while. My first inductee to the Hall of Fame is Robin. Yeah, I've always gushed about Robin,
you're a big Robin
and
fan.
this is he is my character, and just this. This last issue of Robin, we get Freddy coming back, and I was just like, yes! It was kind of like I was high-fiving. I was like, oh, you can just see the passion and the love he has for the character.
So does that mean it's not in your top list then? It's in the Hall of Fame list? Is that how this is working?
It's in the Hall of Fame now, and hold on, I gotta explain.
I want to understand. I'm fascinated by this.
Well, patience is a
I'm
virtue.
scared by it too.
Patience is a virtue, and virtue is its own reward.
Okay.
Okay, so we got Robin. Is definitely in my is my Hall of Fame. We're seeing, and it's one of the things we're kind of seeing is like with him without Bruce around, we're starting to see a little bit darker. We're seeing how he's dealing with this. We're kind of getting a glimpse of that Robin, the future Robin from the Teen Titans story arc. It's
and I like that.
He's on the cusp of what could cross over. Will he be pulled back? Will he be the Robin we know? We see spoilers interaction. What's going to happen there? Zoe's still involved in his storyline. So how is she going to play into this? There's so many questions that are just up in the air with Tim. Adding into it now, we got Red Robin, Jason Todd coming in. What's he going to do? Who is Tim Wayne? Who is Robin? And I'm loving that about this title.
What I like about it too, though, is it begs. See, I think with Dick Grayson, one of the interesting things about Dick Grayson is Dick Grayson. When Batman had Dick Grayson with him, Batman needed Dick Grayson to bring him into the light. Mm-hmm. Dick Grayson's able to stand as his own man. I'll make some addendums to that when we talk about DC's Last Will and Testament. But I like the feel, though, that Dick Grayson can kind of move on his own. I like with Tim Wayne, though, that there is a partnership between Batman and Robin. We've seen it since Face to Face, and we're seeing it here as well, in the sense that we always talk about if Robin were to go, what does that do to Batman? If Batman were to go, what does that do to Robin?
Yeah.
And I like the fact that we're seeing that the partnership is symbiotic and important to both members. And that's intriguing to me. I like that aspect of it. And it's funny when we talk about this, we always talk about, well, we've seen, now we're seeing Batman's importance to this Robin and what that means. We saw it in Nightfall a bit, in Night Quest, with when Azrael was taking over. But it's interesting now with the amount of progression that Tim has gone through since those arcs years ago to see him facing that situation now. I really like it because he's a mature, seasoned hero at this point. He really is a true partner. He's leading the Titans, and we're getting him in that aspect, and I really like this.
Okay.
Sorry, I just... it was,
yeah.
It was, when you're talking about that, it was like an interesting point. I'm like, yeah, I like... Oof.
Yeah, so
Robin's cool.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with all the love you're throwing towards Robin. I'm agreeing with you, man. I'm like ditto, and ditto. And matter of fact, let me just jump right into the second inductee to the Hall of Fame. This is why I don't have I have a 5, but I don't have a 5.
Okay.
And this is Teen Titans. We just heard me gush about the Wonder Dog episode that I just loved, and I wasn't going to spoil it for anyone because I didn't want to spoil that shock of it, but I'm glad I was able to talk about it because that was just
but see,
cool.
here's my point at this point in time. My feeling is, at this point in time, people who are already getting Titans have read it.
Yeah.
People who aren't getting Titans, pick up the doggone book Wonder Dog Eats Wendy and Marvin. Yeah. That's why I did it, because I'm like, it's long enough away that the people who get their books monthly would have read it.
Yeah, and it's not just even that cool moments.
We're
seeing
spoiler
that.
podcast.
It's not even just the cool moments why you should pick up Teen Titans. Sean McKeever, my God. The dude knows how to write a team. And he's given everything I want in a team dynamics in the book. I love team dynamics. It's just because you have the strength of the team as an entity, as a whole, as the individual parts. You're seeing this humanistic side of them as they're interacting with each other, not only in fight sequences, but outside the fight sequence, outside the costume, just general jealousies and just regular human normal teenage angst and dealing with the weight of the world.
You are so right. And Wonder Dog Eats Wendy and Marvin.
And that too. But this book just has it all when it comes to that type of stuff. And that's why I always want to talk about it. And I always want to put it in there. And to be honest, it's kind of unfair to other titles because how do you compete with, my top 2 titles? How do you compete with that? It's like, it's the things that I absolutely gush about, and so that's why they are now in the Hall of Fame.
I like that.
Thank you.
You almost need a theme song or something like that. You can kind of play in the background. They need a plaque or something.
Well, whenever I'm talking about the Hall of Fame, the only song that's going through my head is dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, okay.
Going on in the background as I'm talking about the current inductees, and when I go back and next time I induct somebody new to the Hall of Fame, I'll be once again bringing up the current members of the Hall of Fame and introducing who the newest member to the Hall of Fame will be, and you can just imagine in your head that playing in the background.
Do you have visions in your head of comic books bouncing down the red carpet? Ooh, what's Titans wearing this week?
No, but I do envision different people inducting the titles. Of course, for example, when Robin was inducted, it wasn't me really. It wasn't the Sensei Whatnot speaking. I kind of, in picture, Batman, maybe inducting him, or not.
Ooh, look, Titans brought Birds of Prey.
Nightwing inducting Robin, and then probably Cyborg inducting the Teen Titans.
There you go.
Yes, there's something wrong with me.
Why don't I do my 7 and my 6?
Okay.
My 7 was Superman Beyond 3D number 1. For that to be number 7, that has to tell you what a month this was, because it is an amazingly stellar issue. The thing I loved about the 3D in this, and we'll talk more about it next week, because we're going to talk about this issue next week, but the one thing that really got me is that they used the 3D as a story element. And right from the get-go, when what Superman was experiencing, we're seeing it visually. And that was very cool to me. Number 6 for me was Final Crisis Legion of 3 Worlds, number 1. We're going to talk about this next week, too. Just talk about Final Crisis Legion of 3 Worlds in general. The bi-monthly series that I've been really anticipating. Because I've been Legion happy. I've been enjoying the current Legion team. This one, though, it was fun to see the classic team again, spinning right out of the Superman series. So that's my 7 and 6 right there. But why don't we go to your number 5?
Well, my number 5 is Detective Comics. And originally I was saying the Bat titles, but I'm like, no, I'm trying to stick with just a single issue. So I'm like, of the Bat titles, what's the one that's really got me going, ooh, and it was a tough call between this and Nightwing, because I'm like, dang, Dick Grayson's a cool character, but it was just something about the Bat. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm really digging this story. I'm digging this, this element to it, and it's something that's been slowly building for me in Batman. Now, I'm loving R.I.P., and it's just a phenomenal Batman story, but there's something about Detective Comics that just it gets me there. So
Heart of Hush is very good.
yeah, it's we're learning who Hush is. We're learning about just the motivation behind what he did and why he did it, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Number 5 for me was Wonder Woman number 23. This is the ending of the arc, and right before kicking into our introduction to Sir Thomas of Cleveland.
Dun da da.
But this is one, especially in such a tough month, it really just deserves a spot in my top 5. This has been Wonder Woman is a character that I've always enjoyed at DC. I've loved various runs, but this is one where it's just clicking with me on all the right levels, and that's the writing. It's just, for me, the dialogue is perfect. I'm seeing Diana, and I'm learning who Diana is in and out of the costume, her motivations. I'm seeing her weaknesses and her strengths, and I'm finding a connection to her in a way that the character, I think, has, in her best, is written accessible. In her worst, she's inaccessible. And she's been so accessible lately, but yet at the same time, while she's accessible, she's got that Superman quality in the sense that she's this regal, majestic character that you can't help but look up to and just be in awe of. But yet at the same time, it is those moments where things are brought down and you feel like, I could talk to her. And that's part of the strength of this ambassador of the Amazons. Is the fact that you feel like she's someone who wants to take the time to do that. And I love this character so much right now. It's been just a great read for me. And it's a flagship title. And it's in the top 5 for me. And it bumped down a lot of books that I'm just blown away by. So for it to be where it's at right now is a high compliment. So what was your number 4?
Well, my number 4 is JSA. And I think I gushed about it, before, where it's this build of an epic event that I was like, oh, I'm just really, really loving this, and if you think about back a couple, top bullets before, I was like, I was loving JSA, but it never made my top 5. Now it's consistently in my top 5. It's one of those things that just, I gotta read more of it. I understand why people, love it. I'm going back to the back issues of the previous JSA run, because I'm like, more JSA goodness. I picked up the JSA Classified, the full run of that, just because I want more. And so, yeah.
Number 4 for me is Jonah Hex number 34. Can you walk away from your nature? Can you walk away from who you are? He tries to. He tries to start a life for himself. Tries to get away just for some peace and quiet. He's just got a quiet home that's away from the main town, close enough that he can get his supplies and stuff and come into town when necessary. Tries to avoid conflict when it comes rolling into town. Stays away from the arguments, but you can see it eating at him. You can see that part of it. You can feel it welling up inside him, and I loved that build of this issue. It's a one-issue epic story. I'm like, oh, because you get to see him slowly cracking. And, the one woman who showed him kindness, he doesn't want the kindness because he doesn't want the connection, because he knows the connection will pull him back in. And that's what's so, because he sees the trouble coming, and because he's in tune to it. It's who he is as a character. And I couldn't stop gushing about this book to the point where I'm like, Jim, you have to start reading this title. And it was one of those issues that just so emotionally charged me that I really wanted. It's made it in the top 5. Jonah Hex is great. It's another solid book. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I got an issue. And it was funny because as you're talking about just the approachability and the nature of Diana, I gotta just, warrior, she's, the warrior diplomat, she's the hero, she's a woman, she's just so much to her, she's not just this Amazonian powerhouse. But for me, the thing that always just clinches it with Wonder Woman is just the supporting cast. And it's not just, the really cool gorillas, but I love them. But when you see, like, Donna in there, we had with Tom burst into Diana's house, seeing the gorillas, he immediately reacted. Donna comes in, and how does she resolve it? Not with violence, but with that diplomacy, that same type of Amazonian code, warrior to warrior. We have to talk. This is not what you want to do. And it's just, I was just like, oh, I was eating it up because it's that same type of stuff that I loved in Diana, we see in Donna as well. And then ending with a funny moment of the gorillas grooming Tom. I think that means they approve you as they're grooming him for lice. I was just like, yes, this is, oh. Yeah, once again, I was like, yes.
Aaron Lopresti on the art, too, and the colors in that book. It's a great example of, the mood and the atmosphere on that, the color tones and the way that they shift, sometimes purples and things like that are shown in that book. It brings out, like I said, a fantasy. I've talked about this before. I'm a fantasy fan, and it fits so well in the Wonder Woman storytelling in this, universe that she was pulled into. Ooh, it's a good-looking, gorgeous book.
Plus, I gotta just say how much I love the fact that we have a Lieutenant Candy that I don't want to drop kick. Like, this is a Lieutenant Candy. This is a military officer. This is somebody who's, been in it, who's thrown down, who knows what to do. I'm like, yes, we finally have a strong female supporting cast where I was like, ooh, that's cool.
Well, she cleaned herself up so she can come and get you.
And she could take me easily.
She's going to make the Watish Hall of Fame for a whole new reason. All right, you're in.
I'm supposed.
Number 3 for me is Batman 679. It's now that I understand RAP, I'm really enjoying it. I've been enjoying it all along, and I've been enjoying the mystery of the ride, but now that more and more of it's clicking for me, I'm getting more invested in it. And that's the key. I enjoyed it since the beginning, but it was one of those that like I read again and again. I'm like, I'm getting it, but I'm not. I'm confused. Now that I'm starting to get more that this is a breaking down of a man mentally to try and really destroy his identity, to the point where he's so broken down that, breaking down Batman in a way, it's not a physical breakdown, it's a mental breakdown, where you're getting to the core of who he is in his mind, but then you are destroying everything that the man stands for, his reputation, Batman in general, his city. They're going after the city and trying to break down his town. It's a complete and utter breakdown of Batman, both in secret identity and his main identity. They're doing it through smear campaigns. It's really an interesting way to try and kill a man.
Yeah, and it's like what Bane did, but taken to the next level. Mm-hmm. Because Bane, when he broke the Batman, he went out, and it was just a beautiful attack. But he really didn't go after Bruce Wayne. He went after the Batman. This is now going after Bruce Wayne as well.
And Bane left open an option that he didn't expect. Bane left open the option for the Legend to outlive the man.
Right.
That's why Azrael was able to take over and use and actually make himself even scarier, because Bane broke him, yet Batman came back fiercer and took out Bane. So it added a different twist. In this case, they are doing a smear campaign. They've made Batman crazy. But, to see him running down the street gunning for the Joker in that crazed outfit, knowing that Bruce Wayne actually created another personality within himself just in case this ever happened to him, I'm like, that so fits the calculating strategist that we've seen of him. And seeing that insane personality running around, I'm like, I am loving this.
This is what happens when you take out Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I'm loving this. It's really just a cool story, and it's really kicking in. Batman is what brought me to the dance. So, you give me a good Batman story that builds to this type of thing, and you've got me hook, line, and sinker. And this is, for me, ooh. It honestly was one of those where it's stuck to like between 3, 2, and 1, and I kept shifting it. And even right now at this point in time, I'm not sure it's in the right spot. So and I'm just telling you, I mean, it's like I'm looking at my page right now and it's bouncing.
As we talk about it, I'm like, man, I should have gone with Batman. I should have gone with the Batman instead of Detective Comics when I picked one of the Bat titles. Like, because I could easily put multiple Bat titles in, and it's like, oh man,
I tried really hard.
It's firing on all cylinders. It's giving you a really cool story that isn't just going to end at the end of this arc. There's going to be the long-distance ramifications. This is, it's a sequential, it's a segmented, it's a ongoing building story in comic books. And that's what I love about comics, that it is this, one story after another, build and build and build. And you see it just like, oh, wow.
One of the reasons why I went to it doing a longer list as we were doing this is rather than doing ties, I really wanted to break down my top 5 to an actual top 5. A single set of top 5s. So what I decided to do was, I'm like, seeing as I'm going through this whole process of pulling out a bunch of hell yeah books, let me order them and show that there is a hierarchy to my reading, even though I'm enjoying like so much, because this is how I would cut them down. And this is one though I will say, even as we're having this conversation, I'm not sure Batman is where it should be. That's how much I'm like, I don't know. So it's an interesting, and that's my top 3's like that. So go ahead.
My number 2, and this was a really tough one. This was one of the I went with one of the Superman titles, kind of like I did with one of the Bat titles, and for me the hardest 2 choices to pick between was Supergirl and Action Comics. I'm digging Superman's story, but those were the 2 big moments. I was loving what they're doing with Supergirl and just seeing the growth of the character, seeing how she's going to start being pulled back into the Superman family, part of everything and just the building on it. But this Brainiac story, oh my God. I was just like, oh, this is outstanding. I was just, you're seeing, the full story behind what happened to Kandor. You're seeing the full story behind Brainiac. You're seeing just and also we're seeing another kind of side to Clark even as he's confronting this, as he's dealing with this. So I was like, wow, this is neat.
You know what it reminds me of? And it's not reminds me of in the sense that it's copied in any way. I don't mean it that way. Star Trek, when you watch the original 60s, series, you get a certain theme and tone to it as far as how dark it's going to get and all that. When Next Generation came out, it was like at the time it was a today Star Trek series that kind of took what was so cool about the original series and spiced it up, and the writing got, especially as the seasons went on, the writing got so good. The Locutus of Borg episode, how it added a creep factor to Star Trek that wasn't there previously, where it was just like really uncomfortably creepy, to what they did to Picard in that episode. That's what this Brainiac feels like. And that's why I say, I don't want to, please don't take this as me saying, well, Jesus is Jeff Johns' copy. It's nothing like that. I don't mean it that way. What I mean is, this was taking Brainiac now, something that's been a classic concept that we've seen all through Superman storytelling, and taking this character now who's gone through a lot of variations over the years and what they've done with him. They've added a creep factor to him right now that just makes you go, ooh. How? But yet at the same time, Superman is still that character that you get, your dun-da-da that you talk about with him. You get that with him still, but Brainiac is just so darn creepy.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. And I as soon as you said it, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying.
And that's what I mean. I don't want anyone to mistake what I'm saying and saying, like, I know he's copying. I don't mean it that way. I just meant how that changed the tone of Star Trek for me. This changed the tone of Superman for me in a way that, though, honors the property. They're pulling those Kandor elements, they're pulling those classic Superman elements, and they're adding some creepy little twists to it that take it to a new level that make you just go, ooh. And I like that. I like that. Number 2 for me was DC Universe Last Will and Testament. I love Brad Meltzer. And there's a reason why. It's characterization. It's really just wonderful writing of these characters. Yes, there's this main story, which builds off of what he did with Justice League with Geoforce, and I really like that, because I read the original Batman and the Outsiders series, so I've really enjoyed Geoforce for years, his relationship with Terra, and I was reading Titans and Outsiders when all that went down, and just to see, now all these years later after what happened with Judas Contract, come to a head. And, what's been going on with Geoforce's powers and Deathstroke. And, there was that main story. But then also to see Black Lightning, to see the Bat Family, and just how Nightwing chose to be with Bruce and Tim. And then Starfire's at the grave site. And, it's just one of those moments where I'm just kind of like, oh, the heartstrings. Just they went through all of the important characters in the DC universe and showed Superman with his dad And I mean, this is all off the cuff for me right now because it's just emotional moments that to see them on the porch together, and just to see the different important things that people would do where they needed to be at those moments. But to see the Bat Family, man, grab the bat lines and swing.
Yeah.
And that was how they chose to spend their last moments together. It was like,
and it makes sense that that's how they would do it. They're not going to sit around the mansion. No, they got a job to do.
But
this is what they are.
Tim's inner dialogue about the first son, the firstborn. And when you see Bruce and Dick, there's moments where Prodigal was a Batman story that I can't, if you like the Bruce and Dick relationship, see Dick Grayson as Batman. But then the most important part is to see moments with Bruce and Dick after that. This is one of those storylines that it just gives me that same goosebumps and chills with those two characters. These are my first heroes. These are the ones that brought me to comics. And when they're done like this, and it's why it got edged, Batman R.I.P. got edged out a little bit, because it was like, ooh, give me a good moment, few great panels with Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson, and yet show Tim Wayne there, that he belongs and he's with them, but his own envious nature of their relationship because of their history and who they are, and the father and the son. He's his firstborn son, even though it's not his, it's the first kid he adopted and all that. And just the history that they've had together, butting heads, but because Bruce deep down respects him something fierce. And you see those moments where you could feel like Bruce is getting goosebumps that Dick decided to be there with him.
Yeah. It was definitely a as emotional as Bruce gets. You can see it was like, all right, my family's here, kind of thing. Yeah.
And I just loved every bit of that moment. And
just so you know, this is for the record, this was my number 2 as well. When I first did my list, and I had all limited series and one-shots and stuff like that, this was my number 2 as well. Because I was just like, all these same, as you're talking, I'm like, ditto, ditto, ditto.
It's just wonderful writing, just a very well put-together issue. Geoforce, to me, is just a wonderful character in the whole thing. How he has to struggle with, how far do you go? And he wants to kill the man. He wants to kill the man.
Yeah, that wasn't oh no. And just the ending of that was just, oh. Yeah, and it's leaving room for even more story to come out of it.
To the point that he was willing to kill himself to do it. That was the ultimate, it's just a wonderful, to kill himself, to thwart, to hate someone so much that you're willing to commit suicide to spite them, to thwart their plans. I mean, that's the ultimate anger and rage that's built up inside of you. You're willing to end your life to spite them. I don't want to see that from every one of my heroes, but this one, it fits so well into this story, and it works so well. He spat in Deathstroke's face, stood toe-to-toe with a man who really is his better.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I had complete believability of that whole fight sequence, because even though Deathstroke is such a better fighter than him, I believed exactly that. The way it played out, the way it panned out, I was like, yeah, completely believable. Just because the way he did it, I was just like, oh, this is just absolutely beautiful.
Right. Yeah, it's just a lot of characters. I mean, and like I said, we haven't even touched on all the characters that were in this series, but it was just a wonderful one-shot, very well done. It was one of those that, as I was going through my list, I'm like, oh my gosh, that came out that month? And I went through and I had to revise my list. So it was really one of those. And it's funny, right now I'm recognizing, I'm like, this is why Batman wound up in number 3. So now I'm already getting it in there. All right, and what was your number 1?
My number 1 is Booster Gold.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah, part of the reason it's because this is just a fun read, and I just absolutely loved it. But the other was the big reveal as to who Rip Hunter is. Now, part of me doesn't want to spoil it if you haven't read it.
You're putting together.
Right.
This is your contabulation.
This is a contabulation. So you have.
I'm like, that wasn't the August issue, but you're doing July and
August.
Yeah,
I did
together.
July and August together. And I was like, that was just such a great, not only reveal, but the way they did it. They didn't make a big deal of it. It was a little small, singular panel. And I was just like, oh, yeah.
And that is the 1 million issue for people out there who are saying, I want to finally know who Rip Hunter is. It's the 1 million issue, and you want to read it there.
And it's a story that began in 52 and continued on through, and it's just great payout, great way they did it, and it was just I cheered.
Yeah.
I literally cheered when I read what is going on, because it just like then you go back and you just look at every single thing and you're like, yeah, okay.
It was a nice build to that. It was a really nice build to that.
Yeah,
because you had 10 issues and then a 1 million issue, and it was just really a nice build. My number 1 was Final Crisis number 3, and I'm making an honorable mention to the Director's Cut number 1, because when we talked about number 3, that had come out, and it really, so much of my enjoyment of number 3 was being able to look at the Director's Cut, to look at the script, to be able to look at the interview in the back, to be able to just really kind of delve into some things that I missed from the beginning. But then to read issue 3, things really started to click. The whole story, I'm just going to refer you back to our episode and our chat on that one. It's really, this is an event that, like, I'm picking up all the minis, not because I have to, because I'm so into, I want the whole story, in the sense that I want the side stories too, and that's the difference. Like this stuff, Revelations, when we're going to talk about it, Revelations is a side story, but I'm enjoying it so much because the main story is so cool. Final Crisis 3 Worlds, Legion of 3 Worlds, side story. Rogue's Revenge, side story. Really great stuff. Great creative teams that are putting them together. Superman Beyond 3D, though, is one of those, I think that is main story. From reading it, but this one was an issue for me. It really was the one for me that made it all click and kicked up my enjoyment. I'm enjoying Final Crisis something fierce, and the Director's Cut is something that, if you like that behind-the-scenes stuff and you like to kind of get into the head of the authors and really, especially with Grant Morrison trying to figure out what he's thinking, this is a good way, because he tells
I wish
you.
they did more of the Director's Cut for all of the issues. I think that would be cool.
I thought I was done.
Oh.
I got my outside of DC Universe.
Yeah, I know, so do I. Yeah.
I was like sitting here, I was like ready to turn the page. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, wait, I've got this. Just kind of go through them quick.
Because I got a couple as well.
Okay, cool. Well, do you want to do yours? You want me to do
sure.
well,
I can do mine.
Is going to be longer.
I think mine's going to be shorter.
I don't care. Who wants?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Starting off with the Shazam, from the Johnny DC line. And I was just, we talked a little bit about earlier. It's just a great story. It's not just, it's all age appropriate, but it's not just, Billy Bats and the Bowers, but you know what I mean.
Right.
So it's an all age appropriate, but it's also a cool story. And definitely looking forward to seeing Black Adam, seeing what they do with him, because you've already seen this, how I am about Adam. I don't think we're going to see him ripping people in half, but it's still going to be a cool Black Adam story. Next, going on to in the Wildstorm universe, it's funny because I was trying to pick multiple titles. I was like, and I really am digging, Authority. I was upset when Midnighter's series stopped, but I'm glad to see that they brought in Authority, and I'm glad to see that this whole events that they've been doing through with Wildstorm have paid off in something. It's Revelations, Number of the Beast. Now we have at World's End. We're seeing the different Wildstorm teams reacting to the basic destruction of their planet and how this whole thing came about and why they have to deal with what they have to deal with. And I'm like, this is some cool stuff going on. I'm digging it. It's kind of revitalized my Wildstorm stuff, because before this, I was starting to wean a little bit on Wildstorm. I was like, I don't know if I want to keep getting this or not. This event, this happening, just like, okay, boom, I'm back in. I'm invested to it.
There was a point to it.
Yes.
Did you listen to the podcast of Wildstorms from San Diego?
No, I didn't.
If you get a chance, go to the DC Comics website. This is for everybody out there, dccomics.com. Click on their podcast section. They have a wonderful Wildstorm podcast. It's their spotlight, on what's coming up with Wildstorm. And, really, the whole Wildstorm creative gets into talking about the direction that they're going, and that none of these events are leading to the next couple of years of storytelling. So there's a plan in place. So this is not haphazard. It's not just kind of some weak little thing and we'll be changing it in a few months. There's a build to something. And they've got a whole bunch of storytelling coming out of this. So I
was glad, because here, in a way, Wildstorm before was kind of like just another version of the DCU. Well, now it's its own separate entity. Now it's its own unique flavor and style to it. It's definitely different. It's still a hero story. There's still some really classic hero stories going on, but it's different. It's now a different entity than the DCU.
thought it was before, though.
Well, it was different, but I still kind of saw it as, a hero universe. Yeah, they delved maybe a little bit darker, maybe a little bit different, but it was still
edgier.
It was edgier, but it didn't, for me, it didn't feel as different as it does now. Now it's some complete
Well, they
entity.
destroyed the world.
Oh, yeah.
So it is going to feel different.
Yeah.
My worry was, in all honesty, I was liking Wildstorm so much because it was so different. And I'm like, why are they canceling all the titles I like? I mean, Deathblow was just a messed up title. Gen 13 was fantastic. Tranquility. All these books, that I was really enjoying. And that brings me to the one, I pulled one out from Wildstorm that I'm really enjoying that's back. Stormwatch PhD. Number 13 came out, and I was like, thank goodness. Because here's a book that, when it ended with 12, I'm like, they're done with this? This is so good. What are they doing? And that was my big thing. I was scratching my head with Wildstorm, and that was, I was saying over again, what are they doing? And that's been my thing. It's been we've been very Wildstorm quiet because I've been kind of playing a wait and see. I haven't been disliking what I've been reading. I've been enjoying it, but I've been puzzled. I'm like, why are they doing this? Now we're seeing why they're doing this, and I'm with you. I share you're re-energized about all this. You're seeing titles come back. You're seeing some titles be replaced. I'm waiting for Tranquility.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the next mini.
Yeah, because it's like we're seeing the bands coming back together and new titles coming out of ones that have been canceled, and old favorites coming back but changed due to this new status quo. And I'm glad because it seems like there's a direction going out of this, and I'm really, really glad. So I'm having fun with it. Did you have other ones?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple more.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I got a couple more.
Just because you were talking Wildstorm, I got kind of jazzed. So.
And Northlanders, I got it. And here's the thing. When the Northlanders story arc ended, I was like, the Sven one, I was like, they're not doing this as limited. And I'm looking at the cover going, it's not a limited. Wait, what's going on here? This is a definite ending. But it's continue on, just a different tribe, a different section of the same type of universe. I'm like, oh, this is cool. So it's kind of like a series of limited series combined together. And I was like, oh, I like how they're doing that. I was like jazzed about it.
Good.
Of course, Young Liars, we've already gushed about it, and I echoed the sentiments, and gotta say, pick it up, give it a read through. And my number one, to be honest, actually could have made my top 5 of my other title. If I'd actually done one, it would have been the number 5 spot of my top 5. And it is...
You mean your top 5 after you've taken out limited series and the Watish Hall of Famers?
Right. Exactly.
I actually understand. You know what scares me? I understand the twisted way you think. Well, the scary part is you understand the twisted way I think, too. So we should have our heads examined.
But my top outside of the DCU is Tiny Titans. Yeah, that is just such a wonderful read for me. I said how I earlier.
That's my number one too. For
Tiny
Titans number 7.
Oh, I tell you, that title kept me from killing people at work because I was just so. Last couple of weeks I've been just so angry
and
just
to
so
clarify,
violent.
Jim has 700 copies, so it actually was the physical stack that kept him from killing.
I only buy 3. Come on, but no, it was something that it just I was so angry and just so and I pick it up and I buy the end of it. I'm like. Yeah.
It's funny,
I'm giggling. I go back and I reread it, and I reread previous issues, and it's just something that makes me laugh. It makes me giggle in a way, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I do get giddy. I actually smile when I every time we say Tiny Titans, I smile when I say it.
Yeah,
which says a lot about the book and the tone. It just naturally elicits that reaction. That's my number 1 too. So I'll just might as well throw that in. My number 4 was Fables number 74. I'm a big Fables fan. It's one of those books that I teeter-totter a lot of times between that and Jack of Fables. I love that whole... I'm a Disney fan. I love Disney in general, like all the Disney movies. I like that whole... when I talk about fantasy and stuff like that, I'm a big classic animation fan. I like classic Disney, going back to the original cartoon shorts. And, Goofy's probably my favorite character, although it ties between that and Chippendale, because that stuff's I find it hysterical, and throw in some good Donald Duck, and I've got.
Now, do you like the Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers?
I'm talking about the classic Chip
okay.
and Dale shorts. The ones that.
Apple
good.
Core.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the one, they're on the little boat. They're taking a little model boat out there with the acorns, and Donald's throwing a fit because he was trying to put it in his little jar. It was, that stuff for me. Those classic ones, they're just timeless. They're funny. So that type of stuff I get to. But I love hand drawn. Very similar. I love comics. The stuff that people are doing in comics with their artwork. It translates over into animated movies that I like as well. So the classic hand-drawn animation, when I get to see it, it's stuff that I really have a lot of respect for. I love the Pixar stuff, too, for the same reason, though, because I think people are doing the same thing with computers that are... The computer-generated artwork's the same thing. I love creativity. So there's Fables. I'm enjoying that because it brings in all the fairy tale story characters, but adds an adult twist to them in a way that they don't go too far with it. They tell good stories as well. I love the idea that there's this adversary that they're fighting, and it's just I don't want to say too much about 74 because I know you're reading Fables
I'm reading
via
it in trade, so yeah.
I can't read it via trade because it's a book that I will every so often let it stockpile because of other things, but then when I read and get caught up, I can't, I get caught up and then I'm reading a few issues as they're there. I like having Fables here and now. It's just a wonderful... But I picked it up when it started, so, I'm in a different place with it. Number 3 for me was Air Number 1. And it was funny to read that whole thing, and it really does play out very well with our own fears of terrorism today. And, a lot of the issues that we deal with as people now when we go into an airport and what that looks like.
Yeah.
And I really liked how smart it was written, how engaging the female lead was, and just how that all fit into... It was a very today book. You and I have gone on a lot of plane travel recently, and I'm oversimplifying saying that, but it really does play into a lot of our own inner fears due to some of the strange things that are going on in our society nowadays.
It kind of like re-triggered just some memories and all that because I was out of town when 9/11 happened. Mm-hmm. So I was on some of the first planes that were allowed back in the air. I was on those planes.
Right.
So, and it was, always just remember just how it felt being in a completely vacant, desolate airport, loading on the planes, and you could see everybody just eyeballing all the other passengers. It's like, okay, do we got anybody who's going to do anything crazy on this plane? And when the plane landed, when I landed in Cleveland, you kind of heard a whew, collected sigh of relief on the plane, and it was a weird vibe. And whenever I read or see stories that are any remotely related to airport or airport security, flying security, that it always triggers just some of the weirdest memories for me. So definitely Air was a cool one.
I was at work when all that went down, and they pulled TVs out of the into the teacher lounge, which we don't normally have, like television running with cable. We don't. It's funny with cable in the classroom, you can get it for free. Our building's not wired for it. Craziest thing in the world. But they actually ran a wire down the 5th grade hallway. And so we were watching all this stuff. And my father was traveling because he was speaking. And my buddy Kurt was going back to California. He was on a plane around the same time that all this happened. So I'm calling his mom. I'm like, have you heard anything? Where's he at? What plane was he on? Because the planes were coming, from the same routes that he would have been traveling. I didn't know if my dad was in town or not, because a lot of times he does these speaking engagement where he goes and travels. And, I called him. I called his house. I called his cell phone. I'm like, you got to call me and let me know where you're at. Because I said, I'm hoping you're on the ground somewhere. Because I said, I'm really worried right now. But this brought all those things back to me. And it was smart, very well written, great artwork. And like I said, I'm oversimplifying and making it seem like it's a 9/11 book. It's not. It touches on terrorism and all that, but it was so well done that it elicited real human emotion to it. It's a fun read, too, in a weird way.
Yeah, no, it is a fun read.
So, I mean, it's not a heavy read. I don't think you're going to,
like, oh my God, it's some deep political intrigue.
No, it's not.
No, it's a cool, it's one of those where give it a try. Give it a try, trust me.
And it's not, please don't take from this, it's a 9/11 book. It touches on terrorism. And in the way that it touches on terrorism, it's so realistic that it elicits this type of reaction. But there's more to it than that. That's oversimplifying it. It is a fun read, too. And there's engaging characters. And the stewardess is just, I'm like, yes, she's a great character, too. And issue 2 came this week. And I, literally, when I'm done with editing tonight, if I'm still awake on any level, I'm reading issue 2. And that's probably the best compliment I can give the book, that I've got a nice stack right now. It's one of the books I remember that's in my stack, which, paging through them, there's a Superman in there, too. There's Action Comics is in there. So I'm remembering that. I'm remembering Air. There's certain ones that I'm picking. I've got to start reading these right away. And those are 2 right away that I noticed that I've got to read. My number 2, speaking of 2s, Family Dynamic number 1. Did you pick this up and read it?
Yeah, I picked it up. I haven't had a chance to read them yet, though.
Okay, I'll tell you the basic premise without spoiling too much. It's this family of heroes. It's like a second generation or even a third generation. It's hard. It's a family, though, that got these rings that give them powers. But it's got this cool twist that the rings almost choose them, in the sense that the rings only fit certain people in the family. So the rings literally do size themselves to choose their host. And that's how they get their powers.
Cool.
And the powers are all elemental in nature. So it's this really neat family twist. It's another one of those all ages, family friendly, fun for everybody books. But see, that's part of, anytime you say that, it's almost like you're saying, well, it's simplistic. It's deep. And it's rich storytelling. A lot like we talk about with Billy Batson, The Magic of Shazam. This is another one. It's a 3-issue miniseries. It's an easy one to jump on and read. And I know the second issue is in this week's as well. So it's, again, another compliment to it that I'm, like, looking for it when it's out there. For anybody, though, that's like, geez, I'd like a fun, I want to try small ages material. Don't want to get heavily invested in something. This is a fun little miniseries. The artwork's real sharp. It's a good read. It's great writing. And I can recommend this one. I'm really enjoying it.
Now, when their powers combine, do they form Captain Planet?
No, it's not a Captain Planet ripoff on any level.
I was hoping for that, you know.
It's funny. It's got, I can see where you get that, but it's got a lot of what I like about the Flash in it, too. Okay. But that's even over simplistic as well. It's interesting. It's just an interesting little family. It's a family of superheroes. And just, it's nonstop fun, and it's really, I like the elemental nature of their powers and stuff like that, and I liked how the rings chose their own hosts, and the whole premise is really cool for me. I'm actually interested to read issue 2 to kind of get more into the story, and it's one of those that I'm hoping that beyond the first 3 issues, we might catch another miniseries out of it, because it's, or at least, it's kind of like with Highwaymen. We were talking about that from Wildstorm. I know, very different end of the spectrum, but I'm liking these writers and creative teams that are crafting these really great, engaging miniseries. And that's what this is. It's a great, engaging, fun miniseries. It's like watching a good film. Is there going to be more Family Dynamic? I don't know. But for the 3 issues I'm going to get out of this, it looks like I'm going to have a good time, because I'm excited to read issue 2, and then I'm going to read issue 3 when it comes out. And I'm hoping we'll get another miniseries. And we were talking about Uncle Sam in a similar way. And we got that. I love these minis. That are original properties that are kind of unique, and so keep this stuff coming. And we already did my number 1. Wow, we talked a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I know, man.
It's really one of the reasons, though, like, I literally go through this weird, bizarre process when doing Top Bullets. This is a lot of work, Top Bullets. This was not an easy segment to put together, because literally, to get to 25 books in order for me, I don't know about you, I was shifting things left and right.
What? And that was part of the reason why I pulled my one-shots from there. One-shots and limited and minis and all that. Because I literally had, my top 5 was only either a one-shot or a limited. I didn't have
Hall of Famer?
Well, that's actually part of the other reason why I started doing the Hall of Famers, just because I want to have more topics, more stuff talking about. So I'm kind of expanding it out there. Instead of doing your 25 mega list, I'm coming up with 5.
You just don't want to do the work.
No, it's
'Cause
different.
Wait,
Hold on.
wait. You know how long it takes me to do I'm teasing you.
I know,
You're
but
taking this way
I
too
do.
seriously.
No, I know you're joking around, but I
Okay,
do
good.
want to
All right.
defend. It's part of it is because you do
But I'm
your 25. I'm doing just a 5.
It's a good idea.
And it's we're a
No,
little,
actually, and I'm really am just teasing you because part of the fun of doing top bullets with me is to see what kind of crazy nonsense you're going to come up with next. And it really is but here's the funny part. I say crazy nonsense,
but you understand it.
which means there's a twisted logic to the whole thing. And if you tried to explain to somebody on the street, this is what Jim does, and this is how he comes up with his top 5 list, and he's got this Watish Hall of Fame, people are going to look at me like I'm nuts. But when you go and do it, and the books come out there for some strange reason, like if I did it, people would be like, Sean's flipped his lid. There's something really wrong with him. But when you do it, for some reason, it just makes sense.
And here's the wonderful
It's
thing.
part of the charm with you. I don't get it. Like, you really do these crazy things that make no sense. This is like regulation haircut.
Ooh, we're going old school now.
We are, yes.
Here's something I do like.
Okay.
I don't think you even realize you did it.
What'd I do?
When you talked out the Hall of Fame, your hands moved together. Your hands, you didn't make the actual motion, but your hands did go together kind of in a mock version of the symbol. So I got it locked in your head, man. You're doing it without even thinking about it.
Either that or I really was mocking you.
Yeah, I like to think I'm in your head, and I've kind of it's that brainwashing type thing. It's the growth of the Whatnot Nation.
And right
We're
now,
gathering
listeners who've been
and
listening long enough
strengthening.
are sitting there going, Jim, he was mocking you. Jim, it's Sean. That was fun. I hope that you guys enjoyed this one, and it really is. I'm with you. Part of the point of this segment, part of the reason why I expanded my list and started doing it a little bit more my way, and same reason that you're doing what you're doing. It really is about, this is a chance for us to spotlight books we can't always get to cover. And that's why I did some speeding bullets on the beginning of this, because when we do a few of these episodes where we spotlight big trade paperbacks, I like to do one of these, where we get to really kind of just delve into comic-y goodness, because we read a lot. Even though like you said, you were a little behind on some titles, we're reading an awful lot of books each month because it's fun. And that's what comics are. And a lot of times I think people forget, if you gripe about one book, but I want to see as much balance out there of people celebrating the books that they're enjoying. And that's, we're the people, not just you. I don't mean you and me. I mean the whole audience, everybody. We are all the people that are the ambassadors of this industry. I'm not saying that you sugarcoat anything, or that, I'm saying if you really genuinely don't like one book, please go out there and put as much passion into ranting and raving about that book that you're loving. So if you're going on a board and you're like, I'm pissed about this, do that. It's honest. It's your emotion or anything like that. I wear my emotion on my sleeve like a badge. That's why I rant and rave and do this show this way. But that's my experience. It doesn't have to be yours. Do the same thing for a book that you love, though, please, because this industry needs that. We keep talking about the big two versus independents and all that stuff. All of comics needs people to be ambassadors for it, because I still do believe there's an audience of people that haven't tried comics yet that would love them, even if they're picking one title up. You know what I mean? They don't have to delve into it as much as we all do. They can be casual. Comics has a casual fan base, I think, that's waiting to be tapped. I'm talking about the people that read one or two titles. So what?
And just remember, celebrate, send in your top bullets. Celebrate, send in your top bullets. People wanted more singing, so I'm
I
giving
don't know if you guys can hear it. My cats are downstairs screaming. Make him stop and give us treats.
Holy caffeine!
Hello, this is Sebastien from Montreal. I'm, of course, calling from Montreal. Just wanted you guys to know that I'm totally geeking out on Grant Morrison right now. And I'd like to talk about Animal Man for a bit. Animal Man being my favorite character right now. Just because of the soft covers that came out a couple of years back. Like Animal Man, Origin of the Species, and Deus Ex Machina. those were just fantastic. Of course, geeking out on Final Crisis also, and you know, the guy is crazy, but you know, it's just great stories. It's weird and exciting, and his adventures of the All-Star Superman series are just amazing. So anyway, just wanted to you guys to know that I'm still listening. I'm still sending emails and everything. So keep up the good work, and can't wait till the next show. Ciao.
Actually, before we actually talk about some of his comments, I am doing our voicemails through Skype. So it's really nice when people call via the phone. For some reason, I've found with Skype, and we have had much better results with phone calls. Like when I call you on the phone, we don't get that, because a lot of times with headset mics, you get that kind of scratch, like it'll scratch your face or something. You get this weird kind of when that happens. But we get a really clean record from telephones. So these voicemails have been really, really pleasant. But we had somebody, Deadpool, on the forum today had trouble leaving us a message. I think if you download Skype, my screen name on Skype is Dr. Norge, crazily enough.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we're doing our voicemails through. So feel free to add me on Skype. When I'm not always on Skype. You know, I usually jump on for show business and that type of thing just because I barely have time to get our recordings in, much less anything else. But if you add me on Skype, I will add you. You can leave us voicemails anytime you want through Skype, and it's all free. And that's any of our international listeners that are like, you know, I don't want to pay for a long-distance call or something like that to get you guys. Some people have plans where, you know, they can do unlimited calling and all that stuff. They don't have to worry about that. But if you're in a situation where you're international and you can't get to us, Skype's free. So download Skype. It's skype.com, SKYPE.com. My username, so when you go to add the username, just go for Dr. Norge and add me in, and I will add you on as a friend. You can leave us voicemails and participate in this. I want as many listeners as possible to feel comfortable sending us voicemails every week, so that's what it's all about. Getting back to what he was talking about with Animal Man, though, have you read Morrison's, do you have Morrison's Animal Man?
No, only Animal Man exposure I have is, you know, the current stuff.
Okay. There's three, if you like Animal Man, and especially with you, when books start to get into religious symbolism and stuff like that, you talked about Testament and how you like that type of thing. Animal Man gets into some real wacky religious symbolism and all that stuff with what goes on with that book. You'll see why this character has so much love if you do that. There's three Animal Man trades by Vertigo, and I can't recommend those enough if you like Morrison's stuff with symbolism. He goes crazy with it in there, but you'll pick up a lot of the stuff. There's a lot of religious overtones in there as well that are kind of wacky things to pick up on. Good stories, though. Really good stories, great character. But Animal Man right now is, you know, he had a resurgence. He's in Ranthanagar and really cool there. He's also in JLA, which is really cool, so we're having fun there. And we're talking about Final Crisis. This week came out All-Star Superman number 12. Which is the final issue of the All-Star Superman line. One of the things I wanted to talk about, it was funny, he kind of set me on a little tangent right now when I was doing my thinking. What are your feelings on the All-Star line? We've seen All-Star Batman and All-Star Superman. All-Star Superman's coming to an end, and there's a blurb at the end. I actually read the issue. I'm not going to say anything right now. I know you couldn't have read it. But number 12 comes to an end, and there's a blurb on the end about more Superman stories in the future. Not implying that Morrison's doing them, just implying that maybe we'll see more All-Star Superman. What is your feeling about the All-Star line? Do you feel it's a bit of a failure, a success? Do you like the line? Do you want to see more of the line? Do you want them to do it the way they've been doing it? I don't know. Where are you at on it? It's interesting. I thought it'd be an interesting topic.
I'm actually of a give and take, with it. I don't completely say, oh my God, let's not do this ever again. Mm-hmm. But the delays in All-Star Batman did really turn me off it. And then when I did get an issue I had, Batman wasn't kind of the Batman I wanted. So I was like, And then I read All-Star Superman going, oh, this is wonderful. I'm loving this Superman. I'm loving these stories. I want more of these stories. So it's like, if they announced like an All-Star Wonder Woman, I would give it a read. I would see what it's like.
But then that seems to be either canceled or they're still in the working process of that. Because as Adam Hughes is going to do that, I'm hoping that sees the light of day at some point. But it seems like now I haven't heard anything in a long time, and I've heard rumors it was canceled, but please don't quote me on that because I haven't seen any official announcement.
Yeah, I think, I would definitely, I'm not opposed to the All-Star line, but I'm not eagerly anticipating just gung-ho, oh my God, when are they going to do it? It's like, when it comes out, I pick it up, I read it. Like, I have Superman, All-Star Superman in my stack, I'll get to it, I'll read to it. Do I jump to it over Action Comics or Superman or anything? No, because it's outside of the DCU, it's outside continuity.
I gotta admit, I did issue 12. It was the first thing I read this week. I actually did. I pulled that out of the box, and I was waiting for some guys to come. We were donating a television that we had to the Boys and Girls Club because we bought a new one for our living room, and it was still so we had that in our old entertainment center, and they were in really good condition. I mean, like the entertainment center still looks brand new. So I'm like, let's give this to somebody who can actually use it. While I was waiting for them to get here, I read All-Star Superman number 12. And it was the first book I read this week. It was such a wonderful, and I'm just going to leave it at that, such a wonderful ending. That was a book, I didn't care if there were delays or I don't know what the release schedule was for that book. Just when it came, I read it and I enjoyed it. It was a very pleasant, wonderful reading experience. I'm not doing it to contradict anything you're saying. I'm just kind of sharing my own experience. All-Star Batman was one of those that I've really warmed up to. And it took me a while. But I'm excited for that now. I want more of it. The delays, it's funny. I'm giving the delays leeway because I'm a gamer, and I like what Jim Lee's doing. So I don't, I'm assuming those are art delays because he's so busy with the gaming that they're, the development they're doing. So I'm like, you know what? I'm enjoying the story enough that I'll continue to support it, and I want him working on the DC MMO because I love what they're doing over there. If that's the reason, I don't know. Maybe I've convinced myself that's why, but I do love Jim Lee's art anyway, so I'd support it regardless. I am liking the character. Like, the Green Lantern issue was the turning point for me, where I finally started to get into the character more. I'm with you in the sense when you're saying he's not my Batman, he's not the one. He's not my Batman either.
Yeah, so
the current Batman's my Batman.
Yeah. Oh, definitely the current Batman. So I'm not opposed to it. I'll probably
Batman's my Batman more so than the All-Star one, which is kind of interesting. But I'm liking the story, so it is one of those that. Did you pick up the back issues of All-Star Batman? Did you get the?
I picked up the hardcover. Yeah. I picked up that hardcover and I picked it up,
which is nice
because of that artwork.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I was like, what? I'm picking up solely because it was beautiful artwork, and it's just like, okay, yeah.
That's good.
Our next review is going to be about...
come on, do that shtick that you just did with me. What I want to do first.
I will in a second. Just
All
give
right.
me a minute.
All right.
But I'm going to explain what we're doing, and hold on.
Okay.
Okay, our next review is going to be of Revelations number 2. Now, before we get into that...
Final Crisis Revelations.
Damn, like just put a little hook in the side of my face and just drag me along, going, "Dang it!"
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you'd think I know when to expect it coming, and I'm like, "Damn it!"
That's the problem with me. You don't know when it's coming because I don't.
No, I know.
Like I didn't even know I was going to do that.
Yeah.
It's not like this was planned.
Yes, it was. In your sick, twisted head, it was planned.
Oh, messing with you's planned.
Yeah.
I just don't know how I'm going to do it.
Oh, okay. That's more of improv messing.
Yeah.
Shoot it off the hip, just off the cuff. But we're going to be doing Revelations number 2. Now, before we get into that, just going to do a little, kind of bring you up to speed on what happened in Revelations number 1. Then we'll flow into number 2. But before
Jim, whatever you want to do,
I know.
I support the artist in you.
Exactly, because I'm about to bring the magic.
Oh, God.
But, before we do that,
you did do the jazz
yes.
hand.
The writer is, of course, Greg Rucka, penciler Philip Tan, inker Jonathan Galapion, Glapion, and Jeff De Los Santos. Colors Ni Rufino, Rufino, with Ian Hannon. Assistant editor is Adam. What is thy bidding, my master, Schlagman? Schlagman. And editor is Eddie Rona Mitra Berganza. Now,
don't forget the lettering by John J. Hill.
Oh, I did forget that. Sorry. Lettering by John J. Hill.
I'm here for you, man.
not to insult the man because it was good lettering. But the first issue very much is a continuation of the Spectre miniseries as well as the Questions Crime Bible, which I kind of like that these are continuations, but if you didn't read it, you wouldn't be going, huh, what's going on here? They do give you the information as it's going along so that you can follow it in. But if you've read the stuff, you've seen the progression because, Renee has some great progression through that as well as the Spectre. So these are stuff that if you're digging Revelations and you haven't read those, you may want to pick those up because it'll give you a fuller story and kind of let you in on, what is going on. It's kind of like the Paul Harvey. Now you know the rest of the story. It's a cool, intro. Now, in the first issue, we see that both Crispus Allen and Renee...
Is that your new thing now?
What?
Now you know the rest of the story.
And it is Paul Harvey that I'm ripping off when I say that, because I got to give the man credit. But, yeah... In the first issue, we saw that both Crispus and Renee were both very uncomfortable in, their current place in the universe. Crispus, it's more than Renee, as she's, getting to do some good, and Crispus is really questioning why he's doing what he's doing. He doesn't see the goodness that he's doing as a Spectre. He just sees it as just this force of death and destruction, and it's, it's something that just keeps building and building in him that he's just like, he was a cop. He was one of the good guys who, fought for, truth and justice in the American way, if you want to call it that. But now he's not that. He is the vengeance force of God. He's the wrath of God kind of coming in there. And, that I could see going from being the protector to being the destroyer as something that would be a major mind mess that you would have to, come to grips with it. Also, in the first issue, we get to see a wonderful, wonderful end to a villain who truly had it coming. And he was a creepy, strong villain, which makes your heroes stronger, but it was one of those things where, kind of after reading the best written stories about Dr. Light, I kind of wanted to take a shower because he was so creepy and just so nasty. And even in
just for everyone to know, this is the episode of Raging Bulls where Jim just announced he has stopped showering.
Well, you're the one who suffers the most because we're in a confined room. Yeah. And I kind
of wanted to take a shower. Wait, so did you take a shower?
What?
You said you after...
Yeah, usually after reading a good Dr. Light story, yeah, you have to. Because he is a scum. And even in death, we do see the scummy nature of him as he's, surrounded by multiple young girls who are dressed like the Teen Titans so that he can ravage them and imagine he's ravaging the Titans. And I was just like, he was a guy who so had it coming that... time and time again, you want to see this dude, fry for what he did, and well, he does fry as the ironic nature of Spectre. He becomes a human candle and just goes up in flames. And I was just like, wow, we're killing off another major villain here. We're killing off another major character because he is a major character. And when they brought him back with a vengeance, with the whole identity crisis, with, the reveal of his rape of Sue Digney. It's just, wow. So now we get a wow moment when he takes him out. We also get to see a very interesting sequence where Crispus goes after Libra. And it was a cool, moment because as Crispus is going after him, he's like, Libra. And you can see him think, wait a minute, I don't know his real name. Why don't I know that? And he immediately recognized there was something different about Libra. And Libra's like, I was waiting for you to show up. Come on, bring it. Because Libra knew Crispus couldn't touch him. So that just adds the whole thing. What is Libra if the wrath, the vengeance, the avenging angel, or whatever you want to call Spectre, cannot touch him? Not only can he not touch him, he reversed the energy back on him, and
Dude, there better be a reckoning.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see in the worst way Libra Spectre round 2.
Yeah. And I think it's coming. I think there's going to be something, whether it's in Revelations, whether it's in the final crisis, I don't know where we're going to see it, but we're going to see round 2. And
whether it's on pay-per-view, I don't care.
I'll pay for it. I'll drop $40 to pay for it.
Just want to see it.
Yeah. As long as they get, what's his name to call it out. Let's get ready to rumble. Michael Buffer. Yeah. As long as they got to get him, though. If they're going to do a epic event like this, you need that.
I mean, that's a big ticket item. You're talking about the Wrath of God, versus whatever Libra is. The prophet of evil.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure that out as the thing goes. Now, the first issue ends with which leads to a nice segue into the second issue, where the Spectre recovers after his confrontation with Libra and gets basically his next assignment, and it's Renee Montoya. And I was just like, I remember reading that going, Renee? What the heck's going on with that? Because Renee's a good guy. Spectre only goes after the bad guys. And we see that in issue 2, because issue 2 opens up with, the Spectre going after Renee. Of course, Renee is in the middle of dealing with her little cult of Cain, blood cult, crime cult, whatever you want to call them. They're the people she dealt with in the crime Bible. These are the religion of crime, the cult who basically placed the Faceless One as their leader. And she never wanted the title. As throughout the whole issue, she was basically tricked, manipulated, and or placed in the circumstances that she didn't want to see. And that's one of the cool things about her miniseries that came before this. You see her evolve and dealing with this cult through the multiple different stages and prophecies they have for her.
I've mentioned this on last episode, I believe. The name of the hardcover that collects it, because it's got a different title. It's The Question, The 5 Books of Blood. That's the hardcover that collects the Crime Bible miniseries, written by Greg Rucka. So it actually is an interesting... I agree with you in the sense you don't have to read it to understand or enjoy this, but I do think it's an interesting prelude story to this. It's very well written. It's a great series. It's worth... I would say if you're liking this, go and pick it up because you're liking this. Because this is really well done. So I just thought it was worth noting that the hardcover... I don't know why they chose to do that, but... it's a cool title for it.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I like that title. So it's kind of cool.
The miniseries should have had that title.
Yeah. But it works now. Yeah. So I'm happy. And it's kind of cool because Renee is just not just in a little fighting thing. There's some serious stuff going on because this cult has just retrieved the Spear of Destiny. And they have some mystic thing that they're going to do with this thing. And it's involving reviving their Messiah. And this is something that will play out later in this issue when we see who their Messiah is and who the vessel and all that type of stuff. So it's one of those huge kind of thing. Renee really's got to stop. And you see some cool fight sequences with her where she's not. It's one of those things where she just doesn't lay down. She is a hero. She is the Question. She is Renee Montoya who kicks some butt. So just when you think she's down and out, she's not. She comes back. She, zigs and zags. And I was really digging just seeing her throw down with this Colt. And right as she recovers the spear and things are starting to look pretty good is when the Spectre shows up and he pulls her away from it. Unfortunately, the spear is left behind. So now the bad guys, they've accomplished what they want. They have their spear. And it's just like, oh no, what are they going to do with this? What's going to happen now?
As part of the limitations of the Spectre lately has been the fact that the Spectre has only been able to focus on the one task. There is no, because Crispus hasn't embraced the Spectre, as I'm guessing, is that what you're reading, Jim, is the limitation right now?
Yeah, I kind of think it's...
Whereas if he were able to embrace him, that human host, the combination of the two would symbiotically make the whole thing stronger. And in the sense that maybe that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, maybe actually Crispus could have even helped out Renee take out the bad guys, but because...
And really recognize where Renee
recognize
is.
the true evil.
Right.
And I think that's something we're going to get out of Crispus.
To the Spectre, yeah.
Because right now he's either in Spectre mode or he's not in Spectre mode. He's got no jive and flow through between the two of them. They're not, it's not one entity, it's definitely two entities out there.
I'm ready for the resolution. I want to see this happen.
And and that's actually something that there's been a lot of complaints out there, and I don't even fault the complaints when they're saying with the Crispus with the Spectre, because you're like, come on, get over it.
I'm ready too.
Yeah, I am ready, and I like that we've seen this build, and I hope at the end of Revelations,
I'm excited.
I see it happening. I see Crispus coming to terms with who he is and why he's doing this. So definitely, looking forward to reading. This was a fun read. Well, not fun, but it was a good read. It was a good read. I can't, fun implies laughing, and this was a bit creepy, and there was some really cool moments. But we'll get to that.
Wait, can we say? I enjoyed the artwork in issue 1 a great deal, but issue 2, the first one it hit me with. I'm not going to jump ahead just in our discussion. I'm just going to mention the first scene where we see Batwoman was the first time I was like, oh my gosh, is this artwork breathtakingly gorgeous? And I'm not trying to derail.
Oh, no, actually, we're kind of getting there because...
Yeah, because it really is. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, this is right when, Spectre pulls Renee away. Right. He pulls her away for judgment, which leaves behind the spear. And I got to agree with you. These sequences that we see with the Spectre, for me, there was just some real Wrath of God moments when Renee's like, what are you doing? He's like, silence. Silence! And the way it's drawn and just the lettering in there, the coloring, and just, it was like a wow. I could really hear this booming voice that's the wrath of God, that is the vengeance, that is, it was like, wow. It was something that, I could see that it being an intimidating factor, being a moment that makes someone go, ooh, not good.
Did you grab that Gotham Central hardcover?
Yeah, I did.
Did you end up getting that? You probably haven't had a chance to even read it.
Yeah, come on.
It really is one of those, I read all the issues of Gotham Central. Followed Renee, then into 52, then, Crispus through his journeys and through the anthology. And it's really interesting now to read this, having had that history with these characters and seeing Crispus in Detective Comics. And honestly, a lot of what you see with Crispus in that Batman Gotham Knight DVD, his view of Batman and things like that is pretty true to, his relationship with that, was it Ramirez? Was that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah. His relationship with Ramirez was very similar to that with Montoya early on. And now to see these two face-to-face like this in this type of situation, to me, is just, ooh.
Yeah, and this was definitely some cool moments, because you see part of Crispus in Spectre where he gives her that moment of, give you one moment of peace, takes her to see, Kate Kane, and just, let her see Batwoman one last time, kind of, before I do what I gotta do, because she's being charged with being the leader of a murderous cult. And, yeah, she is. They've named her the leader. They've done murders and various vile acts in the name of the Faceless One. She is their thing. And we've seen her do some stuff that, I don't know, it's kind of one of those skating on the line. So, yeah, it's, there is a definite reason for it. Now, granted, Renee's a hero. Renee's a good guy. Renee's not the cult. But Spectre's very one-sided.
More Batwoman, please.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
More Batwoman. Just looking at this whole sequence, I'm just the beautiful image of her fighting and all that, I'm like, oh, I just want to see more. Is that Killer Croc?
I think so.
Okay.
Because he kind of looks like it, or he's either that or some type of similar. I wasn't exactly sure who he was, but yeah, I gotta say that her throwing down, and I liked how when Renee saw her, Renee wanted to jump in and give her a hand, because that's what you do. You see a hero in trouble, you help out, you step up, but Spectre is like, you're just here to observe. It's
not just a hero in trouble. This is like
her love. Yeah. So, and I really digged just seeing this rapport between.
You see his eyes, dude. The look in his eyes, the skulls in his eyes.
Yeah, just the pure, just as I said, wrath of God type nastiness. There is just anger, pain, and vengeance, and just I keep saying wrath, but it's. Even that's not a strong enough emotion. there is just, and
Spirit
even
of
the
vengeance. He is what he is.
and
He's
then
the
the
spirit of
coloring,
vengeance.
the heavy shade, the heavy focus on the shade, but it's not just shadows. It's the green cloak blending with the shadows. When you see him kind of like passing judgment, showing the images of some of the stuff the cult has done. It's not drawn crystal clear artwork, but it's done in kind of like in that dream type sequences because it is a revelation.
On the roof
Oh,
of the
yeah.
Gotham City Police Department, taking her back home yet again, right by the bat signal where she was so in awe of Batman. She was the one. She was the one who was so devoted to him before, the path that she went down. And it's so interesting to see her back here. This is a beautiful rendition of Gotham. Beautiful rendition of Gotham.
Yeah, and oh god, yeah. And throughout this, one of the things I did like throughout all of this is what's going on as the Spectre's passing judgment on Renee. We don't see her go into the blubbering, begging for her life type thing like we saw with a lot of villains. Please, no, mercy, mercy. No, because she's a hero. She's not the villain. And she's like, hey, hold on. And she starts piecing all this together. And I like how she asked for an appeal. Who wouldn't? Anybody who's associated with the law enforcement, associated with the law and justice knows, hey, there's got to be an appeal process here. There can't just be one thing. I want my day in court. I want my day in reckoning. Let me defend the charges against me.
I do like the moments when you're saying there's not the blubbering. I agree with you on that, but we do get these moments where you see in the lettering there what they did to me, but then when they flash to what they made me do in smaller lettering. We're seeing these moments, Chris, don't do this. I'm not ready to die, not yet, in smaller lettering. We're seeing moments where she's taking away almost the mask of the question, and as Renee, she's appealing to Crispus. And that I'm okay with, because this is her friend. And there's these moments where the shock here is it's not just the Spectre she's facing, and she's having these moments where she's trying to toughen up and how she stands to the Spectre and pleads to him, but then there's the part of her that's getting very human and pleading to her former friend. This kind of thing worked for me, how this was all set aside, where there was a bit of a pleading there, but not. You're right. Not the blubbering kind,
but yeah.
More of the friend who's letting her guard down and letting herself be a little vulnerable in those moments to plead to the friend, to the longtime friend. That worked for me because of who he is, and I like that.
Oh, and I just love how when she starts arguing her point, she's like, God must know I tried to fight them. God must know I tried to help people. And we see just the cusp of Crisp's anger with the Spectre and with his role. God knows, but God doesn't care. And you see that just, anger and just knowing what Crisp had to do in his miniseries. It's all coming to effect. It's all coming to a play. And
I like the explanation on this as to why, though. I'm not jumping to that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying this is really powerful right now. After reading it through the first time and then reading it a second time, that is one of the interesting things, is seeing his tone of voice and what that means and why he's lashing out like that.
Yeah.
He's not lashing out at her. He is lashing out at God.
Yeah. And
his spirit, God's spirit of vengeance, the chosen host, is lashing out at him.
Yeah.
So here's a big problem here. And it is affecting the Spectre and the way the Spectre's working. He isn't fully embracing who he is and what he can do. I love this.
And I tell you, and we see in his anger even magnifies even more when God's spirit of mercy arrives.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, God cares. God has always cared. And I loved just the description of Renee of actually everything that's going on, because she talks about how the blinding light and energy that just seems to radiate from her, within her, around her, and everything about her. And then he notices how, God's mercy's voice is like music. Vengeance is like a fury, and she's seeing with the presence of the Spirit of Mercy, she's seeing more and understanding more, and it's just like one of those kind of moments when you're in the presence of a superior, of a supreme being. You're seeing the direct connection to God, and it's just Renee's like, wow, and she's just completely captivated. The voice, it's like music. No, it is music, and you can just see and feel. And then once Crispus is seeing, what, you're giving her mercy. What about me, when I had to kill my own son? And we start seeing the specter dissipate, and we start seeing more of Crispus.
Here's an interesting part, though. But then she answers, and her voice isn't just musical, it's music. But even I can tell it's a song he doesn't want to hear, and I don't understand why. She's trying to rationalize, like, this is so beautiful, so pretty. Why doesn't he want to hear this? What is it doing to him? Why? I don't understand this. I love that moment where she's trying to understand what he's going through and can't reason it out because she doesn't know yet. It's setting it up.
Questions, more questions, always more questions,
Right.
because she is the question. I was eating that up because we're seeing the investigator, we're seeing the detective, the police officer, the hero in her. All of this stuff is asked. She's face to face with a much bigger picture, but she's going to keep going at it. She's going to try to understand. We saw her in Final Crisis when she was talking to Turpin about the missing children. She's always looking for the bigger picture, trying to figure out this is just another piece of the big picture to her, and she's starting to get the understanding of it.
Do you have this cover?
No, I have the red stripe cover.
Do you want this cover?
Sure.
It's right there. I got a second one.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I didn't think I had ordered it yet because for some reason I missed ordering Rogue's Revenge #2, so I ended up ordering a second one. It was funny as we were talking about the artwork. I flipped back and looked at the cover and I'm like, this cover is stunning.
Yeah. And the cover we're talking about is the non-red stripe cover where it shows Renee, and she's kind of got the outstretched hand. It looks like blood is coming out of her hand. She's in the full
Defiant.
question. Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful artwork, and these are just.
This is a cover worth having, though. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take off of that, but it was one of those things that just dawned on me. I'm like, I really, really liked this cover a great deal, and we didn't discuss it, because it really is just a gorgeous picture of the question. Because I'm a big fan of Vic Sage. I have his entire series, the quarterlies, the question returns special that they had, the annuals that went along with it, and the follow-up series that was done by Rick Veitch. And when he died in 52, I wasn't sure how I felt about it. It's the follow-ups with her, like this.
We're starting to see her get more into the character and become more of the question. It's before we saw the birth of her, we saw the birth of the question and that uncomfortableness. Now she is the question. Now she's always pursuing the question. You get one answer, there's another question waiting. You always got to keep seeking the knowledge. You got to understand, develop, learn, know more. And
Vic was beyond super cool.
Yeah.
So it's great to see now something being done with Renee, and Greg Rucka is the guy to do it.
Yeah. Now, I tell you, as we get the confession from Crisp, and Renee starts to learn what happened. He's out of Spectre mode. He's curled up in a corner in a ball, crying, just confessing how I killed Jake. I had to murder my son. And I was just like, I read the Spectre series. I saw him do it. It tugged at the old heartstrings. I was like, oh, the poor guy, man. That stunk. But this still tug at the heartstrings once again.
The eyes. What wonderful artwork. When you look at Crispus' eyes, I mean, you can just stare. He's staring at us. Don't you understand? Just the pleading. If God has mercy, then where were you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's funny because even after reading the issue, there's still questions in my head as to what happened. Why did he have to do that? And it's something he's going to have to come to terms with.
It also shows that he has more control than he realized, though.
Yeah, because he was able to turn off the Spectre then and there.
So there's a strength there, and he needs to bring that strength to the table with the Spectre. And boy, I want to see him with Libra.
Yeah, I want to see the throwdown, man.
When those two click, Ooh, I want to see him wipe the floor with that Libra.
Yeah, I want to see round 2. I want to
Yeah.
see the second, and I want to see Lieber go into it thinking, I beat him once, I can take him again, kind of like the old. It would be Rocky 3 all over again, the Clubber Lane rematch fight. Clubber figuring I can take Balboa, he ain't nothing. Well, guess what? He's back. He's
Right.
done a little training. He's ready to rock and roll. So yeah. We head as the story continues. We go back to the blood cult, and they're showing.
Dude, can we just the
okay.
background scenery in this?
Oh yeah.
Is just breathtaking. I'm a big fan of background setups and scenes like this, and I mean just the details on the water, and I mean, ooh,
And it's just this. It's a paradise, kind of. You
It
know?
is, yeah.
It's just beautiful, breathtaking scenery, and you
but
see
there's
the
a clouding
yeah.
that's coming over it. That's just,
Yeah.
ugh.
And you see the blood cult show up, and this is where they're going for the Messiah, and you don't know who it is until after you see these initial pages, and they're like, yes, it's time, and you go into the home where they're at, and you start seeing all these old, it's a dark, dingy, shadowy, but you start seeing all these old armors, and one at a time, and eventually you learn that it's Vandal Savage's home. But not only that, it's Vandal Savage after issue 3 of Final Crisis, because his computer is sitting there open. You have the Omega symbol on it showing that the virus has already been released,
Right.
and it's kind of like, it's weird. It's a calming to him as he's just sitting there saying, "Okay, it's time," And I really dig that.
Anti-life has been hung loose, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because he, as I said, he's got that calm, and he goes out and basically at first when he was confronting the cult of Cain, I'm thinking, okay, we're going to see a pretty cool Vandal Savage throwdown here. He's a tough guy. He knows what to do. He can throw down, but he basically doesn't resist him, and they go up to him, jab him with the spear, and like, it's time, and he pulls it out and he goes, yes, it's time, and it's like he's one of them. He's part of the group, and it immediately got me thinking, going, has this been Darkseid's plan all along? Has this been Vandal Savage's plan all along? Or is there a third party out there that we haven't seen yet? Is this the beginning of a third faction in the war? You have the whole Libra stuff going on. You have the Darkseid. Is he part of it? You have maybe this. Is there what's going on in the overall story arc? Because I was just like, what? This is one of those things like, holy crud, this is a major part of the Final Crisis story when we see Vandal Savage get run through, and he's like, okay, it's time, let's do our thing. And I was just like, wow.
But he's Cain.
Yeah. Now, is he Cain, or is he the vessel that was holding Cain? Because that was something I was wondering, because he becomes Cain.
The spear made him the host of Cain. Very similar to what I would assume it's similar to the relationship between Crispus and the Spectre.
It could be. It could be a host entity, outside entity thing, or it could be a...
This is all tied into Darkseid, though, because of the deal with the crime Bible and everything. That's a big part of what's going on with Darkseid. So I read this as this is totally tied into Darkseid.
Okay, so it's all...
Just
Darkseid's just this master
if we're
of all
taking
of it all.
that crime Bible that Libra's using, it is the same crime Bible.
Right.
So this has all been building to this. So I'm not taking this as a separate faction. I'm taking this as part of the whole thing.
Yeah, and it's, of course, it kind of really cool with him just sitting there saying, okay, where's the Spectre? And this is leading to Cain, Vandal Savage versus Crispus Allen Spectre throwdown. So I was like, ooh, that should be an interesting fight, especially you add the fact that Cain has the spear. What can that do to the Spectre?
Well, especially considering the current state of the Spectre.
Mm-hmm. We go back to Crispus and the Spectre, and once again, this was where I had some questions, even after multiple reads through, exactly what she was telling me, because the Spirit of Mercy is, kind of explaining to Crispus, hey, what's going on? And she retells the tale of Abraham and Isaac, where, Abraham was told to slay Isaac, but at the last moment the boy was spared, and a ram was sacrificed instead. Now, the one comment she made was the son meant to be Isaac, or was his son instead the ram? Now, did she just say that that Crispus had a chance to save his son and chose not to do so? Or is it, the fact that, did Abraham actually slay Isaac? And in the stories, they're saying it was the ram. I had a little confusion going in there. I didn't know exactly what she was trying to tell Crispus.
Well, he made the choice. Abraham made the choice to offer the ram, I'm guessing.
See,
because they're saying that, and Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burning in the stead of his son. So I don't know.
So did she just tell him that you could have spared your son if you chose to?
Or your theory. See, that's
I don't know.
I'm taking it you could have spared your son. And,
that's how I initially read it. I was like,
another
wow.
offering or provided another option.
Yeah.
You had a choice. You could have made a choice.
Talk about a massive...
I don't know. Or it's what you're saying. I don't know. That he offered his son. I don't know. It's interesting. It is interesting. I can read that both ways as well. I'm taking it as that he had a choice.
Yeah, that's how I read it. And I was just like, when I read that, I was like, oh man, that poor guy. Because, his son just killed the man who murdered him. And that's why he went and judged his son. And he didn't want to judge his son. He didn't want to do that, but he did it because he felt he didn't have control. If the whole time to find out he had actual control.
Saying if he had embraced God,
right.
If he had embraced his role, he could have
prevented it.
Yes.
Dude, that's an ultimate
Because Abraham embraced it, and look what happened. He was able to make the choice to have another option. What about, if Crispus had embraced the role, would he have had another option? Would he have seen? Abraham saw the other choice because he had embraced his role.
Yeah, that stinks,
Did Crispus not see? I guess this is how I'm reading it.
I'm not saying stinks is bad story. I'm saying it's a wonderful story. I'm saying I feel so bad for Crispus because the realization that's going through him that I could have saved my son.
Right.
And I failed to save my son. How does that affect a hero? How does that affect the man? I'm like, oh, that is... I feel bad for the guy.
Your office is more than exalting vengeance, a life at a time. Your power far greater than you allow.
Yeah.
But before... And that's the funny part. I think, what you're saying where there's a little confusion there, I think we're supposed to be left somewhat in that state.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Because they're cut off. Right when Crispus is getting answers, we are getting answers.
The fan.
This is when
everything, all heck breaks loose, and it hits the fan because they're on top of. I know we said it, but just to verify, they're on top of the Gotham Police Station, the Gotham PD building, right next to the Bat Signal, and out comes Maggie Sawyer.
Oh yeah,
but Maggie's a little bit different now because she's been infected by the anti-life equation. Matter of fact, everybody has been affected by this, and they're now kind of like monstrous attacking Renee, throwing out, shouting out the anti-life equation, trying to affect her. And I was just like, oh, this is like, and you see the pure chaos and the way it's drawn, the artwork of this sheer volume of nastiness coming at Renee. You can see her start to turn. You can see it start to affect her, but Mercy jumps in.
Even the Spectre's confusion during that. They will not heed me. He's ordering them back, and it's not happening.
Yeah, there's some power, something going on that not even the Spectre can affect, which is a huge thing. Which, we saw with Libra. He couldn't affect Libra, and Libra, I guess, is just the living embodiment of maybe the anti-life equation. Maybe that's who he is or whatnot. I don't know. But
I love that.
Yeah.
Loneliness, plus alienation, plus fear, plus despair, plus self-worth, divided by mockery.
Yeah.
Self-worth divided by mockery. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's the anti-life equation. Breaking you down at the fundamental things that... Oh.
Yeah. Well, Mercy steps in and kind of clears Renee's mind and teleports her out of there. Now, granted, it's kind of one of those frying pan fire moments because she's dropped off on the street and there's these roving mobs of these anti-life people going around doing their thing. Now,
she got a different definition of mercy than I do.
Well, she's the mercy of God. She, Spectre's the vengeance. She's the mercy. So it's, Now, do you take it that Renee is immune to the anti-life equation, or that she has some blocking of it? Because the roving mobs that go by here are spewing out the anti-life equation, but they don't see her, so they're not like focusing it, directing it on her.
They're not. Yeah, they're not feeding her the anti-life equation at the moment.
Yeah, but they are
That's how I'm
saying
taking
it.
it.
So I'm wondering if.
But right here, they're not.
Right.
They're just saying anti-life justifies my hate.
Right.
So they're not spewing it anymore.
Oh, okay. They're just saying anti-life justifies my hate. They're not spewing the
They're
equation.
not spewing the act.
Oh, okay.
They're right here.
I see what you're saying.
Anti-life equation equals loneliness plus. They're saying
Right.
it there.
Okay.
Which, remember, it was being fed over the internet, all these others. So I think what we're seeing here is how there's going to be a resistance.
Right. Okay.
There's going to be small groups of people that perhaps weren't fed this.
So you know who probably the best people will be? The Amish, because they have no internet or any phones or anything like. They have no electronics, man. The Amish are going to be the resistance movement. Maybe we'll have an Amish superhero. Okay.
Where are you going with that?
I don't know. It was an idea for a funny joke, and then it just
like a
quickly
bizarre
died.
tangent.
And it's a bizarre Saturday Night Live sketch that just died and needs to remain dead and forgotten.
What's Saturday Night Live?
No, I'm just saying it's like that. You know, the Amish superhero. You know, Jebediah. I don't know.
Oh.
As I said,
know.
it's he arrives to the scene of fight in his horse and buggy. These are all bad jokes that just needs to die, and I just need to shut my mouth and get back to the comic.
And I'm really throwing you under the bus too, because I'm sitting here like waiting for you. I'm like, all right, come on, explain it to me.
But back in the comic, we see Renee, of course, sees Batwoman lying there unconscious, and naturally she's got to run.
I want to hear more about your Amish superhero.
And actually, she's got to run to her, to Batwoman to, just let it die, man. Come on, do me a favor, just let it die. Let's just get back to the
fascinated
comic.
by it.
Oh man,
it's no Watish.
No, it's not. It's Jebediah Whatnot. That's who it is.
Jebediah Whatnot, huh?
Yes, and you can see Jebediah Whatnot in the Where's Whatnot Now.
There you go.
So that's who the new Amish superhero is.
Is there a Jebediah Whatnot up there?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a funny one too.
Mm-hmm. Just like your your Amish superhero was.
No, it's actually funny. Mine is not funny. Oh, man, come on. Yeah, I mean, even the magic's allowed to fade.
No, you know what? Now it's funny.
Yeah. Oh, look, an eagle.
I like the ending sequence.
Yeah, the ending sequence where Renee sees the unconscious...
Not the ending of your joke, but the ending
of the sequence of the comic, where Renee does see Batwoman and runs her, and she's naturally unconscious and concerned. But the problem is, Kate's kind of already affected by the anti-life. So it ends with the as she reaches up and grabs her by the throat. Once again, kind of curious to see how this is going to play out, because...
Now she's feeding her the anti-life equation.
Right. Will she be able to
happens?
resist it? Will she be able to fight it?
Will Kate be stopped before she finishes?
I don't know.
By mercy.
Maybe. Or will Renee, give her a good sock to the jaw, knock her unconscious?
Will Renee be turned? I don't know.
Renee,
see, I see at some point we're going to see a resistance here. I know Rook is writing one of those submit or resistance ones.
Yeah.
So this could be...
the segue to that. So
yeah, this is really good. You know what? All kidding aside, I really wasn't trying to be mean and throw you under the bus. You brought up an interesting point. Who are the people that are going to be able to resist this? What is going to lead to resistance? You were mentioning the Amish because of the fact that they don't have access to the computer technology that was being used to deliver. So that's why we see people probably walking around feeding off the anti-life equation to people in that situation. This is the force now that's looking for people such as that, who wouldn't have access to the technology. What heroes are going to be around?
Well, you think about it.
Supporting cast.
Think about it. All the Green Lanterns are off Earth right now. Mm-hmm. And the Alpha Lanterns have secured the planet. So you have all of the Green Lanterns that can come back. So right there, that's a pretty cool thing.
But is Rage of the Red Lanterns going to show us why they don't?
Probably. That's my guess.
Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
yeah, it's going to be a tough time for the heroes in the DCU. The Final Crisis, I'm wondering.
And can willpower fight the anti-life equation? What happens if a Green Lantern hears the anti-life equation?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because an Alpha Lantern was taken down by Granny. Goodness, so what happens now? I don't know, it's interesting. There's some interesting questions coming out of this. This added, to me, it's not just the rest of the story. This added questions and interesting developments due to now, because we haven't seen. We had the ending of issue 3 of Final Crisis with Evil 1. Now we're seeing some after effects of it. This is important.
Yeah, big time. So we got to figure out what's going on here.
Revelations is very important. So this is one of those, if you dismiss this one, issue 2 is one where you might want to rethink that. Really might want to rethink. Not only is it gorgeous, but now we're starting to see some themes developing, who can resist the anti-life equation and how? And are we going to see people banding together to protect each other from the anti-life equation? The way people protect each other from vampires and from other things, what happens if they cut, does Kate Kane get cut off before finishing that?
Yeah, and something as simple as...
and we know what Kate Kane becomes from the end of issue 3. Kate Kane becomes one of the female Furies.
Oh, yeah, that was her. So, so it's, I don't know. It's, and, the other simple question, like, can you block the anti-life equation by plugging your fingers in yours so you don't hear it? Or is it something mystical beyond just hearing it? Is it something that's kind of like a feeling as it's, said to you? Or do you actually have to hear it?
Or see it.
Or see it. Whatever,
or what kind of delivery do you need?
Yeah, so I don't know.
It's a great read. It's really a great read. It's a gorgeous read. These tie-ins have been really good. Do you have a favorite tie-in so far? Or are you just kind of enjoying the whole ride? Where are you at?
That's a toughie.
I don't know.
This is one of my favorites right now. The Legion of Three Worlds. Oh, I love that one. That was outstanding. Yeah. That last Will and Testament. It's like, it's tough.
Superman Beyond 3D. How'd you like that one?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I liked that a lot. Yeah.
I think that's a must-read. It's interesting with this one. I got to be honest with you. I love Greg Rucka, so I knew this was going to be good. But I think I was, because I'm like, another story where they're going to be resolving the Spectre. I wasn't expecting as much from this one. And I don't know why, because I love Rucka. So...
And it was funny, after the first issue, I was like, yeah, that was a cool issue. That was kind of...
this was the one. Issue 2 was the one.
Right, exactly. This is the one that made you go, wow. And it pulled it up to my stack.
Issue 1 was good. Issue 2 was great.
Yeah.
That's a difference. Issue 2 is a great... Like, even the artwork for me in issue 2, there was something about... I don't know if it was just the story or whatever. The artwork seemed stronger... And the artwork was beautiful in issue 1, but I don't know I think it just was this... Issue 2 just really came together in such a way that it really just kind of tied in with everything, and I really feel that issue 2 is another must-read.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely one of those where it's giving you the story that you need, and... it's probably...
And it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a wonderful read-through, and it's a 5-issue series, and this is only 2, so I'm looking forward. There's so much more to look forward to. Seeing what happens with Renee, what happens with Kate, the fight between Spectre and Kane. What about Christmas Allen? Does he come to terms with who he is?
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. Yes, I enjoyed this.
You filthy criminals.
Hey guys, Donnie Salvo here from Reality Wasted. I just wanted to say, I was listening to your episode where you went on about Secret Six. I pulled it right to the top of my stack. I read it. I loved it so much. In fact, I didn't even read the rest of my shipment. I went to my bookshelf and read Villains United and the Secret Six trades. Unbelievable. Gail Simone knocked it out of the park again. She's one of my favorite writers. You guys do a great job. Keep it up. And I will talk to you guys later. Take care.
And that's the Reality Wasted podcast. You're going to find the link to their podcast website in our show notes. So definitely check those guys out.
And all I got to say is, oh, my brother, testify.
Oh.
This is the Church of Gale, man. Yeah. Yeah, we've gushed and gushed and gushed, and we'll gush some more. Yeah.
I got my second copy of Secret Six today. I thought I had bought 2 copies when I did the, the original deal. It was 75 cents, I think they were originally. I thought I went back and ordered 2 because you'd mentioned, I ordered a second one to get one signed. And I remember thinking at the time, like, that's a great idea. I never did it. So I went and just ordered one at full price. Because
it's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah. Because I want one because I want it signed.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping I can get one signed by the whole creative team eventually. That's one where another one of my ones I want to get for the wall, get Nicola Scott's. Somehow I'm going to have to meet Nicola Scott at some point. Because I'd love to get her to sign anything.
I think it's time to get my passport.
Yeah.
I think I now have motivation to get my passport and head across the world just to get a comic book signed. It's worth it.
It is. It's just crazy enough that that logic makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, I get it. And Villains United. Actually, that is, if anyone wants the full Secret Six cycle, you want to read the Villains United the Villains United miniseries.
What is it, Villains United?
After you find the Villains United miniseries, you're going to look for Villains United. And then you're going to read that, and then you want to read Secret Six, the miniseries that we forget the tagline for it because I have the original issues and I have the trade, so I forget the tagline for the trade. But it's the Secret Six trade that's out right now, so just search for the Secret Six trade, and then grab the first issue, and you'll actually have all of Secret Six so far. Oh, they had the Birds of Prey crossover with them.
Yeah, those wonderful Birds of Prey crossover. Yes. That was a definite. Because
that's the complete Secret Six.
That introduces the Catman and Huntress, relationship.
So Villains United, Secret Six, Birds of Prey, and then you're going to want to pick up the first issue of Secret Six, and then you'll have all of the Secret Six stories so far, and it's well worth it. It's well worth it. And the Secret Six crossover was drawn by Nicola Scott.
Yes.
So get to see more Nicola Scott goodness with that. And Doug Hazelwood was on the inks on that as well. So, another big fan of that. So thanks for shouting that out, and thanks for using the voicemail. And that's actually our last voicemail for this episode. But definitely, please either try using Skype for me. If somebody would try that and let me know that you did it in the forum and the voicemail link. Let me know that I tried Skype, and Dr. Norwich checked. Let me know if it worked out. I can officially let you guys know next week if that's a good method too. I prefer phones because it just seems to work better that way. But I wasn't thinking at the time that would be a pain for international listeners. And I want our international listeners to be able to participate just as much. So if it's free for you guys internationally to use Skype, and if anybody wants to, I want whatever's the easiest way. If it's easier for you to call the voicemail line or to just pop onto Skype and do it, I don't care. We want you part of the show. That's the whole point of the voicemail line. It's an easy way for us to get your immediate reactions and get them on the show, especially there's books you want to shout out and stuff. The voicemail line's been more than I could have expected.
And our next review is going to be of Trinity. The writer is Kurt Busiek, art by Mark Bagley, inker Art Thibert, colors by Pete Pentez.
T-Bear.
Art Thibert?
T-Bear.
T-Bear. Excuse me. Inker Art T-Bear. Color Pete Pentezes. Letterer Pat Rousseau. Cover by Carlos Pachenko with Jesus Marino. Assistant editor Elizabeth Gerlin. And editor Mike Carlin.
I'm sorry.
I know.
One of our listeners sent that in. The only reason why I know that one is it's one of the ones I was making the same mistake. And it was one of those we got a listener who just happened to know the correct pronunciation. They sent it to me. That's why I actually do remember that one. So just to defend you on that one. I've had the clarification on me, so I actually do remember it and I do appreciate when listeners do that because you and I both don't like when we make those errors, and it was one of those things. So actually, I'm really not picking on you with it.
Yeah,
I gotta leave you alone. I picked on you enough with your Amish superhero thing before.
Yeah, thanks. The issue opens up with Rita, a wonderful character, and has nothing to do with Amish. I'm trying to find some answers in the cards, and things aren't exactly working as she expected and wanted, because it's all coming back to the Trinity. And we're also seeing the cards themselves actually change shape and form to form the pictures of the Trinity. And I was like, okay, once again, we're going back to the Trinity, and it's I was really digging this about Rita and just the whole connection. This is a mystery that's growing as what is their connection to the tarot? What is their connection to Rita? What is their connection to the overall power? And this is something that grows throughout the next bunch of issues where you really see the connection of what is the Trinity. And this is something that pays out and pays out in spades. And I was like, yes, I'm digging this.
I love the picture of Superman in the double-page spread. The picture of Superman with the son, where they've got the baby. Superman as a baby. Talking about like he's the prodigal son who's come to Earth to kind of shine a light for us all.
Yeah, and it's a Superman logo and all that. Yeah, oh yeah. It's definitely some cool stuff. And of course, Batman's the demon. And
I like Wonder Woman as kind of the angel too
in
the background, and that one. I wish it wasn't so hidden because I really enjoyed that aspect of her as well.
Yeah, and I gotta say how much I was excited when I saw the title was "Truth, Justice, and the American Way," because I was really looking forward to just how they would describe it, what they would come up with, and the way they showed it and the way they explained it in this was
very timely too.
Yes,
that discussion came up on the show.
After our initial dealings with tarot, we go back to some more Trinity reaction as they're looking at the burn mark that had branded Wonder Woman early, and they see that the shape has actually changed. Plus they start discussing the fact that these creatures, that branded them called them the Trinity. And there's something, ritualistic going on. They're trying to figure out, there's the pieces to this puzzle is starting to unfold to them. And it's kind of a neat thing where they're looking at it. It's not just your typical bad guy comes in, smash bad guy, good guys win. No, this is a layered thing. This is something that's going to require a little bit of detective work, a little bit of understanding towards what's going on to them, what's going on around them, which is always a neat little thing. And
I do like their reasoning out of what a Trinity is.
Yes, oh, definitely. And it's just like, it's based on how are they perceived. They're seen as detective, warrior, savior. There's symbols such as the sun, the moon, the earth. There's just so many different trinities. Like Superman is an outsider from another planet. Bruce, an insider born to the world's dominant civilization, but the outsider immenses himself more in the world, while the insider walls himself off. Shuns out the world. And Diana walks among humanity, but holds herself kind of apart from it. And I like that because, Diana's
I like that it shocks her, too.
Yeah, she didn't realize that she was doing this, but it was her friends that had to tell her, hey, you're kind of, keeping yourself distant.
And see, these are the moments that I really like with these three because of the fact that we see not only how they're perceived by others, but how they perceive each other as a small group. And they get to react to those perceptions in a situation where they're comfortable enough to let that guard down.
Right.
Which is cool.
This leads us right back to tarot. And as she's starting to look at the cards, but this time she's not going to fight it. She's not going to, she's basically going to embrace what it is about this understanding the Trinity, and she starts to see them, but she doesn't clearly see their faces, but she's learning about who they are. Superman, he fights for truth, justice, and the American way. Truth. Even in his life beyond Superman, he is a scientist, maybe a reporter, maybe a historian, but someone who seeks out the truth and makes it clear to the rest of us.
And I love that we see that her vision does allow her to see glimpses into who he is.
Yeah.
We see a faceless Jimmy Olsen, a faceless Lois Lane, where, she's seeing images of possible connections, but can't make out who they are. That's not how it works for her. We see the Superman rescuing people, but then we see the Kansas farm boy, but where is it? She doesn't see that it's Kansas. She just knows that he was adopted in this whole world. And again, faceless. We don't see Clark Kent. We see a faceless boy.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And justice. He is the protector of the innocent from crime, from greed, and natural disaster, giving us all a fair chance to make ourselves and our world what we can hope it can be. American way. As an immigrant who came to this world, was raised in its values, and adopted them as his own. If that's not the American way, what is? And I was like, Oh, that's the one I ate up because there's always the huge debate about Superman and the American way. Right here is just another explanation of it. Yeah, he's an immigrant, but he's now an American. So what's more American than coming in, adopting the mindset, adopting the values and the beliefs, and just something beyond politics? This isn't about Democrat, Republican, red state, blue state. This is about the spirit of America. We just talked in length about Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters, about the spirit of America. Tell me if that does not personify Superman and who he is. I was like, yes! I was just, it was the kind of discussions I wanted to see. Back up.
With these wishes, this part with Wonder Woman.
Really back good. With the Trinity, back in the satellite. And Wonder Woman continues, their discussion going, that it's not about what they separately stand for, but about what them as a group and what they have connection together. She continues to tell them how, Bruce and Clark are friends, but sometimes it's a difficult friendship. And how she's attracted to each of them, but in a different way. Clark is the solid, supportive man.
She was briefly romantically attracted to each of them. And I was, part of me when I was reading that, I'm like, she's being dead honest here, but I'm feeling bad for the two guys, because I think we've all been in that situation before where you get slammed by a pretty girl.
I wouldn't take it as a slam.
I didn't take it as a slam either. I didn't, but I mean, it was one of those moments where I'm like sitting there, I'm like, and the knife twists. It wasn't, and it wasn't, she wouldn't do that, but it was one of those funny moments where I kind of like took it out of context. But I went back and it's really, these are the bits that are my favorite, because here's what's happening. We're getting this nice interplay between them talking about themselves and Tarot's view of them, which is really, I think, a nice little shift of scenes and pacing in this.
Yeah, and it's definitely shining a light on who they are, what they are, and the strength of the Trinity. Because, Wonder Woman was attracted to each of them for different reasons. Clark's the strong, supportive type. He's, that guy you want. And she even says Lois is lucky to have you. And Bruce is that thrill ride. But he'll never let you get too close because he's too dedicated to the mission and what he has to do for it. So it's like, they pointed out to Wonder Woman, but she's pointing out back to them what it is about them. Which basically segues beautifully right into the Wonder Woman reading. As for, we continue seeing Tarot's connection to truth, justice, and the American way, which, it was kind of cool, seeing just the Wonder Woman reading and her connection. Truth. Her golden lasso compels the truth, and truth sustains her drive. Whereas Superman is a guardian, she seeks to guide us to this truth. Justice, she fights a war, to show us that it can be fought, that we can fight it, for our hope, for our equality, for freedom, to stand up, to speak and to be heard, to speak, to fight for justice. American way. While she's not American, but the American way is about what makes her up. The American dream is not unique to it. It's things like strength, it's readiness, power, tempted by power tempted by ideals. It's the hand of peace, but
tempered by ideals.
Sorry, what did I say?
Tempted.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah. Tempered because it's actually it's power that she holds in control.
Yeah.
Because of those ideals that she has. And that's the strength of that for me. That idea that she controls that power. It's tempered by these strong ideals that she has. Whereas like a villain who doesn't have such ideals, or, we even saw this with Artemis to a certain extent. Did you read the contest ever?
The contest? No, I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
I actually think I have it.
Yeah. It's actually a great contrast to this because it shows what happens when the ideals aren't as strong as they are for Diana. Mm-hmm. And what that means when you get a Wonder Woman in that position. Artemis is a great, great character.
Yeah.
And that, so...
it was funny because as we're talking about just the duality, it's like the hand of peace holding back the willingness to fight and all that. I couldn't help but... I remembered back, in the my X days, where it was the X Force, basically broke into the mansion and stole, some documentation from the X-Men, and as I think it was, pretty sure it was Cyclops was, questioning them, and they're like, there's so much, variations on, like, you have the open hand of friendship, but it can also smack you in the face. You have the closed fist, but if the closed fist is wrapped around something protecting it, it is both. And there's just that duality of violence and, strength, and I was like, oh, okay. There's been so many of different, coming in where you, especially, we talked about with Wonder Woman in her own series, we're seeing a lot of this. We're seeing the diplomat, the warrior, where she initially approached the guerrillas offensively, but, throughout the battle recognized warrior to warrior, ended it peacefully, not in a violent struggle. She has that inner struggle going on in her. And it's like, it's one of those, another thing where we're seeing the true Wonder Woman come through in Trinity. It's not just this, tough, hot-looking Amazon. There is more to her, and it's a layer that needs to be said in Trinity if you're going to get the true and valid, accurate representation.
It's one of the reasons why I think this series is so important to do the way we're doing it. Because I kept thinking, like, maybe we should do some speeding bullet styles and some of the issues to kind of speed up and get caught up with it, because we've been doing other things as well. And I'm like, you know what? No, we'll get this in gradually as we go through. We'll do, 2 and 3 here and there, and keep going along with it, because it's a character study of the 3 most important characters in the DC universe. And it really is that. I mean, immersed with this wonderful story. You've got this great study of these characters and who they are and what makes them up, and they're being so brilliantly handled in this.
Back in the Satellite, Superman and Wonder Woman questioned Bruce as to what he thinks about their hidden connection. And I kind of like this, because he's like, I think we should return to the Hall. The others are working. We should be too. And it was kind of funny. He didn't want to open up, even though these are his friends. And he will, talk to them more about other stuff.
And he did to a certain extent, but it reached the point where he had to put up the wall.
Yeah, and it's, that blockage. And it's the thing that, Diana said about him, where he'll never let anyone too close. So I was like, oh, okay, I like that. And I liked how they kept flip-flopping, between the tarot segments, and they're kind of like, for me, it made the anticipation of how are the Trinity explained to be truth, justice, and the American way. It was, that anticipation of it, because we've already seen Superman, we've seen Wonder Woman, so Batman's coming next. And I was just sitting there going, okay, this is going to be another nice one. I want to see this. And it flows right into it.
I like different art. I know I've said this before. I like different artistic interpretations of Batman. Like in this case, I like how he does his mask slightly differently than other people I've seen do it before.
Yeah.
The ears are a little less pointy. They're, so I've seen some that are really, and I'm not saying I prefer variations to Batman. I think that it's okay for an artist to interpret what he looks like just a little bit differently. He's not going too crazy with it, but I do like his version of Batman. I really like
and
this.
Throughout that segment, because they're initially, Bruce has the cowl down, but when it's time to go back to work, he pulls it back up again, and you see him pulling up the cowl, basically shutting them out. And there's kind of like a known look between Diana and Clark, saying, "Okay, see, he's doing it again."
Smirk.
Yeah. Now, Batman, obviously, truth. He's the detective. And what is a detective but the seeker of hidden truths? Someone who exposes lies to get to the truth beyond them. Justice. It's a darker justice visited on criminals, on evildoers. Superman shields the innocent while Batman strikes at the guilty, bringing them fear, retribution, and punishment. The American way. A self-made man, not financially, but a man who set himself an ideal and drove himself to study and train to remake him until he became what he dreamed. And I was like, oh, because we always talk, the American dream is, this, you rise up from nothing. You pick yourself up, you fight, you claw, you work hard, you say your prayers, you eat your vitamins, you get to be in the top, you get to be the best. And that, is Batman. Yeah, he's a millionaire.
Did you just do Hulk Hogan spiel?
Yes. I want to see how long it would take for you to catch it.
Brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Hey, Batman's a Hulkamaniac if I ever read one in my life. Come on. But seriously though, he is, and it's funny because you say, "Oh yeah, if I had that kind of money, I'd be able to do it." No, you wouldn't. You need that drive. You need that
And that was
inner
her distinction. She wasn't saying that he wasn't financially stable. She says that he is rolling in dough, but this is how he's self-made.
Yeah, and I honestly think that if Bruce didn't have the money, if Bruce wasn't billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne, he still would have become Batman. There would still be a Batman out there.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have the Bat gadgets.
No, we wouldn't have all the cool
and
stuff.
That's where it's cool.
But he still would be the Batman. And it would probably be a different version of Batman. He probably would be... I wouldn't think he'd be as symbolic. He'd probably be more like Gangbuster.
Did you read Bruce Wayne, Murderer, and Fugitive?
No.
He had to go underground in that. So you got kind of a glimpse. I'm not saying it's like a perfect picture of what it'd be like with him without money, but he had to go underground, and when he was underground, it was a lot less reliance on some of those things because he had to hide in his safe houses a little bit more. So it was interesting to see that kind of interplay. It was almost like he was giving up Bruce Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Bruce Wayne Murderer, and it's collected in 3 trades. Bruce Wayne Murderer, and then it's followed up by the 2-part Bruce Wayne Fugitive trade sets, where Bruce Wayne is set up as a killer.
Cool.
And
there's like so many Batman stories out there that I want to read.
Mm-hmm. That's when it introduces a character who...
Well, that introduces Sasha, right?
No.
No?
She was around before that.
Oh, okay.
It does start to tell you how Sasha... It tells you how Sasha wound up. I don't want to say.
Okay.
Because you should read it. I would say right now, if you like Sasha Bordeaux and Bruce Wayne and all that, you should read Bruce Wayne, Murderer, and Fugitive.
Okay.
Sasha Bordeaux does play prominently in the story.
Okay, groupie.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's the only reason why I don't, because it's not something we're covering right now. It may be something we'll do down the road as one of our book of the months. So,
groovy. The issue ends with Rita, and she's realizing that what and how the Trinity are linked, and it's kind of like one of those sort of breakthrough moments, which is going to lead to something, and bam, in bursts the wolf pack. They break in with a badly beaten Jose, and I feel bad for the guy because he is, her guardian, her shining knight, and the dude can't do anything to stop him as they snatch her up, and he's kind of like the no kind of desperation thing, and I'm like, oh, poor guy, because this is going to haunt him. This is something that, and we see it does, and we see how it affects him.
And you know what he really needs, and let's be honest, he really needs a hero that he can rely on. Somebody that can guide him and mold him. Somebody he can look up to. Somebody that really is going to embody the spirit of what a true hero that's just like this unstoppable force is really all about. Let's talk about the second
Jebediah
story.
whatnot. That's who he needs. The Amish sensation. Dun, 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 dun.
Or we could just flip the page.
By the might of my mystic beard.
There's like Amish dudes everywhere. They're going to be like coming after you and beating
Okay, I got to say, hold on. Any Amish person listening to this podcast right now, all I have to say for you is, what are you doing? You should be out in the field working. You should not be sitting around, relaxing, resting. That is wrong and evil of you. You should be out there praying or doing something, to honor God.
What are you talking about?
That's the Amish faith. That's why they don't have technology, because it takes away from their honoring and their honoring and praising of God. That's why they don't have that.
Dude, do you know anything about the Amish?
I know everything about the Amish. Well, they do fun stuff, but it's not
they do,
the
but
technology.
We do a whole unit on them with my kids in their room. You are so like they play baseball and games like that and stuff like that. And there's going to be some Amish kids who are going to come over here with baseball bats, and they're going to show you, here's your technology, whatnot.
Okay, I think my Jeep can outrun their buggy, so I'm fine.
Huh?
My Jeep can outrun their buggy.
Dude, if a bunch of Amish people are outside of my lawn with baseball bats hunting for you, I'm gonna puncture your titles and tie you up like a tires and tie you up like a whatnot pinata because I'll think it's funny. Hey, make him whoop-tish. Hey, Hey, look, Jim can make that sound without the hands. Did it whoosh in a bad? Whoosh. Whoosh. Here's a couple comic books to put on him for his Hall of Fame.
Oh my God!
Hey, kid, hit that one. What is Hall of Fame? Jim Sensei the Whatnot Segulin, offending one Amish person at a time. Were you like abused by an Amish person or something?
No, but Hey. Come on, if I'm not insulting somebody, it's not a show.
I was willing to let it die.
I'm trying to save myself, so I'm gonna bring something positive, funny out of this.
But you're not going to, because you're like offending people. You're like trying to save yourself by like digging the hole. Like, I might as well just like save you the time and get you like some construction equipment so you can dig your hole deeper faster.
Hawkman. The second portion of Trinity number 6. Which, and of course, it opens up with Hawkman just holding Nocturna, and I knew you'd be happy, and I knew it would lead to something, and it's kind of cool. I like how he questions her, talk or fall. Ah! She talked.
Uh-huh. He's awesome, and I really like the use of him as an archaeologist.
Yeah.
As a part of this, just pulling into his whole mythos. I liked here too. It's so funny. There was talk on the forum about the reality of his wings and whether or not, that physically works. This whole segment right here. The medallion was being stolen tonight. 2 time zones west. Wings made of Thanagarian and nth metal let me go suborbital. Parabolic arc gets me to LA in 34 minutes. 1 minute thinking about Nocturna. Are there with her pheromones? He's like sitting there, is it her pheromones that did this to me, or is it? But I loved the explanation that he was, I don't know if the physics are right for his wings or not. Does that type of stuff bother you?
No. Yeah, here's really, the thing. I've learned to suspend the disbelief a lot. And there's some stuff that, I probably would have a little bit more but we're dealing with a foreign race. We're dealing with an alien race, mystic metal, mystic, scientific, whatever you want to call it, metal from another planet. Once you accept that exists, that's what works for me, right? Yeah. You're dealing with suspension. Like the physics, I've seen so many articles and stories about the physics of like superheroes that it doesn't work.
Oh yeah.
Like Spider-Man. Even if he was proportionally strength of a spider, he wouldn't be able to do half the stuff he does.
Batarangs?
Batarangs.
Their actual shape, is that even possible? I don't know.
Yeah, and like the Batman with his grappling gun, pulling himself up, swinging by it. The Mythbusters tried to test and create a grappling gun, and there's no way you can make that gas-powered handheld gun. It's a cannon, basically, is what you're dealing with.
Jim trying to make an Amish joke.
Exactly. There's so much stuff that just does not work. That just needs to die. But seriously, though,
I'm sorry.
I know. But I do like the fact, though, that they explained with the, with him going suborbital with the parabolic arc. That was a cool thing because you think about, there's like, travel of the future is basically going to be ships will fly basically up in the upper atmosphere. Yeah. The Earth will rotate around them and then they'll land. And you can get across country in a half hour easily. And it's, we're going to see that eventually. And I'm hoping in my lifetime because that Vegas trip is too long. I want it to be, you want to go
suborbital.
I want to go suborbital because when you go suborbital, you do get that moment of no gravity. Like,
There you go, the whatnot arc.
Yeah.
What-ish? Uh-oh, Whatnot's at MGM again. It It's interesting. It was interesting because it was brought up on the forums, and it is one of the things about comics I will say that I do a lot too. There are certain things that I know. There's elements like Clark Kent with his glasses. Okay, let's be honest with you. I wear glasses. It's not like I look like this completely. Like you didn't like walk into my house today when I was wearing glasses and go, "Wow, you're completely unrecognizable."
Right.
Where's Sean?
Or those moments when I shave the goatee off,
Yes.
I don't look any different. It's the same person.
Yeah, well, I won't let you in the house.
Yeah.
What have you done with Jim? Why do you have his Jeep?
And I dig the museum sequence, because when Hawkman returns back to the museum, we see gangbusters already there, and he is just tearing them apart looking for Rita. And it's that desperation in him, and you see him just... he was her guardian. He was her shining knight, and he failed her. And he's just opening up on him. And I like the fact that he's using rubber bullets in his guns, and they explain that. Because he's not just this. He's not a killer, but he's got some firepower to him. And and I tell you, I really did like the scene when, Hawkman just, as the gang member is running away, chucks the mace at him, and he won't be running for months. I was like, oh.
Do you see why I love this guy so much?
Come on.
It's the way he carries himself.
And in the beginning, and I'll be honest with you, this issue was the beginning of my Hawkamania. This really, seeing Hawkman the way he was used in Trinity,
this is
really
brilliant.
This started my my conversion over. And I even have a notes here. I can see why Sean digs this guy. And okay, that's kind of a cool stuff. That's I'm liking this, and I even like the thought of these two teaming up. I was like,
I did too.
This is going to be a cool combo. This is going to be a nice 1-2 punch here.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if partway through, though, I really do think, is it going to change, like, partway through from Trinity to Hawkman and his amazing friends? Is that going to happen?
Well, here's something I was thinking. For the next weekly series, they need to pick other heroes and do the same thing they did with the Trinity, where it's, spotlight of heroes. Now, originally, I was thinking a cool thing would be Green Lantern and Green Arrow, and bring back the roving... hero, bring back the the roving
hard traveling heroes.
The hard traveling heroes. Thank you. And bring that back. I thought that'd be kind of a cool thing. But now I'm wondering. I don't know. Maybe do a three-peat of them. Do Arrow. Do the Green Boys and Hawk, because you got a definite. You have Green Arrow and Hawkman who kind of butt heads a lot. Then you'd have Hal in the middle, kind of keeping them cool. I don't know. That'd be kind of a nice combo.
Reunion of the original Satellite League?
Maybe, yeah.
You do that type. I guess there's a lot of different options. I think the key is finding writers that have a good storytelling, good story that they want to tell, and letting them kind of carry it all through. I think they've done some interesting things with these weekly series, though, and this is one that I really do think this came out of what worked in the other ones.
Yeah, and I kind of laughed when they're looking for clues, and Jose goes, "Hey, I got a connection," and he calls up Lois for leads on a gang problem. Considering that her husband is connected to all of this, I was like, oh, "Okay, that's kind of cool," Yeah.
And she would be, though, to be able to contact a reporter like her who has used her position to fight this type of stuff.
Yeah,
is really great.
In the end, as Hawkman goes to leave, I like that Jose wants to come along, and it's the point where
wait, the killer moth bit, dude.
Okay,
you don't want to end without that. Wait, where did Hawkman go? They're he's in the middle of digging up that data. Then all of a sudden, right from the crash, right through the ceiling, the drop was 4 blocks away. Who is this? Killer Moth. He's one of Batman's punching bags. He throws him through the glass roof.
Hey.
I mean, what a great moment. Then, like you said, he wants to follow him.
And then, Hawkman goes, and it's I kind of chuckled because he almost gets his butt kicked because he grabs on Hawkman's wings. And just as, you see the rage about the billow in Hawkman, he's like, I promised to protect her, and I failed. I failed. You don't understand. And you see that connection that, how many times, Hawkman's protected, sworn to protect Shayera.
Always almost mine, almost.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I was just like, yes. That, right there. It's the duality, the complex layering that is Hawkman right there. You see the hardened warrior, but you see the guy who understands, like, okay, let's go. And the gate opens up to the JLA and chunk, goes in. I was like, oh, nice.
Good issue.
Issue 7 opens up with Clark dealing with the mysterious solar system that appeared earlier. As he's doing this, he's continuing his thought process on what the Trinity is and what it means. Batman the brain, Superman the heart, Wonder Woman the will. Wonder Woman of the magic. Superman is science. Batman is the humanity.
I do like seeing this aspect of Superman. The gadgets that Superman creates that are more space oriented.
Right. He's the tech guy.
Yeah.
He's the man of tomorrow. Wonder Woman's the man of ancient myth, and Batman is the man of present day. There's just these threes constantly going through, and I was like, I was eating this up, because it's the Trinity is more than just the three of them. There is so much other layers, and they're starting to delve into that, and explain their connection to the DC universe, their connection to the other heroes, their connection to each other. And I was just like, this is kind of cool.
Dude's flying back to the Hall of Justice. I love that.
Yeah.
It just looks great.
Yeah. You get those, those kind of like, kiddie moments where you're like, meanwhile, back in the Hall of Justice. Yeah.
Watch out for the trouble alert.
After Soup deals with, disposes of this universe and whatnot, he does check in with Jon Stewart at the Hall and the Cosmic Egg, sees if it's still in status. I really dig that they're dealing with this old JLA story in this. And it would make sense that the Trinity would have something big, and that they would use it as the backdrop, as the support, as the rally point for them. This is the JLA, this is the Hall of Justice. This is naturally for them, and they need to bring this in. Yeah.
That's bring it in.
Yeah. Batman's starting to go through the archives, and he's trying to figure out who the Wolfpack is. He knows he's seen them before, but he can't, place where and when and whatnot, which is something that did throw me for a loop, and I'm glad it's mentioned in here, if not in this issue, later issues, that Batman's fought these people before. Why doesn't he know who they are? And I like, when we get the explanation as to why that happens. Hawkgirl and Diana are searching the symbol on Diana, which has changed once again to a third symbol now. And, which, gives us the title to this issue, a third symbol now.
It is great to see, though, with Hawkgirl's recent history, as when Hawkman had disappeared for that time, as being curator of the museum, having taken over for him. I'm glad that she was pulled in, and I was glad that it showed that she has experience, but that Hawkman would be the expert.
Right.
And I'm not saying there's a knock on her. She has her own strengths. There's differences and distinctions between the two of them. She is not a Hawkman clone. She's got her own thing going on and her own, unique.
And she's able to recognize that it is an Egyptian type symbol, and she's like, "Hey, we should call in Hawkman," because she's not afraid to call in backup. She knows what she's doing. But just as they're thinking about it, he does arrive with Gangbuster. And I like that they're all getting, and it's immediately get there.
A great looking Hawkman image, too.
Yeah, when he's coming through the gate, he's got the background and the energy, and he's just like, dun-da-da, kind of, moments in there. And Jose's filling them in on tarot.
No. He'd, take out the mace and go, I got your dun-dun-dun. He's not that kind of guy.
Oh, he's not that kind of guy?
Superman's your dun-dun-dun guy.
Okay, what's he? He's more bow chicka wow wow, strut. He's got the strut.
I don't know any hero that's like that.
Well, kind of Dick Grayson, maybe.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
He's the playboy.
Depending on what issue, yeah.
And they start actually, as Jose's filling them in on tarot, Hawkman starts following up with all the museum robberies. And it's only mystic items, but all of them are being done by the Batman rogues, which kind of triggers something, and he calls in Nightwing. And I like the fact that they're all doing... it's not just the entity. It's not just the Trinity. It's, once again, this is an overall DCU event story being told, and it makes sense. They're each pulling into the experts where they're going to and whatnot. It's, when you saw the title Trinity, you immediately think it's just them. It's not. The Trinity strength is in their friends, and we're seeing that this year.
Now, I love this artwork. His foot here, that's not humanly possible. His foot is pointing completely back. Do you see this? When Nightwing's fighting there, take a look at that's the first image of Nightwing fighting. I love how he draws Nightwing. It's only the foot that's throwing me off. Do you see the foot?
Yeah, I didn't notice that before.
I was just looking over it, and I mean, this is really gorgeous art. I love how Bagley's doing Nightwing and everything, but his leg is it's almost like. Ow. His foot's pointing it completely. It'd be like if you took your foot and twisted it all the way back behind you.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, well.
You know what? Taking my little art nitpick aside, he really does, other than that, the Nightwing is absolutely awesome. And the writing on Nightwing as well is spectacular.
Yeah. And once again, it's another connection to the whole universe, because as they're calling and talking to Nightwing, he's fighting off Mr. Freeze's goons who are trying to hit the police impound yard to once again steal some more mystic relics. Another Batman rogue going after relics. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, which it's, they keep laying out a little piece here, little piece there.
Is that crack him kicking him or Nightwing's on the leg?
I'm assuming it's Nightwing kicking him. That's what I'm going to go with. But that's just me.
I know what the what is, though, because that's that guy's head going into there.
Thump, yeah.
I like when he's multitasking. This is really funny, because he's in the middle of something and just kind of still carrying on business, which we see so many times with the Bat family. They're always multitasking because they've always got to move in Gotham because there's always something going on.
Yeah, and it's, part of the thing not being metahumans, they have to stick and move. They can't be stationary. They don't have invulnerability to rely on. They don't have a superhuman speed, so they got to always be a moving target. So I like that. That's, once again, more positive portrayal of who these characters are. And you see him, he's chit-chatting on the phone as he's bam, 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 taking out the bad guys. But this another Bat Rogue kind of gets, Batman, it starts to click in him. And once again, he does what he, does best. It's, Batman steps up and it's a call to action. He's contacting Nightwing. He's contacting the Titan. Contacting the Outsiders. Getting them in play. Oracle. Find out who's calling the shots. Where the goods are going. Hawkman and Gangbuster start following up with the robberies. Coordinate with Oracle. Get them moving. We need a line. We need to find a line on that missing girl. And it's just like, boom, boom, boom. Batman once again steps up. And he is Batman. And, it's a cool stuff going on.
This is the best panel. This is my panel right down here, though. My two favorites, facing off, toe-to-toe. Watch your tone, Batman. I'm not your sidekick to be ordered around like the two of them are facing off. And, I mean, just too powerful. Because Batman's not backing down there either.
Yeah, but it's the diplomat Diana that realizes that Bruce just pieced it together. She's like, hold on, this is it. We're starting to figure this out. And Hawkman even confirms that, these are ancient Egyptian tarot symbols. Strength, High Priestess, and the world.
Well, it's really Vixen that breaks it up, though.
Yeah.
That leads it into Diana, which is, right. I love the use of the JLA. And we've said this before, but this is really, really a cool use of the JLA. I'm sorry, and you're right, the tarot.
Yeah, and they got the link. They've kind of figured out what's going on, and it's all about tarot. Rita is a tarot card reader. The robberies have been focused around the 4 suits, of tarot: wands, swords, pentacles, and cups. Also, the brand on Wonder Woman is tarot related. Plus we have these creatures that are branding them, referring to to them as the Trinity. They have their connected dreams. Plus, there's this primal energy that is manifested. There's something big going on. Bruce recognizes it. He knows this is time for action. It's one of those things where, my speech is brief and abrupt, but it's only because of what we're facing here. We don't have time to be political. We don't have time to ask. We need to act and act now. And I like that there was that recognition by Bruce that there's something big happening. We need to strike before it strikes us. This leads us right back to Despero. And,
he looks really fierce in this sequence, too.
Dude. I was like, wow. Because he's looking down on something, but, he doesn't completely, doesn't completely know what it is. And, of course, his men are kind of very understanding, and they kind of offer some guidance so they can figure it out together. Work together as a team. Seriously, though, I do like the fact that as soon as,
Of course I know what it is, fool.
Yeah. As soon as, Despero, gets... As soon as his men start getting an inkling that maybe Despero doesn't know what he's got there, Despero has to disperse them. He has to get rid of them because he is a ruler by power. And the second they question him, the second he'll start losing that power. And granted, he is a butt kicker, but you have a couple thousand of them swarming him, maybe they could take him out. Who knows? It's better to have them live in fear of him and think he is all-powerful and all-knowing than to have to prove it. And I like that about him. He is a conqueror. He is a nasty, son of a gun. So he's going to need to have that fear. Just keep them on the edge. Say, I know what I'm doing. I'm just figuring out the best way to use this. I like that. His thoughts, plans, and whatnot are interrupted by the arrival of Morgan and Enigma. And it's kind of funny that I was a bit surprised, that she showed up with housewarming gift, some muffins and some nice present, maybe personal reading or something. I kind of like that. It was nice of her.
Bouquet.
Yeah, a friendship bouquet. I kind of dig that. That was kind of good. Of course, she goes off, she initially starts by, insulting and then goes on the offensive. But it's Enigma who tries to calm the situation down by offering Despero a chance to be the Lord of Creation. And I was like, okay, cool way to end it, I like that. The backup portion, second portion, whatever you want to call it, opens up with John in the kitchen.
Did you talk about the art team on the backup story? Tom Derenick and Wayne Faucher?
I did not have it written down, so...
Okay, it's Tom Derenick and Wayne Faucher, Alan Pasalacqua, our friend on the colors. Scott McDaniel did the artwork on the previous one, too. I don't know if we addressed that one.
I don't know if we did or not.
Yeah. It was Scott McDaniel and Andy Owens did the artwork on the other one, too. It's just interesting because these rotating art teams, I just think, have done a really nice job on the second stories in this. So this is a good one because of the Green Lantern and Firestorm.
Yeah, I know, and I like how they use this because it opens up with John fighting in the kitchen. He's trying to push himself to the limits to maybe trigger that reaction he had when he was fighting Convict, and he's fighting dozens of the Quard Thunderers without the safety parameters on. So it's putting himself in a real dangerous situation. And when he realizes it doesn't work, it's an end program. But John Firestorm's there because he wants to find out about this cosmic egg they were talking about and Chrono. And I like that because he didn't want to say in front of everyone, hey, what the heck's going on with that? It's one of those private moments. He goes to Jon Stewart, everybody's buddy, everybody's friend, somebody you could actually trust. And I like that. That was a nice, good moment. You see them. It's, and every time he calls him Mr. Stewart, I told you to call me John. It's that friendliness between the two of them that makes sense why he would go to him, kind of like the mentor, big brother type thing.
And the Mr. Stewart also shows, again, reminds us the age of Firestorm.
Right.
Because Jason Rush is still a kid.
Yeah.
A teenager, right? Well,
I think
he's more of a, college age?
I think he's college age.
Yeah, college age?
But
still, Jon Stewart would be, at this point, he's college age.
Yeah.
Because he was working for, in his book towards the end, a scientific company of some sort, if I remember correctly. I got to reread my Firestorm.
Yeah.
But, no, he would definitely be at least college age by now. But definitely Jon Stewart, there's an age difference with his longevity and how long.
But it's also Jon Stewart, Green Lantern.
Oh, yeah.
Longtime JLA member, so he's going to be more respectful.
Right.
He's going to be like, Mr. Stewart, sir. So I like that. That's definitely shows a good kid who is Firestorm. Firestorm's a good kid. He's respectful. He's, courteous. It's, he's not some snot punk who say, hey, no, and plus he also wants some information. So usually when you want information, you're going to be a little bit nicer to people and say, hey, can you maybe help me out here? Because I didn't want to say this in front of Superman and Batman and have them look at me like I'm an idiot. And no, John doesn't look at me like an idiot. And actually, it's a cool way to tell the story of the Cosmic Egg and tell the story of Kronos if you didn't read it. Now,
well, your newer, younger heroes are always our eyes into... Are kind of our accessibility point sometimes to longer standing heroes.
Yeah.
Because, I feel like, hey, we could be Jason Rush. That's kind of the cool thing about him. And so...
It's funny because at first I wasn't 100% certain what they were talking about, but as the story went on, I remembered reading an old Tales of the Green Lantern Corps that delve with, some of this stuff. So I was like, oh, okay, I remember the story. So I needed a refresher, just a reminder of what it was. And the way the story was told, though, was the coolest part. Because it wasn't just John sitting down, well, let me tell you something. No, he used his ring to have Firestorm access the ON archives. And he didn't just hear it, he felt what was going on. And because of just the magnitude and the events that happens there, the Guardians of the Galaxy wanted anybody to feel it so they can know truly what it was so they wouldn't repeat the same mistakes over. And that was a cool little story there. I liked that. Now, the Kronos story... Originally, the Guardians were more like us. Granted, they were super smart, and they had godlike powers, but still, they were like us in that they were a little bit divided. Kronos was one of them, and he wanted to learn the very origin of the creation of the universe. The very beginning of existence. What are you laughing at me now?
Kronos, you telling Amish jokes? And I'm up on the other side. There's Jim on trial for his Amish jokes. I'm sorry. I did throw you under the bus with that.
Oh, big time.
I fully apologize.
But Kronos wanted to know the origin of the universe.
Krona. What do I keep saying? You say
Kronos.
You say Chrono, Kronos.
I'm getting a little tired here. The caffeine is keeping me going, so by the end of this, you're going to hear probably something completely different. So just wing it and deal with me.
Something completely different. Kronos great.
Yeah.
I mean, really looks intimidating here, too. He looks very Starlin-esque to me. I don't know. So you don't have as much history with Jim Starlin's art, but he looks very much like a Starlin cosmic creation in the way he's drawn here, which I really appreciate going with that stylistic approach to him because he's a cosmic character.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like, you're talking about just how intense he is, and, I'd say he's a little bit obsessed with his mission because he's willing to sacrifice trillions of lives for the knowledge, and the Council basically banishes him without physical form for all of eternity. And, dude, you're talking about that is just a nasty thing to do to someone. It's beyond death. That is a punishment beyond death because he's lived trillions of eons. But he can't partake in it. He can't interact with it. He's just that silent observer watching, what is going on around him. And his whole thing was he wanted to know the origin of time and space, the origin of creation. So the fact that he just observes reality and observes life but can't interact with it, that had to be a double whammy, just kind of, and a little extra jab into him. Plus... the ON Archives allows you to feel his pain. You feel his obsession. You feel just that. So as you're listening and learning this story, you're feeling this anger and rage and just maybe probably sadness thrown in there as well, maybe. And it's just one of those things where this is how you learn the lesson. After seeing this tape, after viewing this, feeling those emotions, no one's going to step forward. And that's a cool lesson to learn.
I like how we see it in his text, too. That we see him slowly kind of drifting into the conversation. Like, man, it's terrifying.
Yeah. As the story goes on, Kronos does eventually get out, but he is trapped into that cosmic egg. And, nice play out of just showing a quick boom, 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 blips of that story. And
me out, showing where it's coming
in and
from.
out, and just showing that the Green Lanterns were involved with it. Hal was involved with it. JLA was in it. But it's adding to just the whole, how important this cosmic egg is and how powerful, if you think about it, this cosmic egg is going to be, which, kind of, triggers, is at the end of it, you see that "let me out," which does trigger that same type of reaction from John as he goes all binary and, with the 0-1-0-1, yada, yada, like kind of like that. So it was like, ooh, could Kronos be triggering that? Could this be the antithesis to Kronos and the cosmic egg? Don't know. Gonna learn that along the path. But in the end, John and, Firestorm, they're like, okay, let's check on the egg one last time. You see him click on it. There it is. Still trapped, contained. Everything's good to go. Whew, good to know that. And as they leave to answer, to deal with more JLA business, we go and show a close-up, up close and personal on the cosmic egg, or where it used to be. And we see the containment things kind of like broken and drifting in space. And that is what Despero has. So you have this power-hungry conqueror. You have the evil Trinity showing up, and they're just about to get their hand on the cosmic egg. So now we're getting more of the pieces. We're just finishing issue 7, and we're learning how the bad guys are going to do what they're going to do. But it's still not the whole puzzle. There's still more to happen, and there's still more energy and adventure to happen, and that's why I'm digging Trinity. It's it's one story leading to the next, leading to the next.
And
boom,
every
boom,
issue has
boom.
a lot happening in it, though. There really is a nice move and pacing of this story, which I'm really enjoying. So it shows that you can tell a nice, long story while at the same time giving us arcs, giving us things like that.
Can Batman escape? One hint, the worst is yet to come.
Okay, a funny thing happened. Jim and I had Chad Burdett over here, and we recorded a segment on Ambush Buggy or None. And we also recorded with J.D. Alvarez a little conversation about the CGS Super Show. Well, these little conversations really are about 2 hours worth of content. And we're at 417 now in my editing. So I'm actually going to make a little addendum to this. Ambush Bug Year None and the J.D. Alvarez segment, rather than waiting and releasing them on next week's show, I'm going to come back like on Monday or Tuesday, probably more likely Tuesday, with a special little mini cast, which I love that 2 hours for us is a mini cast. So you're going to get a little bonus episode this week. So we'll be back like on Monday or Tuesday with a little mini episode having Ambush Bug Year None 1 and 2. We'll talk with J.D. Alvarez about the CGS Super Show and just kind of our thoughts about the whole layout and what we hope this means for other cons and how they could use this as a template as far as for Artist Alley and that wonderful event and what we enjoyed about it so much. We talk a little bit about JSA and some of the books that JD's enjoying as well. So it'll be a little mini cast that we're going to release early next week, and then we'll be back next week with the content that we're announcing on the end of this episode. So I'm just throwing this little addendum in here right now that I know I announced at the beginning that we're going to get to Ambush Bug Year None 1 and 2. That is recorded, but I think at 4 hours and 17 minutes we're going to stop here for right now, let you guys kind of enjoy this, and we'll be back probably about Tuesday-ish. Please check the website and the forums for more details. I'll let you know as what I know what weeks looks like, but we'll get you a little mini cast in there, and I hope you enjoy this. Next week, you and I are going to we'll continue talking some of these Final Crisis ones. We'll talk Legion of Three Worlds. We'll talk Superman Beyond 3D. We'll talk more Trinity. Let's talk DC Decisions #1.
Yeah.
That's going to come out this week, and
this
let's go ahead and talk about that. I want to do some more Speeding Bullets. I really enjoyed this episode, just kind of talking about some of the books that we've been enjoying. And if there's something else that we come up with this week, we'll chat about that as well. But that's a pretty packed episode, actually, so we'll probably stop right there, because I think we want to... I really want to delve into Superman Beyond 3D and really want to delve into Legion of Three Worlds, so we'll talk about that. We'll probably talk casually a little bit more. We had a nice discussion about the Last Will and Testament of the DC Universe. We'll probably talk about some of the segments that we didn't talk about in that, just kind of casually, so we'll do like a second little mini segment devoted to that, because I'd like to finish talking about some of the other heroes that were mentioned in that, but we kind of got to the main gist of the whole thing, but let's have a little fun about maybe a couple of segments we didn't chat about. So we'll definitely be back next week with a whole bunch of comic chat. Our sponsor for this episode is DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Ambush Bug Year None, number 5 of 6. Regularly $2.99, only $1.79 there. Trinity, 23 to 26. We're loving Trinity. Regularly $2.99, only $1.79. You got to remember, if you're getting that discount on all those issues when it's 4 issues a month, that really is a huge savings. Whatever your shipping preferences, whatever your bag and boarding preferences, DCBService.com accommodates your collecting needs. I just found out that In Stock Trades and DCB Service are going to be at the Screaming Tiki Con. That's going to be coming up October 17th. 18th and 19th in Niles, Ohio. And that's going to be the con that's going to be featuring Adam West, Yvonne Craig, and Julie Newmar from the Batman series that are going to be there. Art and Franco from Tiny Titans are going to be there. There's actually quite an impressive guest list. It's Screaming Tiki Con. So if anybody is local and is going to be there, please shoot us an email and let us know. We'd love to meet you. Are you going to that? You going to pop by?
Probably.
Okay. I'm definitely going. I'm going to pop by. I know for sure I'm popping by Friday, Saturday. Mm-hmm. So I'm definitely going to. I want to meet Adam West and that whole crew. I mean, it's like the Batman crew from the 60s show. They're why I'm here. So I definitely want to meet them. Don't forget our In-Stock Trades Book of the Month for September is Seven Soldiers of Victory Volume 3. Regularly $14.99, 47% off, only $7.94. We're going to be airing that the first week in October. We're going to be one of our first episodes in October will be that Seven Soldiers of Victory. Question, the 5 Books of Blood hardcover. This collects the 5-issue Crime Bible series. Regularly $19.99, 37% off, only $12.59. InStockTrades.com is your source for your collected edition needs. Thank you for supporting us, DCB Service, and InStockTrades.com. And we will see you next week.
Bye.